in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
Welcome back to an all-new episode of Bare Knuckle Fighting Main Event here on SportsGrid. I'm Brian Ciano. Thank you so much for joining us as we take our weekly look at everything going on in the world of the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships. And there hasn't been much going on the last couple of weeks as far as fights, but that is going to be rectified this weekend. We get action once again out there in California for the second time with the BKFC. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But before we get into that, I want to talk about what we have coming up on the show throughout the rest of the episode. Coming up later on, coming up next segment, we're going to talk to bantamweight Michael Papa G. Larimore. We'll do a double shot with him, get to know him a little bit more as he tries to climb up these rankings. Has had a great showing so far in the BKFC. 2-0, undefeated. Another guy from that Shift MMA down in Tampa where it just seems to produce champions and top-level fighters as far as the BKFC is concerned. Of course, we talked to one of those last week when we brought on our man Jared Warren, Captain Deadpool. Of course, you also have David Redneck Mundell. Both of them holding titles. You have so many other guys down there as well, like Bryce Henry. You have just, Michael Larimore. Just over and over, you can pick out a bunch of names of guys who are having great success in the BKFC, and a lot of them are coming from Shift MMA. While other gyms are still trying to figure this thing out, they seem to have perfected what they need to do to get the wins and how to be great bare-knuckle fighters, and it certainly has gone their way so far. We'll talk to Michael Larimore about training there, about his accomplishments so far in the BKFC, about what brought him to the BKFC, and so much more when we do a double shot with him coming up next. After that, we're going to hook up with Josh Stay Down Watson, the heavyweight. It's been a while since we've seen him, since that Hardy fight, that epic knockout that went viral of him dropping the former NFL linebacker and UFC fighter and basically sending it back in from the BKFC. One fight, got dropped, was gone. A lot of hype when he came in, a lot of way quick exit out of it. So we'll talk to Stay Down Watson, find out what he's been up to. We'll talk to him about the injury he suffered that kept him out of then going against Big Ben Rothwell and why we haven't seen him in a while since. We'll get all that coming up later on with Josh Stay Down Watson, and then we'll finish it up talking to a man we know well on this show. It's time for a Shark Attack. Zach Callum is going to be joining us, Gloucester's finest. Of course, repping New England in general, up there in Massachusetts, repping Connecticut. We'll see what is going on with him, checking with him as he gets ready for his fight against Ruben Roundtree. Both Roundstone, all these guys going to be fighting out in Sturgis for BKFC 63. It's going to be an awesome card, a lot of great names that you know from top to bottom, and it's going to be a new venue that we have never tried out before. I mean, we've seen the BKFC, at high elevation. We've seen them at Denver. We've seen them in Albuquerque. We've seen them have tons of fights in Florida, go around the country in other areas like Connecticut, like, New Orleans, like, Omaha, Kansas. There's been many, many fights for the BKFC in many different areas. We've seen them out in California. We're going to see them for the second time doing that this week. We have never seen them in Sturgis, and certainly never seen them in front of thousands and thousands of bikers. I'm sure there's been plenty in, all these areas that we've seen them in already, but where it's just all bikers, have not seen that, and that's going to be very interesting. Might be just as interesting to watch the crowd as it is to watch the fights because, you get a lot of people that think they're tough guys and think they could fight at any combat sports event. What do you think it's going to be like at Bike Week at Sturgis? Going to be very interesting to see how that goes, but I'm sure they are going to love and eat up the BKFC as much as any audience that the BKFC has ever been in front of before. Can't wait to see that August 3rd out there in Sturgis. All those fighters that we will be talking to later on will be on that card. But first, we get a card this weekend, as we said, out there in Pechanga, Temecula, California. You're going to see BKFC Fight Night. And we're going to get a lot of prospects on this card, a lot of names that you might not yet know who are going to be fighting on this card, trying to make a name for themselves, that were out there at tryouts in California, Our man Chris Lights Out Lytle, of course, has been out to California before, seen some of the talent out there. There is a growing number of fighters out there. Of course, we got guys, that we've seen before, like Andrew Angelcourt out there repping Barstow. We've seen plenty of other fighters from California. It's plenty of fighters up and down that state in doing boxing, MMA. We'll see how many of them can really take to the BKFC. I'm sure plenty of them can, many will, and we will see who the best that we have seen so far from there as we get, essentially kind of a prospect series card, even though it's a fight night card. A lot of new faces, a lot of, barely seen faces in the BKFC, so it can, turn out to be more of a prospect series card in many ways with some of these matchups that we have. Some fighters who are going to be out there hungry, wanting to make a name for themselves with this new organization. But there are two names that we have seen that we know so far that are going to be headlining this one, and that is Robbie Peralta against Ruben War. Now, these guys, Peralta a little more experienced than War. Of course, coming in there so far in the BKFC at 2-1, 3-1 actually. He's got great wins over guys like Pete Pettis and Martin Trey Brown, and then, of course, coming off a loss over Bryce Henry, an up-and-comer, a young fighter who has made a name for himself in this division and in this sport. So definitely not a loss to shake a stick at. This was a tough fight that he faced. He ends up with the loss, and now he'll face against a guy who's going to be just as hungry in Ruben War for many reasons. One of those is he's also coming off a loss, fighting against Andrew Angelcourt, that first card out in California, out there in April. He got the loss. I was surprised he got the loss, honestly. And that's no slight on Angelcourt. He's a tough guy. We've had him on the show many times. We like him. But I thought that Ruben War kind of controlled things a little more in that fight and maybe got shafted by the judges. Before that, of course, he got a win against Lorenzo Coca. So he's looking to get back into the winning ways, get back into, over 500 as far as his BKFC record. And we know that he is hungry. This is a man who is a, single father, taking care of multiple kids and trying to make himself a better situation because, as you've seen, I don't think he showed us on our show. He talked about it on our show. Guys trying to take him out. Fighting out there now in Louisville, but he's still got bullet holes in his car. We saw when he talked to our man Brian Socha, he literally got out and showed him the gun holes, the bullet holes in his car from people taking shots at him down there in Louisville. Not the rough area. It's rougher than you would expect. When you talk about Louisville, people think about horse racing. They think about, bourbon. They don't think about people taking shots at you. And Ruben War's lived that life, and he wants to better his life, wants to better his kid's life. So he is hungry to make it up to the top of the mountain in the BKFC, get that gold, get those bigger paychecks, and make himself a better life for him and his family. Robbie Peralta has been there and done that. This is a guy who made it all the way to the UFC. Now fighting the BKFC. Does he still hold that drive and that hunger? So far, he's shown that with some wins, but now coming off a guy like Bryce Henry, does he hold that same drive that a guy like Ruben War is going to, have, and that same kind of kill or be killed mentality? We will have to see that. I think this is going to be a dangerous fight for both these guys. I think both, they both know how dangerous the other guy is. They both respect the other guy. So it's going to be interesting to see who can shift to that extra gear and get the win that they both need right now to get into the conversation as one of the top guys in this division. It's going to be hard. I'm excited. I think it's going to be violent between both these guys when they meet up out there in Pechanga. Also on the card are some other names you may know, and some of them, in desperate need of wins, more desperate than the guys we just talked about. A guy like Jordan Christensen, who has been in the BKFC a while right now. 2-4 is his record. Coming off a loss to Sean Brooks, losing 2 of his last 3, 4 out of 6. Is this win or go home time for him? We will see. That's going to be a big, big fight for him. Also, Brett Fields, he's 1-1 now. He actually got a win in his last fight. Lost his first one against Lloyd Mix, won against Kane Tomlinson, but he's got a fight up against a guy in Louis Villasenor who lost to Bercier in his first fight. So both these guys needing the win, needing the victory, needing to stay relevant and make a name for themselves in the cruiserweight division. Different fights there, sorry, actually. Mix those ones up big time, obviously. Skipping back and forth, a lot of different guys that maybe not against the guys that, we're talking about. Christensen 2-4 going against Pellegrino. Pellegrino new to the game in the BKFC. Fields going against Villasenor. 1-1 for him. Villasenor 0-1. Both these guys want that victory bad. And then you have a guy who's another situation, maybe win or, you might be done with the BKFC in Van Vo. 0-3 so far in the BKFC going against Pettit, who's 1-1. There's a lot of hungry fighters on this card. Some of them because they're new to the BKFC and want to make a name. Some of them because they need to hang around with the win. So we'll see. some of those some of those instances, you get that kind of fight going on, and it could be the most exciting fight that you've seen, even though it might not be the biggest name. So even though this isn't loaded with huge names like we're talking about with Sturgis coming up next, it is loaded with hungry fighters, and that can make it very interesting and make for some big knockouts. We'll see this weekend out in Pechanga, the BKFC Fight Night.
Anyone that's been to a sporting event, the atmosphere before a game, I think Game Time Decisions has that same exact atmosphere. This is our arena. This is what we do. There is going to be an energy to Game Time Decisions that you will feel night in and night out. The excitement you get when you lock your bets in, when you're figuring out what you want to do, we can zone in on the biggest games each night. I want this to be the place that people come to before the games start, so they feel as ready as possible to lock in their cards. We are going to hit every single one of those markets that you need to know about. We're gonna go through every single thing, and I've got a great team behind me that's gonna help me get the job done. There is not gonna be a better place, I promise you, than Game Time Decisions to get that new information, react to it, and be able to then bet accordingly. We will have everything at our disposal, and we will use that to our advantage. I'm Kevin Walsh. Tune into Game Time Decisions from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on SportsGrid.
What he's doing on a 5-day basis, and when he pitches at that ballpark, if there's one thing you notice, there's not one empty seat.
The excitement he's brought to that city and the fact that fans are starting to come back, especially on the nights he pitches, I mean, it is so cool to see. It's so overdue, and you can't help but root for Pittsburgh.
Pharrell Coast to Coast, only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire, only on SportsGrid.
Welcome back to Bare Knuckle Fighting main event here on SportsGrid as we start to look ahead, because we had a great card this weekend. We spoke about that last segment, how great it's going to be. Look at some of the fights and some of the news we had just gotten recently. But now we got to look forward a little bit more, because we have a card coming up in a couple weeks out in Sturgis that is going to be absolutely loaded. So we got to start breaking it down now, because there's just not going to be enough time to talk to all these great fighters in just a week or two. So right now we're going to bring in Michael Papa G. Larimore coming on with us right now, talking about his fight coming up against Derek Perez out there, BKFC 63 in Sturgis. But before we get into that fight, before we look ahead to the fight you have coming up, I want to look back a little more, Michael, let people know you a little bit more. You know, some people might have seen your fights on the BKFC. Some people might not know you as well yet. So, you know, you had an MMA career. You've been working on that, obviously, as many fighters in the BKFC have. Before they come into the BKFC, they have, you know, some other combat sport that they kind of, you know, were big into beforehand. So what drew you into the BKFC? What made you want to switch over and do this? And I know you're still doing MMA at the same time, but what made you want to take the gloves off and try that for the first time?
I honestly have always kind of joked around with my friends about me being tailor-made for BKFC because of my upbringing and whatnot. We'll keep it at that. But I was presented with an opportunity, man, and I'm all for opportunity. So I jumped on it, man, and here we are. I'm very much interested in chasing a belt now, to be clear. I'm not here just for fun. I'm not here to just make a check. I want to show that I'm the best.
And you're doing a great job so far. You know, we've heard before people say that, you know, they've been doing this for a long time. Just said now you're getting paid to do it, as far as, you know, just throwing bare knuckle fights. You actually had the receipts. I saw you put the post up of you back as a teenager throwing down in the backyard.
Yes, sir. I've always been with it, man. I'm always down to throw some hands.
So, long time coming for you, I'm sure. What was it like making that transition for you for the first time? I read, they had a good article about you on the BKFC site and app. The first time you were just thinking, let's just get a quick fight, quick win, and move on, make a little money. What was it like that first time? What kind of adjustments did you have to make? What kind of things maybe did you not expect that you had to get used to continue in this, this combat sport the way you have?
I think the only big change for me was the environment, because I was used to fighting on smaller regional shows. But the crowd pop when I walked out, man, because I had a bunch of folks out, you know what I mean? Tampa represent. But I think that was the biggest change. A fight's a fight to me. But the stage was the thing that I noticed, and I love it. I've been dreaming of moments like this since I was 14, 15 years old, bro. I'm telling you, I'm made for this.
Yeah, there's plenty. And Tampa is a great area right now for the BKFC, for its fighters. Of course, 2 champions there right now. And, of course, Captain Deadpool, Jared Warren, and, of course, Dave Redneck Mundell. Plenty of other great fighters from the Tampa area, as you are as well. So, a hot spot right now for the BKFC is Tampa. What do you think is something that feeds that into there? Is there something about Tampa specifically that really makes it tailor-made for the BKFC and for its fighters?
Man, I'll tell you what it is. I wouldn't say it's Tampa that's tailor-made for it. It's Shift MMA that's made for it. So I train out of 2 gyms. I train out of Gracie West Chase, but where I train for these fights, my management team is Shift. They just have something special out there, bro. Jihad and Anwar and 300, they just do it better than all these other guys. And they got their formula, bro, so I just follow instruction.
Yeah, Shift has had, a great run so far in the BKFC in this growing young sport. It's a lot of people still finding out about how to do this, about how to do things right in the BKFC. It seems like Shift already, has perfected the formula somehow with all their fighters. All you guys doing very well so far in the BKFC, doing your thing. What was the thing that made you want to shift over? Because, for you, no pun intended, because, when you look at your MMA record, your wins were by submission. So obviously you have a great ground game, and that's something that you focused on a lot. So what made you decide, let me show what I could do with my fists instead of, going for the subs?
So to be honest with you, bro, I prefer stand-up. I end up submitting guys because you put the hands on some guys and everybody turns into a wrestler. And so that's how I ended up getting the submissions. But my submissions are after I've hurt somebody already. I'm not like, I have good jiu-jitsu because I have a good jiu-jitsu coach. But I'm not, if it's up to me, bro, I'm knocking everybody out.
And so far you have shown that, 2 knockouts in both fights, first round finishes in both. Is there anything that you've found so far that just lends itself to you, that these quick finishes? Is just the way things have gone? Is it something that you look for, to get out there, be aggressive and put hands on them right away and make them, kind of reassess things as, the fight goes on real quick? Well, what has it been that has factored in so far to these quick finishes you've gotten?
I think when I'm actually able to fully express myself with my stand-up, I pull a lot of people into traps. And by being aggressive, that kind of thing tends to happen. And it just so happens to be in the first minute of the first round.
Well, it's gone so well so far. When you go back and forth like you have, you just recently had an MMA fight since your last BKFC fight. What's it like for you to have to go back and forth? Is there something mentally you have to switch? There's a lot of stuff with training you have to obviously fix all straight off on because of all the different aspects of MMA versus just the boxing and the BKFC. What are the biggest changes and adjustments for you as you go from one to the other?
So I actually had some time this camp to break it apart and focus on things. So this camp, I'm strictly focused on boxing and my jiu-jitsu. I'm never not going to do jiu-jitsu because my long game is MMA. I will be the best mixed martial artist you have ever seen, mark my words. But I've had 6 to 8 weeks this camp to spar boxing and get out to shift twice a week. And before my first 2 BKFC fights were on 2 days' notice, both of them. So I was just God blessed me with some things, and I jump on the opportunities to express that and show that.
And you have so far. It's been great. I'm happy to hear that you got a full camp because we've already seen great things from you, but I'm sure the more time you have, the more we are going to see. So far in these fights, like we said, 2 quick finishes. But what's been, you talk about in the article, the biggest motivating factor for you, obviously, is your family. That, it's all about, providing food for them, putting food on the table, and that's what matters most to you, and why you do this.
Yeah, you ask me, you don't got a family, you don't got nothing. So I look up to my wife, I look up to my daughter, I look up to my son as well, and I see the love in their eyes, and I want to give them the world.
Well, you're doing so good so far, so good, Papa G. We'll come back with Michael Larimore. Next segment, talk a little more about his fight coming up out in Sturgis.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. He was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
The WNBA is a unique market, right? It moves a little bit different. You take a bet, a limit play, even if the limit is 2 dimes on a side, you don't go from 11.5 to 12. You know what I mean? You got to go. Because if they bet you the second number, then you go, oh boy, now we have a decision that we really didn't think we got a big decision. Books love decisions.
Game time decisions. Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
What he's doing on a 5-day basis, and when he pitches at that ballpark, if there's one thing you notice, there's not one empty seat.
The excitement he's brought to that city, and the fact that fans are starting to come back, especially on the nights he pitches, I mean, it is so cool to see. It's so overdue, and you can't help but root for Pittsburgh.
Pharrell Coast to Coast. Only on SportsGrid.
Welcome back into Bare Knuckle Fighting main event here on SportsGrid. We continue to talk with Michael Larimore, who's going to be fighting on that BKFC 63 Sturgis card. And, you talked to us last segment about, that you've never fought in front of the audiences like you have for the BKFC, that pop when you come out, all that stuff that, a fighter really can draw off of. I mean, I'm sure we haven't been there before. Obviously, they've never had fights there before, but I'm sure there's going to be an even crazier scene, bigger pop, nuts, more nuts fans out at Bike Week at Sturgis than anything anybody has ever experienced before. What do you think about being able to fight on that card? And what are you expecting as you go out there in front of, thousands and thousands of bikers?
Well, I'm so excited, man, because you know bikers love a little violence. I'm keen to violence myself, so let's get after it, man. It's gonna be a good time.
Well, we're looking forward to that. I can't wait to see what the audience is like. We've had some great audiences, whether it be out in Denver or out in Albuquerque, out down in Miami, Florida. There's been some great audiences for the BKFC all over, but I have to imagine Sturgis is going to be insane. I mean, when you get any kind of combat sports, you get some fights in the crowd. We might have a little more. We might have more fights on the crowd than we do have the card. By the time the night is over, we will see. But all that is something that's going to be exciting out there. August 3rd in Sturgis. But now you're fighting Derek Perez on this card. He's 2-2 in the BKFC, but his 2 losses have been to some of the top guys in that division, and Ryan Reber and Rockstar Richardson, who just gave up his title in a loss. He's long reach like you. What are you expecting, and what do you see when you've watched his fights so far?
I see sloppiness. He's got a lot of experience, but he doesn't really seem to sharpen up. He doesn't really seem to learn from his losses and his mistakes. He's the same guy now that he was in his first fight. I'm going to exploit that.
Well, we look forward to seeing how you do that. We're looking forward to this fight. It should be, a great card, as we said, overall. Obviously you never want to take your opponent for granted, but, you spoke about how you want to be, fight somebody in the top 5 next. That'll be, if you win this fight, you'll be 3-0, still undefeated, and you think that you deserve, one of the top guys in the division. Is there anybody you are looking at particularly that you really want to take aim at, or is it just anybody in that top 5, anybody that can get you to that next rung of the ladder and get you closer to that gold?
I got a lot of love for my homie Ryan, so he's the last guy that I want to fight. If it comes down to it, whatever. I love him. But I will smash all of those other guys in that division. No problem. 2 in the same night. It's a bunch of little, pardon my French, it's a bunch of little to me. I'll leave those guys up, man.
Well, it'll be interesting to see any of those matchups. Of course, there's a lot of great fights to make right now in that division. And, a lot of things that could be up for grabs. You've also talked about how you want to be in the top 5 and not just that division. You want to be a 2-division top 5 guy, contending, battling back and forth for titles, maybe even becoming a double champ. What's that going to take for you to do? And is there a plan for that of, once you get into this top 5, you change the weight class and then go try to fight there? Have there been talks with Dave Feldman and Nate Shook about, doing that, bouncing back and forth? Or is this just a plan that you're coming up with?
It's honestly kind of just here for now, but if you can speak it, it will happen. And so I'm flexible with the weight class. I fought all the way up to 155 before. I'm very interested in getting this 35 strap first and foremost. Maybe a money fight here or there, make a little change. And it's inevitable that Brandon Allen becomes champion, so maybe I got to go all the way up to 55. And beat somebody up at 55.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing that plan put into action and seeing you continue to fight. And before we let you go, talk about, coming up with things in your head, your plans, the things you want to accomplish. I saw an interesting list you put up there about your goals for 2024. And, one was your son, and you want to, like you said, support for your family and, take care so your wife doesn't have to work. My favorite one, though, was homemade ice cream. I mean, I love ice cream, but I feel like that's kind of been perfected. And, I feel like that's one of those things, like you do it and then it takes so much work. You're like, you know what? I'm just going to buy it next time. Like, what makes you put that up there that you want to make homemade ice cream for the first time?
Listen, man, I like to cook, and desserts is not one of my strong suits. I cook sultry foods, you know what I mean? I cook good meals. And so I need to figure out how to make a damn dessert. And what better dessert than some ice cream, though?
That'd be great. Maybe you can get some made before Sturgis, and then that could be, the post-fight meal there. There's some homemade ice cream, make it even that much sweeter. I'm with you. I do a lot of cooking. I do a lot of the meals, at home. But when it comes to dessert, that's the wife. She's the baker. I like to mix and match and just freestyle. She's like, nope, I got to follow the recipe. So dessert is not my forte at all. But either way, Michael Larimore, Papa G, we're looking forward to watching you fight again in Sturgis. Thanks so much for joining us, and have a great fight against Perez out there in the rally.
Thank you, guys, man. God bless you, brother.
That was Michael Larimore. Going to be back out there against Perez. Bantamweight bout, Sturgis, August 3rd, BKFC 63. Make sure you check it out.
Anyone that's been to a sporting event, the atmosphere before a game, I think Game Time Decisions has that same exact atmosphere. This is our arena. This is what we do. There is going to be an energy to Game Time Decisions that you will feel night in and night out. The excitement you get when you lock your bets in, when you're figuring out what you want to do, we can zone in on the biggest games each night. I want this to be the place that people come to before the games start so they feel as ready as possible to lock in their cards. We are going to hit every single one of those markets that you need to know about. We're gonna go through every single thing, and I've got a great team behind me that's gonna help me get the job done. There is not gonna be a better place, I promise you, than Game Time Decisions to get that new information, react to it, and be able to then bet accordingly. We will have everything at our disposal, and we will use that to our advantage. I'm Kevin Walsh. Tune into Game Time Decisions from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on SportsGrid.
What he's doing on a 5-day basis, and when he pitches at that ballpark, there's one thing you notice: there's not one empty seat.
The excitement he's brought to that city, and the fact that fans are starting to come back, especially on the nights he pitches, I mean, it is so cool to see. It's so overdue, and you can't help but root for Pittsburgh.
Pharrell Coast to Coast, only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
Welcome back in the Bare Knuckle Fighting main event here on SportsGrid. We continue to look at this great card coming up in a couple weeks out in Sturgis. It's going to be crazy out there. We're looking forward to seeing all these fights. One of those guys we're looking forward to seeing give him back in the squared circle is Josh Stay Down Watson. It's been a while since we've seen him in there. Josh, thanks so much for coming on with us. We appreciate you joining us as you start to get ready for this fight. How are you feeling right now? You had a couple weeks before the fight. Where are you at right now in camp? What's going on with you as you prepare for this?
I'm feeling pretty good. Just been dealing with old man issues, just, the day-to-day sorenesses and stuff like that, but I'm doing pretty good.
It's been a while since we've seen you in there, unfortunately. Before we get into the most recent delay right now, I want to go back, for people who might not know you as well, because we've seen you a couple times in the BKFC, but maybe not everyone followed your career as much before that. I want to know, you took before you got to the BKFC and put on these great performances that we've seen so far, you had a long layoff there, about 8 years. What was it, from your MMA days coming into the BKFC that, what kept you out, and then what drew you back into fighting and made you decide that, coming into the BKFC and just throwing down fist to face is really where your calling was?
It was just getting to that point of my career hitting the level of, I'm only fighting like top-notch guys who are not, they're not working, they're just training. And where I'm working 40 hours a week, single father, stuff like that. I got a mortgage, got payments. I gotta work. And it's hard to, stay healthy when you're, training 5-6 days a week, double sessions, and then throw in there also 40 hours a week. And my body just couldn't hold up to the task. So that was pretty much it. I was, I'd be getting ready for a fight and then have, or not getting ready for a fight, but getting ready for like fights to be in shape for the fights. Then I hurt my back, such as the whole Rothwell issue. And have to when fights would come across the table, be like, no, I'm not 100%. I can't do it. I got to work instead of being able to train 27. So it was more so that just kind of the timeline of my body. And, once BKFC came around and I was like, it's a whole lot easier to stay healthy on your upper body and keep your arms moving than it is to keep your back healthy, your knees healthy. You're not wrestling, you're not grappling, you're not throwing kicks, or you're not getting kicked in the legs, stuff like that. So it's a lot easier to stay healthy for a bare knuckle fight than it is for MMA.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of former MMA fighters that are in the BKC now talk about that, how much, just the being able to focus on just the boxing aspect, the boxing, the moving, the feet, all that stuff, not having to do the grappling, the rolling, all those things that can bang you up really good. It has been huge for their career, and it's been great for you, obviously, so far. You talked about the back with Rothwell. That fight was, supposed to happen out in Denver. You got a little banged up. Tell us, what happened with it. As you mentioned, it was a back. How bad was it? What was the recovery like, as you were preparing for that fight and unfortunately had to get laid up a little bit?
It wasn't even that bad. It was just the fact that I was already off of the Hardy fight, and it was already, sure, between the Hardy fight and Rothwell, I think was 11 weeks. But as most remember, I had a big hole in my face after the Hardy fight. So it gave me a long period of time where I couldn't even spar. I couldn't take a punch in the face without, the risk of that wound opening back up. So it was hard to go, most people, you have that fight and then you have that little bit of downtime to recover. I didn't have any downtime to recover. I jumped right back into a camp and my body didn't appreciate it. Me hurting my back in a camp isn't rare. Usually takes like a good week or two to kind of bounce back. Problem was this time around, I was at like the 3-4 week mark before my back was even like remotely feeling better. And, to go from your biggest fight of your career to your next biggest fight of your career, you want to be 100%. And the biggest thing I was asking for was just for the fight to get bumped back like maybe 2 or 3 weeks. I think the South Carolina card was, 2 weeks afterwards. And that would have been probably ideal for my body to kind of bounce back. We would have gone from being like 4th to last on the card and, barely even like, I don't even think on the poster Rothwell or Josh were even pictured on it because there were so many big names. Could have gone from being 4th on the card to being the main event out in South Carolina. But his camp didn't want that, and so I didn't have enough time to recover, so they just replaced me.
Yeah, it went from one Josh to another, and it did not go well, as we know, for Copeland on that fight. Definitely not a guy you want to face not being 100% is Rothwell, what he's done so far in the BKFC, but you don't shy away from any opponent or anything, so we're looking forward to seeing you back in there again. Was it just a matter of letting things heal up and, just not having the right matchup of why it didn't happen so long, almost a year now, or was there other factors at play as well, like you talked about before with things with family or your work? Yeah.
Honestly, I think it's just the I've been kind of chalking up to like return on investment in the sense of, me doing what I did with Hardy and wanting, appropriate pay. But, I understand the economics of it in the sense of not many people know me by my face. Not many people, people recognize that Hardy got knocked out, but I'll have a conversation with someone and they don't even realize it's me that did it until they see the video. So I get it. You throw me on a poster, I'm not really increasing sales or views. People who know who I am, they're already subscribed to the app or they're my friends and they're already watching the fights. So I'm not really bringing much more in as in the sense of viewers. So with me kind of, holding my ground in the sense of, not doing this for nickels, I just kind of, I didn't really get very many offers. I haven't actually really any offers. I think the only time anything even came across my my desk was Connecticut, which would have made sense since I'm from Maine, but that didn't pan out. And I'm glad it didn't because the person they were talking about me fighting, I can't think of his name, Wolf or something like that, but he ended up getting not even medically cleared the day before the fight. So I am very glad I didn't take that fight.
Well, so are we, because now we get you on the Sturgis card, and honestly, you're fighting Roundstone here, but if there's a guy built for a Sturgis Bike Week fight card, I think Josh Stadon Watson is. I mean, I saw the great post on your social media, you with your bike out there. So, are we going to be riding right into the ring there? I know they have the big entrances sometimes. Like, let's pull that out, ride that right to the ring, and then go in and fight.
That would be nice, actually, or at least grab somebody else's. No, I was in the middle of thinking if I was going to be riding out and making an event out of it, because where the fight's going to be at the Buffalo Chip. I have friends that know the owners of the Buffalo Chip, and so possibly be able to get into, staying there earlier and then even maybe getting some sort of housing after the fact and ride out. So because I wasn't going to ride out and then do weigh-ins like the next day. That's way too close. I'd have to ride out, multiple days early so I can kind of relax. And then obviously plenty of time to relax afterwards with the bike.
Well, hopefully you get to make that come true. I know you got responsibilities at home with your son, and how proud you are of him that you posted on. I think he just recently had a birthday. So, keep up the good work there at home. We look forward to seeing you back in the squared circle out at Sturgis against Roundstone. Josh Stay Down Watson, the man who sent Hardy packing real quick from the BKFC. We appreciate your time and look forward to seeing what your next handiwork here is in the squared circle.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
Josh Stay Down Watson. Make sure you check him and all the fights out of Sturgis. It's going to be a loaded card.
The WNBA is a unique market, right? It moves a little bit different. You take a bet, a limit play, even if the limit is 2 dimes on a side, you don't go from 11.5 to 12. You know what I mean? You got to go. Got to go. Because if they bet you the second number, then you go, oh boy, now we have a decision that we really didn't think we got a big decision. Books love decisions.
Game time decisions. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
Now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The early line. Only on SportsGrid.
Welcome back in the bare knuckle fighting main event here on SportsGrid. We continue to talk about this great card coming up out in Sturgis, and no one lives the BKFC more than our man, the Shark, Zach Calamus, joins us now, Gloucester's finest. And Zach, we want to start with that. I saw, congratulations. We love everything you do in the squared circle. Of course, you're always out there promoting the BKFC, and you're loving the sport, living it. But I saw that you're getting some love from the hometown as well, that you're not just repping, of course, the BKFC, you're repping your area, repping your town. You got special citation from the mayor recently.
Yes, sir. Mayor Verga, that's my guy. He's making our city a better place to live in for everyone. And I'm just so proud to bring glory back to the island. I think that nothing in life is worth it, truly, if you're doing it only for yourself. When you have a community in your heart, then you're just going to fight a lot better,
And you're doing a great job with that. You're always repping. And speaking of things you're always repping, I know you have the tattoo of it. Now you're rocking the jersey. Your Trashers right there. I saw you were, recently doing the podcast with those guys as well. Nothing, more exciting to you in that area, of course, than your Trashers. How is it to, meet up with those guys and get to talk to them about, you love the team and the BKFC?
Well, just a lot of love in Connecticut for the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship as a whole. After my big fight at Mohegan Sun and all the great athletes that put on that night, men and women, that was a great card. Connecticut's real excited. for bare knuckle to come back, and as I can imagine the whole Northeast is. This is the fastest growing combat sport that is. So to be able to bring glory to my home gym in Danbury, and a lot of my family living in Connecticut, I went to school there, and just to bring glory to Connecticut as well as Gloucester. It's just there's no better feeling than that, to give back to the communities that help lift you up to get to where you are. I think a lot of people, they say they're going to do that, but I truly live it. If I didn't have Gloucester, if I didn't have my island, I wouldn't be the man I am today. And if I didn't have Connecticut as a state, that border state between New York and Boston, it's been so near and dear to my heart as a place for me to go and train. I know Muhammad Ali would go to Philadelphia. He would go up there and train, and he would go as far as Philadelphia. He would go all over, but in PA, in some very rural areas in Philadelphia. So that's been my Philadelphia. It's been my oasis, if you will, for training. Connecticut's such a great state. So many good people and hardworking families. So I'm just proud to represent and train there.
And you always have, repped them. You've always repped the BKFC, and you're doing, great things right now. No better person to have fight of the night out in Connecticut than you in that fight against McKenna. Great performance there. The finish in the third round. Talk to us, give us a minute about that fight, what it was like for you to fight in front of the hometown in Connecticut for the BKFC for the first time, and how excited the people up there were to see the BKFC and how quickly they won it back.
Keep it simple. When you're a kid and you look to your dad and you tell him one day that I'm going to fight here. Well, I did that with Lowell Memorial Auditorium. I told my dad in '97, right before Christmas, that I'm going to fight at Lowell Memorial Auditorium and I'm going to be a champion. And I won the Golden Gloves in Lowell and Memorial Auditorium in 2017. I won the open class Golden Gloves. I fought a kid with like 85 fights. So this was just another chapter in my book. I told my dad a year before the Mohegan Sun fight in May 11th, I told him that I'm going to win a bare knuckle fight here within a year. We were at a boxing show up at Mohegan Sun. Me and my dad were at a boxing show. We spent the night at Mohegan Sun, and I told my dad during the fights, I knew a bunch of guys on the card. I said, I'll be here with Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship next year. I promise, Dad, I'm going to win. So just another one. You know what I mean? When I say I'm going to do something, I do it, and I do it to the best of my ability. I pride myself on being a good athlete, but also being a good man. That's the most important thing.
And you did it well. And not only did you win the fight, you were fight of the night, putting on a great show. And you look forward to doing it again out in Sturgis. It's going to be an awesome card. I've talked to a bunch of fighters what it's going to probably be like fighting in front of thousands of bikers out there at Bike Week. There's going to be probably more excitement and pop than ever before for that card. How excited are you for that? And what is Xiao in for? I mean, this guy's had a couple fights, and they have not gone well, and now they're throwing him into deep waters with the Shark. What is he in for out there in Sturgis?
He won one of those fights well against Sanchez, I believe. When I was looking, he did win one of those fights very well. He only had a couple fights, so I'm not judging him off his bare knuckle record at all. Because the last guy that he fought was Olympic alternate. He was Olympic champion, I believe, from Cuba. And I know that guy's a heavy hitter, and he's very talented. So I don't judge a man completely off their past experiences, more or less off of where they are now. Now, I don't know Ryan Cho super personally. I've met him at the show in Virginia when I fought Josh Freeman. I met my opponent that I'm fighting in Sturgis. So I met him, and he's a really nice guy. There's no animosity. I'm just really looking forward to this fight. It's the battle of the big boys. Let's be honest. Me and Ryan Cho, we know how to eat and we know how to throw. So that's what they're in for. You know, this is a real fight for the people to keep their eyes on this one, because Ryan's a beast. And I could quote him. He was saying that he felt like a gladiator, a medieval warrior, or something like that, in his fight that he won over Sanchez, who I know is talented, from Tampa. And what I'm telling you is I'm very educated on the game, and I know Ryan can fight, and I can fight too, you know what I mean? So I'm not taking him lightly. I put in the hardest training camp of my entire in my entire life. I've been driving to Connecticut on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 in the morning to avoid traffic. It's 3 hours, 3.5 hours, and it's part of my workout is the driving. I meditate, I get in my zone, and I do what I have to do to do this job. And I'm telling you right now, my new coach in Connecticut that I'm bringing to this fight is all the difference. Coach Dave, AJ Galante, and Danbury, Connecticut.
Well, we're looking to see what they've done and make the Shark even better on a nice win streak here. We'll see if he can get another one and get maybe into those rankings and gets one of these top 5 guys. The Shark, Zach Callis,
Bare knuckle, baby,
on here at SportsGrid.
I want the belt.
Anyone that's been to a sporting event, the atmosphere before a game, I think Game Time Decisions has that same exact atmosphere. This is our arena. This is what we do. There is going to be an energy to Game Time Decisions that you will feel night in and night out. The excitement you get when you lock your bets in, when you're figuring out what you want to do, we can zone in on the biggest games each night. I want this to be the place that people come to before the games start so they feel as ready as possible to lock in their cards. We are going to hit every single one of those markets that you need to know about. We're gonna go through every single thing, and I've got a great team behind me that's gonna help me get the job done. There is not gonna be a better place, I promise you, than Game Time Decisions to get that new information, react to it, and be able to then bet accordingly. We will have everything at our disposal, and we will use that to our advantage. I'm Kevin Walsh. Tune into Game Time Decisions from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire, only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds? Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
Welcome back in the Bare Knuckle Fighting main event here on SportsGrid as we wrap up another episode. Thank you so much to our guests, all getting ready to fight on that August 3rd card out in Sturgis. Going to be a rowdy crowd, going to be some rowdy fights, and we're looking forward to seeing all those guys mix it up as we talk to, of course, double heavyweights, there with the Shark, Zach Calmis. Just talked to him last segment earlier. Before that, we talked to Josh Stay Down Watson. Both guys seem tailor-made for this kind of venue out there, Sturgis, during the bike week. Can't wait to see them mix it up and see what they can do once again for the BKFC. And then also great to get to know Michael Larimore a little bit more. Papa G, who joined us, another Shift MMA guy looking to stay undefeated, looking to make himself a can't-miss prospect for the BKFC coming out of that camp, looking to climb into that top 5 and eventually get gold, as he talked about, the biggest motivating factor, providing for his family, of course, as many of these guys have, and he has done a great job so far. Can't wait to see what he does against a game opponent in Perez. Now, before we get out of here, there was a big announcement. We're going to break this down more and more as we get closer to it, but tease there was going to be a big announcement with our man Brian Sosha about something coming up for that Salt Lake City card out the beginning of September, and they let us know what it's going to be. It's a fight that we've been waiting to see. Possibly we talked about it at the end of last year, and coming into 2024, and then we're kind of waiting to see if that was going to be the fight, and it finally is. That we get the Misfit defending her title out at Salt Lake. Of course, no stranger to the high elevation out there in the mountains, fighting multiple times out there on pay-per-view cards. Now she will fight against Jade Masong Wong, the #1 challenger there, who had a great fight out there in that Prospect Series in Canada when she was elevated to the main event. But it's been a while since that card, and we didn't know if she was going to stay as the #1 challenger and get that title shot. Of course, you're supposed to have the Misfit versus Heather Hardy at that Connecticut card that fell through due to Hardy's retirement from combat sports in general, due to the maladies she was suffering from her last boxing match. And then now Jade Masang-Wong gets to keep that #1 spot and get that title shot. We said maybe Vichen's could jump her with the performance that she had down in Hollywood. That is not the case. Canada's finest, Jade Masang-Wong, will try to get her title away from the Misfit, who holds that title, who's defended it well, one of the best ambassadors for the BKFC. We'll see if she can fare better than anybody else who's got against the Misfits so far, because it has not been a good night for any of them. But Masang-Wong is looking to change that trend. Someone else looking for, I'm not sure if it's to keep his title or defend his title or what's going on, is the baboon Luis Palomino, the former double champ, the first 2-division champ in the BKFC, put out a call to the BKFC with him training and saying, like, listen, I'm ready for a fight. Let's go. I hear you got another fight coming down to Hollywood, Florida, in the coming months, as we do know that is happening. That was announced when they were down there a couple weeks ago in Hollywood, Florida. And Luis Palomino looking to get back into the squared circle. Now, we haven't seen him since February 2nd, where he lost to Austin No Doubt Trout, that 165-pound title that he was holding. That now belongs to Trout. But where does Palomino fit into things now? I mean, he was a lightweight champ, never lost that title. But when you look at the rankings, not listed as the champion anymore, listed as #1 in that division. There is no listed champion. So is Palomino still holding that title? Would he be fighting for that title? Is he giving it up to stay at 165 at 43 years old? Does he not want to get down to 155 anymore? We don't know that. All that remains to be seen, but he's wanting to get in the squared circle. Of course, we want to see him back in there. He was undefeated, 9-0 before that loss to Austin No Doubt Trout. Wins over guys like James Lights Out Lilly, Tom Schoaf, Tyler Goodjohn, and many others. He was, guys like, Dat Nguyen. So big names that he has beaten throughout his time. It's not a soft 9-0. Of course, we've been calling for a long time for him to fight Tony Loco Soto, who was #1 in those rankings, climbing up, beating guys like Tyler Goodjohn and others as well. But now he is tied up in a fight in Spain in October against #4, Tenaglia, who now holds the BKFC UK lightweight belt. So, obviously Soto isn't happening as he's getting ready for that fight. You're not going to want to put him in there in Hollywood and possibly lose him as that fight in Spain. Howard Davis, #5 in those rankings that we showed, seems to be more focused on, in the lower weight class and trying to get back into the title mix there after he lost that fight. Bryce Henry, could he fight Palomino next? This young up-and-comer, he's been hungry. He's been calling for title shots. Or #4, Bobby Taylor, another guy later in his career right now, like Palomino, who really can't stay around and wait too much longer. 5-2 in the BKFC, won 3 of his last 4, and coming off a win in May. Does he get a shot against, Palomino for either to take that belt or whoever wins it gets it, depending on how the BKFC decides to word it? I don't know. Either way, we know that Palomino is ready, willing, training. Let's get him in there. Let's get another fight with Baboon, because he really wants to get in there, and we always love seeing him fight. It's always exciting. So we'll see what is next for Luis Palomino and the BKFC. But what's next for us is this fight against Pachanga, fight night this weekend. We'll see you next week where we recap everything that happened out in California. Thanks so much for joining us here on SportsGrid.
Very nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his...
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
He has, and here we go.
Oh, hang about. Hang about.
Don't jinx it. Double 12.
Yes! Goodness gracious me! To reel in the big fish.
Yes, it is! Thornton. Oh, right in the top corner.
Under pressure, Robert Thornton's making diamonds.
Double top. Oh, the match. And Lee Cox, that is a special shot. You can see how happy the man is. He makes his Saturday night debut on Saturday. Lee Cox tops the group.
Well, that's interesting. Another brilliant checker.
That will be a dagger to the heart of Lee Cox.
James on the third. Full home. Double 16s take a 3-3. That's exactly what he does, and yet another touch shot out.
Good evening and welcome to your Thursday night sporting fix here at the Modus Super Series, the live lounge, home to some fantastic darts this week. I'm sure we'll get plenty more tonight. And alongside me to guide you through the action, Laura Turner. Laura, what an incredible week it's been so far.
I know. It's my first kind of appearance here this week, and I've been glued to the action. 9 darters, 170 checkouts. I just hope there's more of that to come tonight.
Yeah, we've seen some really good stuff in the first couple of groups. Group C got underway this afternoon. Of course, we saw Group A earlier in the week. That was won by Lee Cox, who put some heartache behind him and finally crossed the line to make it through to finals night. Robert Thornton missed a dart to win that group, ended up in Group C. We saw him this afternoon, but it was David Wazowski and Tommy Lishman, who also hit a 9-darter in Group A, who got 4 wins from 5. But tonight it's all about Group B. Sebastian Białecki, David Evans, Paul Hogan, the debutant Jordan Matthews and David Davis. A lot of them have got experience in making it to Saturdays as well, Laura. So Jordan Matthews on debut, he's going to have his work cut out to get there.
Yeah, I think so. But I think with all of them, you look at that field and it's another tough group. But it's interesting to see there's been a kind of lot of love for Jordan Matthews. He's obviously doing really good things, in the ADC. So it'll be interesting to see how he takes that game and plays here at the Super Series.
Yep, certainly one of the Northeast contingent. They're pretty good up there. But a player who's been pretty good whenever he's been here recently is David Evans. What sort of qualities does he bring to tonight?
Yeah, David is just one of those, really, really steady players, isn't he? We saw he played himself into getting into a position in Group B, almost played himself into actually topping the group in the end. He won all of his last games yesterday, so probably coming into this with quite a bit of confidence, and that wouldn't surprise me, a former tour card holder himself, so just needs to use all of that and just make sure he's in that top 3 and gets through to tomorrow.
Yeah, he is, like you said, a very steady player. Sebastian Białecki, on the other hand, he can be quite explosive at times, can't he?
Yeah, when he's at the top of that game, we've seen it from him, haven't we? We've seen 9 darters, and we know what he can do on the oche, so for me, again, he's one of those players who's a proven winner as well here. So if he can find it, then we know to expect big things from Białecki.
Absolutely. Both of those players have played their part already this week. But Paul Hogan joins the action tonight, as he so often does. We have offered him weeks here before, but he likes to go about his work and then turn up on an evening. But he's a player that you should never underestimate. No,
the things that he's achieved, I've always said, I know Paul quite well, and he's a real serial qualifier when it comes to really big tournaments, and seen him recently, obviously, at the Seniors World Championships as well. So, yeah, he brings with him a lot of experience, and I think that's what he needs to draw on. He's had mixed success here and finds himself in a tough group, but I think, hopefully we'll see the best from Paul.
Yeah, let's see how the bookies see things then in this group. Here's how they've priced it. Difficult to get a read on Jordan Matthews, but he's not too far behind the rest of the field, so they know the damage he's been doing in the ADC. David Davis equally has seemed to improve most times he's been here, but they do go with David Evans as the favourite just ahead of Białecki. Do you think they're right in doing that?
Yeah, I think they're quite fair, actually. I think, David Evans coming into this, he has been probably the steadier of the two that we've seen, compared to Sebastian Białecki. However, they're just a guide, obviously, these type of odds. And for me, the outlier there, Jordan Matthews, it just depends what standard he brings there, because he's done some really good stuff in the ADC.
Absolutely. We'll get through to comms to guide you through the action. If you are going to have a flutter, by the way, please do gamble responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org. Sebastian Białecki is in action in the opening match. He takes on Paul Hogan, who I had the pleasure of a chat with earlier on. Paul, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, a familiar setting for you. How are you feeling ahead of tonight?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah, it's going to be a tough night, but yeah, look, I'm looking forward to it.
Have you had a look at the group, the competition? Any thoughts?
It's going to be tough. I know all the guys in there, so I know I've got to up my game a bit.
It's been an interesting week. We've had 2 9-darters hit this week. Have you been watching any of the action? Are you aware of what's been going on?
Yeah, I've been watching it a bit. Yeah,
certainly a few tough acts to follow.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I've just got to go up there and try and do my best.
You are one of the most experienced players, well, in darts, but in this setting in particular. What kind of advantage do you think that could give you in this group?
You know, if I can play to my ability, I know I've got a good chance of winning. And you know, if I can get off to a good start and get a couple of wins, then get a couple of wins tomorrow, I should get through.
And getting through to Saturday as a relatively local player to this area, how important is that for you?
Yeah, it'd be good because I've got a few mates who want to come down. My son wants to come down as well with me. So.
Could be a good weekend, couldn't it? Paul Hogan lifting the Super Series trophy, England winning the Euros.
It'd be good, yeah. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you very much.
Yeah, always good to have Hoagie here at the Modus Super Series. He takes to the stage once again in an evening session, ready to do battle with Bolt. Sebastian Białecki, the opponent in this opening match, the young Polish player who has, as Laura mentioned at the start of the show there, had a 9-darter on that stage, and it has been raining 9-darters at the Super Series this week. 2 of them, Paul Hogan, maybe getting on the act himself, the 6-year-old from Basingstoke, 3 times the World Championship quarter-finalist at the Lakeside. He takes on the now 20-year-old Białecki, who has reached the quarter-final on a big PDC stage, that in the UK Open, and has enjoyed victory on this stage as well. Maybe a significant match. We'll start to see whether it will be a bit of a procession for the likes of Białecki and David Evans, or whether Paul Hogan will be, as you saw then is Laura, a thorn in their side.
Yeah, doing a little bit of...
First leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
A little bit of research, just obviously prior to this. And actually, it was almost a year ago. It was June 23, and these guys found themselves in the same group. And they actually won 1 game apiece. As you say, Paul Hogan is one of those players likes to just do the couple of days here at the Moda Super Series.
.58.
Yeah, we mentioned about coming into this week, mentioned it to him as well in that interview. It must be difficult to sort of join a week that's been so spectacular and feel like you have to live up to that in some way yourself.
Yeah, and obviously finding yourself in Group B, you just have the 4 games throughout the evening. And this is probably not the easiest of openers for Paul Hogan. Obviously, Sebastian's kind of warmed to what he needs to do here once again at the Super Series. Obviously, we saw him finish 3rd in Group B, 8 out of 15 wins. In Group A. It's how quickly Paul Hogan can settle down, but as we've mentioned, he's got all that experience under his belt. Making a relatively solid start here.
Yeah, that Group A was remarkable. Lee Cox winning on 20 points. Finally crossing the line after several
41.
close calls where he'd lost out on leg difference. In fact, there was a couple of weeks where he'd lost out on leg difference in 2 different groups, Lee Cox. So he will be absolutely thrilled to have made it through to finals night. But then David Evans on 18, Sebastian Białecki on 16, the same number of points as both Robert Thorne and Tommy Lishman.
Well, you said it earlier, didn't you? It was one moment Thornton threatening to actually top the group, and then the next thing he finds himself in Group C and probably scratching his head ever so slightly.
So we're going to get the first lightning bolt here. Białecki can't threaten the finish, so Hogan gets a go at 116.
100. Sebastian, you require 56.
Oh, 56 required. Would be a broker throat. Tops. Double 10. Yeah,
Game
does
shot on
convert
the
it
first
into 1-0.
leg. Sebastian Białecki.
I think the referee Jack Garwood there was just telling Paul
Second
Hogan
leg, it's Sebastian to
to
throw
make
first.
sure he walks back the right
Game
way.
on.
I do think he was collecting a flight actually when he went the other side, but have to be reminded of procedure.
140.
It's going to be quite difficult as well from a referee's point of view. Probably might not have seen that was what Paul was doing.
Well, there were calls by
140.
the multiple world champion Gary Anderson for VAR in darts, weren't there, at the World Cup of Darts recently?
180.
No need for another check there. All three in the treble first of the night.
43.
Yeah, hopefully first of many, but just securing that opening leg seems to have really settled Białecki. 140 followed by 180.
$125.
That's a really good leg of darts, isn't it? 140, 180, 125.
83. Sebastian, you require 56.
Yeah, we saw him take this out to go into a 1-0 lead. Can he stretch it to 2-0?
Game shot on the second leg. Sebastian Białecki.
Just a little grimace from Hogan, not happy with how it's going so
Third
far.
leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, understandably so. It's a solid start from Sebastian. Over 20 points the difference in averages. I know we're only third leg in.
100.
Could be a busy night here at the Super Series
96.
on Saturday. If Hogan gets through, he's relatively local from the Basingstoke area. But Lee Cox of London has already promised that he's going to bring a huge fan base with him.
140.
So if you are planning on coming, make sure you get your ticket pretty quickly. I can tell you that plenty were sold the moment Cox qualified. And if you do want to be part of the party
58.
in Pompey, scan that QR code, get yourself yours for just a couple of quid, and you can be here for the first part of what could be a very, very enjoyable sporting weekend in England.
140.
Yeah, definitely is all go this weekend with regards to sport. And I can definitely imagine a really big contingent coming down, as you mentioned there, for Lee.
58. Paulie require 121.
Well, Paul will have a few fans. He referenced it himself if he makes it. Yeah, looks like he's... Well, I thought it looked like he was going for it, but then decided not to. No real benefit of him going for the 11s if he was never planning to go for the bull.
46.
Yeah, a bit of a
Paulie
scratch of that one for me,
32.
but the outcome is he's on a double first and
Game shot on a third
does
leg.
find that
Paul
double.
Hogan.
Yeah, entirely legitimate. He can do what he likes. And he's
Fourth
got the
leg,
leg
it's
in the
Sebastian to throw
ledger.
first. Game on.
A reminder, coming next, Jordan Matthews on debut against David Evans. Matthews has been really looking forward to this first appearance. Doing some great stuff in the ADC in the northeast
140.
of England. And then David Davis will take to the stage against Hogan in Game 3. The Welshman, who's always
100.
good operator here.
$97. 97.
You mentioned it, Laura. World Match Play coming up as well. Any thoughts on who'll be taking the trophy at the end of that one?
No, if I'm honest, I'm looking at some of the first round ties. I'm not even sure who's going to make it to the second round, let alone pick up the whole thing. There are some absolute belters in there.
Well, it was Sebastian Białecki, of course, who stopped Luke Littler, making it 3 successive Super Series titles here in Portsmouth. And
44.
Who would have thought this time last year that Littler versus Van Gerwen would be such a big draw at the World Match Play?
60.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We see players come through, and we can identify the quality in them. But obviously, I just think the rise of someone like Luke, and the speed that he's done it in is just absolutely sensational.
134.
Yeah, all of his appearances here and plenty of highlights packages have been put together, and a full-on documentary about the Luke Littler story available here on the Motor Super Series
81.
YouTube channel.
Sebastian,
if you
you
aren't subscribing
86.
already, stop messing around and do so. Good dart. 777.
79.
Not so good a dart.
120.
No, it just offers that little opportunity here to Hogan to level it up at 2 apiece, but we'll need to pin that treble. He does, so tops for 2-all.
80. Sebastian, you require 7.
Yeah, and an audible hand slap there from Hogan, not happy.
Game shot on a 4th leg.
Be
Sebastian Białowski.
even more unhappy now. And you can see that
5th leg. It's Paul
with
to
the
throw
little
first.
sort of mutterings coming from the mouth of Paul Hogan there.
Yeah, Paul Hogan doesn't actually have a great deal of time to recover. Obviously, first one out. He'll be back at match 3 where he does face David Davis. And that in itself is not necessarily that easy a prospect either. Again, they actually were in the same group back in January here at the Motor Super Series, and
80.
both those games actually went the way of Davis. So Paul Hogan could actually find himself, not off the mark and being 50% of the way through the games for tonight.
43. $100. $100.
Still plodding away as he will, Paul Hogan. Hasn't got it easy. I mean, no one's got it easy in this group.
100.
But he may find himself sort of needing to beat the unknown quantity in Jordan Matthews in his 3rd game. If his first 2 don't go well, he's playing in games 1 and 3. You can quickly find yourself
60.
sort of chasing, can't you?
Yeah, you really can. Obviously, the advantage of being in Group B is the fact that 3 out of the 5 go through. However, the disadvantage is you only have the 4 matches. You don't have as many to come back
140.
Wait until later in tonight's show when we reveal next week's lineup, because I think all the players that are in action this week will be glad they're in this week and not next week.
You require 81.
$12 would leave the ball. Finds the 12, so needs the ball.
34.
Yeah, quite a wild one there. So again, another
115.
opportunity for Hogan, but we'll need to find a tum-tuffing finish.
$57.
So 47 for
47.
a seemingly comfortable win for Sebastian Białowski,
Game shot
who might not have played
Sebastian Białowski
to a much higher level than Paul Hogan in that match, but he took his chances, and Paul Hogan, just as he was approaching finishers, didn't really do so. It's a good strike rate on the doubles for Białowski. He had plenty more opportunities than Paul, hitting half of his double attempts, and he gets a 4-1 win in the opening match of the evening. Following it is a debutant in Jordan Matthews, who takes on David Evans.
Yeah, welcome back to the Motor Super Series, where you are about to see debutant Jordan Matthews take on the rather experienced David Evans. Now, I imagine these two probably would have met in the local area on a few occasions, but it all is all going to be what happens here and now. For me, David Evans is the player that's coming in with, for want of a better word, the momentum. He won 5 out of 5 yesterday, and he is tipped by the odds compilers as the favourite to top the group. And you can understand why. Hit that big 170 finish and did get one of those elusive wins over the Group A winner Lee Cox. You have Jordan Matthews, 29 from Skelton in Cleveland. And there's David Evans from Preston. Was a quarter-finalist at the 2020 BDO World Championships.
Game on.
For me, I'm just really intrigued to see how Jordan Matthews plays here, because having a look at his statistics online, you can just see there's quite a range when it comes to how he's playing at the moment. Can be anything from around about the mid 70s, but obviously all the way up to the high 90s. So if he can find something closer to the top end, he's going to cause a lot of trouble for these players.
$98.
Yeah, well, not showing too many nervous signs in his first couple of visits. He's found a treble 20 in each of them.
59.
Must be such a high standard that the tournaments up in the northeast, many a talented player coming from that part of the country to here at the Super Series. But even beyond that, the stack of Geordies and Mackhams on the Pro Tour at the moment is incredible.
Yeah, it really is.
40.
Highly competitive. And Jordan Matthews just at the halfway point there at the ADC circuit. He's topping the Northeast regional rankings. But if you look at the other areas and the other names that are on the list, you've got the likes of Gary Stone, Carl Wilkinson, James Richardson, Adam Mould, Neil Duff and Thomas Banks. They're all top in their regional areas, and they're all players that are rather familiar to us here at the Super Series. So we welcome Jordan and hope he finds some of the similar success.
Jordan, you require 87.
So treble 17. We must be going for the bull. And he's taken it out. Wow. No need at all to be going for that on that shot with David Evans back in the mid 200s.
Second leg.
But Matthews saw what he wanted. And like me at a buffet, he went and grabbed it.
I might have to remember that line. I'm partial to a buffet myself.
Yeah, the viewers don't know that I've been taking on some sort of food challenge in the ad break
135.
there. But that was incredible, wasn't it? Just not bothered about what his opponent's doing at all and just went for the shot that he left.
60.
Yeah, you do have some players that do it. I guess personally, it's not something that I would always recommend, just because I'm
28.
kind of old school and like to play the percentages. But if it works for certain players, it works for certain players. We've seen them throughout the years here at the Super Series. There are some players that just have ways of going and they stick to it.
140. $182.
There you see, first 180 of the match, and it does go the way of Matthews.
$100.
Yeah, this is a spectacular start, isn't it, for somebody who was, well, unknown outside of his region.
58. David, you require 102. $38.
Well, we saw
Jordan,
Matthews
you
take
require
out
100.
the 87. Now he's got 100. Tops, another one of those. Oh, just goes wide into the double one.
David, you require 64.
Superstar from Super Bear, but he may not be allowed to stretch his lead. As Evans, eyes up, double 16.
48.
Fails to find
Jordan,
it.
You require 38.
I guess the one thing we're learning so far about Jordan Matthews, rather attacking
19.
player, does go for whatever's left in front of him.
16.
Yeah, direct would be a word that could be used to describe his approach.
No score. Jordan, you require 19.
Double 8.
Game
To
shot
double
on
his
the second leg.
advantage.
Jordan
And he's
Matthews.
enjoying himself, isn't he?
Third leg. It's Jordan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, direct and he's rather pumped up for this debut here at the Super Series.
58.
I have to say, hasn't maybe really been noticed because we've been watching Jordan Matthews, that David Evans is having a really slow start here.
58.
He had the chances to level at one apiece, missed double 16 off the 64, and then 3 clear at double 8.
60.
Yeah, and a bit of a look of
59.
Probably too early to say concern, but he's not happy up there, David Evans.
I wonder if he was a little shell-shocked with that opening leg from his opponent.
40.
I mean, they'll have spent a bit of time with each other in the practice room already. And it's one of the beauties of the Motor Super Series. Talents can be unearthed. They can be
59.
displayed for all to see. You don't have to wait until they go and get a tour card, and by then you know they're pretty good anyway. Nobody knew what to expect
83.
from Jordan Matthews. Here he is, 2-0 up against the group favourite.
Yeah, and he's got a bit of a lead here over David Evans.
100.
Yeah, Evans himself trying to reach Saturday's finals night for a 5th time. Done it 4 times out of his last 6 appearances, but never actually lifted a weekly title.
Yeah, such a good player as well.
47.
He's trying out a different set of darts for
134.
this week. He's got them made in his own name by his equipment manufacturer, and they're working well for him on this occasion.
138.
I do
Jordan,
wonder
you require
sometimes how much that
86.
plays into the psyche of a dart player, though, when things start going slightly wrong.
54.
And that finish there
David,
went
you
slightly
require
wrong
40.
for Matthews, and this is a chance here for Evans, not just to get a point on the board, but to get a break of throat.
Game shot
Yeah,
on a
order
third leg.
could
David
be
Evans.
restored here. It took him 5 attempts to hit a double, but we could see this totally switch. He could win the match
4th leg. It's David to throw
and end
first.
up with a higher average,
Game on.
and that super start from Jordan Matthews may turn out to be something of a false dawn.
96.
I think it's one of those things, isn't it? You're here for the first time. You really wanted to be here as well, and you want to make that really big impact. So you kind of come out, all the adrenaline's
98.
kind of running through your body. Kick off with a 15, but you have to be able to maintain it. You have to keep finding that consistency.
$122. $100. $42.
Yeah, perhaps some early concerns here for David Evans fans, because he's actually not really anywhere near the target when he's away from it. He's
99.
a bit all or nothing, Evans, in this match.
$140.
So Evans looking at 101 when he returns.
60. David, you require 101.
Expect to have a couple of visits from here, but can still do it in one. Oh, this is getting very, very difficult now.
25.
Not the progress he would have
Jordan,
hoped to have
you
made, and
require
Matthews
144.
has to wait for Evans to get out of the way before he throws his darts.
He's rather keen, isn't he?
Calm down, Jordan.
They're super beaver, eager beaver when it comes to getting up on that hockey.
94. David, you require 76.
And in keeping with Evans' own antics here at the Super Series, maybe he shouted "duck" as he threw the first one there.
Yeah, we still spot a random duck around the Portsmouth Super Series every so often.
Yeah, he's the culprit.
68.
But has he been the
Jordan,
master of
you
his own
require
downfall
50.
there? Well, Matthews has been so direct earlier in the match. I'm surprised not to see him go straight for the bullseye on 50.
40. David, you require 8.
After that rather emphatic start from Matthews, now missed 9 at the outer ring. It's allowed Evans another chance,
score.
but wow.
Jordan, you require
Yeah, a bit
10.
of a shrug of the shoulders there because that was way off.
Game shot on a 4
But that
flag.
wasn't.
Jordan Matthews.
Jordan Matthews now stretching into a 3-1 lead and has got the darts here to win 4-1.
5th flag. It's Jordan to throw first. Game on.
But he certainly looks the happier of the two, doesn't he? Evans looks a little bit hot and bothered, if truth be told.
100. $58. $86.
Yeah, Evans is going to have to dig deep. He doesn't like the way that first one is lying. Can't get the
43.
Can't get the sight to get over the top of it.
Well, you could see the way through that was
45.
all wrong, and he knew it. But he's totally getting away with it here. David Evans is not at the races, is he?
Visits so far this match, or this leg, sorry, 58 followed.
58.
Well, there by another 58.
Oh,
No
wow.
score.
Well, that is such a rare thing to happen. Even David Evans can't cope. He's done the Gary Anderson. A 180 on the floor. I'd ask you if you've ever seen the like, Laura, but we have.
Yeah, we have. We have indeed. But yeah, still, that's painful.
85.
So much room in the middle of that bed as well for him and just clatters into them all. Oh, no, not again.
Switch.
No!
Oh.
60.
I'm feeling it.
We've had two 9-darters. I think we've had two 170s. I thought we were going to get back-to-back just explosive throws out the treble 20.
Did tell him to switch.
He did.
82.
I don't know if he can hear you or if... He doesn't actually seem the type that perhaps would even listen if you did tell him, so...
I mean, it's really unlucky. Still 3-1 up in the match and
121.
on course to go and win it. It seems to have affected David Evans more than him.
100%. He's... yeah, I was going to say he's had... So there's like 3 treble 20s actually
Jordan,
on the
require
floor.
89.
Perhaps 4.
Yeah. And he's still going to win it at a canter. Oh,
57. David, you require 76.
Evans gets a chance to capitalise.
Staying up there for single. Yeah, and a shake of the head there, and I look to the heavens because it's all gone wrong here for David Evans.
If it was 3 on the floor, he would have hit 8 treble 20s in the leg. If we're
36.
saying 4, that would be
Jordan,
9
you require 32.
treble 20s in this leg. Which is won
And the match
by Jordan Matthews, despite all those brutal bounce outs. But he's a very, very happy bear in the end. Yeah, enjoy it, why not? Well, he did not let the adversity bother him. Plenty of bad luck in that final leg. David Evans can't look at him, he can't believe it. Just wasn't really in that match at all. It's a 4-1 win for Jordan Matthews on debut here at the Super Series. It doesn't tell the story. That last leg will be played over and over again in disbelief with all those points on the floor, but all that matters is the 2 points on the board for Matthews, who beats Evans 4-1. Coming next, David Davis is out for the first time. He's up against Paul Hogan.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And here we will be seeing David Davis for the first time this evening. He's facing Paul Hogan. Paul Hogan in his opener, he went down 4-1 to Sebastian Białowski. So you feel already at this early stage it's going to be quite important for Paul Hogan to just make that bit of progression, try and get a point on the board, because he could quite easily find himself cut adrift 2 games into it with just 2 to go. David Davis here on his 8th appearance here at the Modus Super Series has made finals night 4 times, never actually lifted the trophy, but knows what to do. And as you mentioned earlier, Murph, he's one of those players that seems to just get slightly better each time he comes.
Yeah, the Denby Darter plays in the same team as your mucker Mark Webster. ADC Welsh champion, the 39-year-old, taking on Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan, who has played already.
First leg, it's David to throw
beaten 4-1
first.
in that opening match. And
Game on.
we did mention it, he could very quickly find himself behind. However, the fact that Jordan Matthews has beaten David Evans 4-1, well, I'm not quite sure what that does to this group. Whether or not it gives people hope that the
81
favourite before a dart was thrown is not going to be one of those running away with it, or whether it actually makes the likes of Hogan think, oh no, I've got another decent player to contend
140.
Yeah, I think with the likes of Paul, I think he's one of those players, isn't he, that just kind of, he just plays. He just goes about his business as it is. But as you say, the pressure can mount in a format like this as the games go on and the end edges ever so much closer. Yeah, a strange one between Matthews and Evans. If you weren't watching it, it's definitely one to watch back on, because I think we counted there was 4 treble 20s on the floor at one point for Jordan Matthews.
Yeah, remarkable. And that was back-to-back visits.
60.
Just shades of that world final, wasn't it, between Anderson and Taylor, when Anderson opened a leg with a 180. All 3 of the darts went onto the floor.
45.
And Phil Taylor stepped up and hit one himself.
Yeah, he used to do things like that, didn't he, Phil? Yeah, already I can see
60.
Paul Hogan just shaking his head in the background, just not comfy, not happy with the way things are going. And I can understand why he just hasn't found his stride yet.
Always expect to get at least 1 or 2 really decent performances out of him on any given evening. Paul Hogan, never one of those players where if it starts bad, it necessarily stays bad.
83.
I think we did see that this afternoon from Pontus Danielsson.
Yeah, took out a rather nice 167. Pontus.
100. David, you require 117.
117. The equation for David Davis cannot be done.
$77. Paul, you require 40.
So for an immediate breaker throw on tops.
No score.
Couldn't find
David,
it.
You require 40.
Yes, a big chance there for Hoagie to just move forward slightly. Going to have to find a break if he is going to win this match, but that's a wild one from David Davis. And so is that.
26. Paul, you require 40.
Yeah, a little bit of rust here from Davis, but Hogan can't seem to locate a double. There's one.
On the first leg, Paul Hogan.
And there's the first leg.
Second leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Yeah,
44.
I've known Paul Hogan for many a year. Used to be a fellow county dart player with myself back at Hampshire. Also played alongside his wife Angela for many a year.
57.
Just one of those players that, like you mentioned, you know that there's just such a big performance in there. Doesn't always deliver it. It's
81.
definitely there or thereabouts.
Do get involved if you are watching us here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Make sure you are one of our subscribers. Really does help the production of the Super Series.
120.
For every new subscriber tonight, you'll get a 180 dedicated to you. Might end up on the floor,
I was
mine.
going to say, where's it going to finish up?
100.
But yeah, any questions for Laura Turner alongside me? You can ask. She may not answer. And let us know who you think will win
100.
this week, which I think is a week of unpredictability.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think there's anyone that probably doesn't think that Robert Thornton
100.
deserves at
Paulie
least
require
one weekly win here at the Super Series, but still got to get through to finals night from Group C.
140.
Nicely crafted leave there from Paul Hogan, but will he get a go at what he's left?
Yeah, he will. And David Davis also knows that Hoagie is definitely coming back. 3 in hand at 888.
96. Paulie requires 16. Game shot on his second leg.
Well,
Paul Hogan.
Just snuck in the corner quite high, but still very effective. And 2-0 now to Paul Hogan.
Third leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Actually met David Davis over in Denmark. He played in one of the WDF tournaments over there. Actually made it all the way through to the semi-final before he ran into Jimmy Van Schie, another name that is very familiar to us here, but did have a good run. Beat the likes of Liam Mendel Lawrence, Neil Duff, Davey Kerwin and John Scott.
Someone's just subscribed, Laura.
There is your 180. You're welcome.
100.
Maybe another one. Shaking the head. He wanted to get in on that act, didn't he, this week?
Well, I always say things come in threes, but we've had just the 2, so I think it's destined. Perhaps it's destined for Saturday in front of a nice live crowd.
And it's never happened on a Saturday night.
60.
Yeah, we're running out of firsts. There's been so many amazing achievements here, that's been here under this roof. But that is one that can still be done.
60.
We may see a spectacular finish from Paul Hogan when he comes back. Davis determined to put the pressure on, but that won't help.
121. Paulie require 161.
Again, similar to the last leg,
David, you require
leaves it really well from that
120.
kind of range and forces Davis to take this, which he won't.
No, and I do wonder sometimes if just the fact that Paul's been out here on the stage, and obviously this is David's first game up here, if that just helps ever so slightly. And this would be for 3-0.
$18. David, you require 80.
Hogan can't look.
Game shot on a
But he'll
third
hear
leg.
that.
David Davies.
And it's that familiar feeling, isn't it? A leg he feels he should have wrapped up, goes the other way.
Fourth flag. It's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think I've maybe should have been more specific when I said any questions for Laura Turner.
I was just looking, yeah.
Yeah, Sam says salt and
95.
vinegar or cheese and onion crisps in a sandwich.
I mean, it's a legitimate question. I will be honest. I do answer anything food-based. But yeah, for me, it's got to be salt and vinegar McCoy's, specifically
140.
with Philadelphia full-fat cream cheese. I do have that quite a lot.
Other brands are available.
Of course, yeah.
But when you're making it tomorrow, bring me some, won't you? And Darren said Laura never answers anyone, so
121.
both of those things have been resolved in the last 20 seconds.
Wonderful. You partial to a crisp sandwich?
100.
When I fell on hard times, yeah.
45. $100.
I'll tell you in the break what sandwiches I used to have when I was a kid.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Not for public
David, you require
attention.
161.
This might be.
And he's got at least 6 from here because Hoagie's left himself on a 159. Can't finish that in 3, so time for Davis.
99. $137.
Well, he's
David,
left
you require
himself
62.
on 22 there with a lack of thought. So Tops
Game shot on a
found for
flag.
the second
David
successive
Davies.
leg, and Davis has clawed his way back into this contest.
2 consecutive
flag,
legs.
it's
Very good
Davis to
finishing
throw
from
first.
Davis.
Game on.
Max asking, after what game do we show next week's lineup? Well, we won't tell you that, Max, because then you'll go off and do something else and come back at that point. We want you to keep watching. Has Laura ever played darts at the
100.
Barnsley Metrodome? I'm sure you have.
I have indeed. Yeah, several times there. Probably different levels of success at Barnsley, but
81.
I think Wigan was probably where I was most successful.
2 finals, same day. I remember it well.
Remember it because it's only happened to me once.
80.
Yeah, I'm still eyeing up one of those.
It may well happen. Of course, the
140.
World Match Play played around the same time the Women's World Match Play. Not this weekend, the weekend after, and probably the most open one yet.
100.
Yeah, I think you only have to kind of reflect at what we did here at the Super Series with the Women's Week, and just, I think everyone thought it was just, Fallon and Bow in the mix, and then up pops Rianne, and
60.
We all know how well she can play, and like you say, it's just such a strong field in the women's match play. It'd be interesting to see who does prevail.
Yeah, well, since then, Noelyn van Leuven's reached the finals night here. Both her
60.
and Bo Greaves have won other PDC titles, Development Tour and Challenge Tour, so really interesting.
140.
And of course,
David,
go
you
through
require
those names. We haven't even mentioned the likes of
161.
Lisa Ashton and Mikuru Suzuki. I mean, both world championships, or former world champion.
And there are so many tournaments to play now with the ADC as well in the mix that all those players are winning things, aren't they,
65.
in different
Poorly require
sort of
80.
codes of the game. Can Paul Hogan win this leg?
50.
It's wide.
David, you require 96.
Don't let him take a penalty.
Oh, don't talk about penalties. I was nearly sick yesterday. It's just, I don't want to think about it. Just win in open play.
40. Poorly require 30.
Decided to go straight for it there. Now has to tidy up. Double 4 is the choice, and that
Shot
is
on
what
a
he
fifth
gets.
flag, Paul Hogan. Sixth flag, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Paul really just trying to G himself up on the stage.
Well, Ashley, who asked you the question about Barnsley
100.
Metrodome, has since revealed that he was the chef at the Metrodome. Did he ever make you a crisp sandwich?
I've never had a crisp sandwich at the Metrodome, no.
85.
Yeah, I won't do question time all night, but yeah. Can get in touch with us directly through the chat. In fact, the same person who asked you about the sandwiches is now asking
95.
if you've ever tried the all-in-one flight stem combos. Seems to have a thing for combos, does Sam?
Yeah, indeed. I have tried them. It's it's not something that I particularly really got on with. Personally, I know some players do use them, but I've seen quite a lot of new kind of dart tech coming in. You know, the 3-stem flight. I mean, that just baffles me how that works because I'm just so used to seeing flights with four on them. So yeah, I think it's different. It's horses for courses, isn't it? Different things suit different players.
100. $60.
Well, people asking about how players get invited to the Super Series. We have a team of scouts around the country and indeed links with the ADC, both here and in Europe.
148.
And track the progress of players. Paul Hogan, though, well known.
Game shot and the match.
And he's won that
Paul
well.
Hogan.
With a fantastic checkout in the end. Not quite the same level of celebration we got from Jordan Matthews in the previous match, but a 4-2 win as Hogan puts the opening result right. Lost it 4-1, but wins this one 4-2 and finishes it in style with that 1-4-8 checkout. Fantastic stuff from him in the end. Białecki is back next. He takes on Jordan Matthews. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the 4th game of tonight's 10. And it features 2 of the players who won their opening encounters, Sebastian Białecki and Jordan Matthews, the 2 players from the 5 in this group that are yet to taste defeat. That will change for one of them here. Białecki, the 20-year-old Pole, very well known, a winner on the Super Series stage before. We're getting a look at Jordan Matthews for the first time. He has been playing some excellent stuff in local tournaments and has earned the call up to the Super Series. And well, he was an entertaining watch for various reasons in his opening match, Laura.
Yeah, it was. It was a strange game, wasn't it? It kicked off with a nice 15 darter. Dave Evans just couldn't rally. Matthews ran out a 4-1 winner, but it was just in that final leg. 2 sat plumb in the treble 20, lots of room, clashes into them, explodes off the board. That's a rarity in itself. Then follows up by knocking his darts out the treble 20 in the next throw. So
100.
I think perhaps more of the treble 20 hitting, but let's just hope they stay in the board. Maybe a bit of switching, as you suggested before.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly how many points were on the floor, but it's possible there was 300 on the floor. Does look like he uses those points that you can just screw in and change. I wonder if he's gone for a sharper set. But he's going to be up against it here, isn't he, against Białecki, because that's 3 straight ton 40s to open this game.
Yeah, real focus here from Białecki is another one.
39.
Bounces out the treble target for Jordan Matthews.
Well, that's a stunning leg.
Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian Białecki.
Białecki making them all stick.
Second leg.
11 darter to open up.
Game on.
Yeah, I can only think, Laura, if you watch all of these darts that have bounced out, they've all been in trebles or around trebles. So you've got to sort of think that they've maybe clipped wires and just stopped the point penetrating the board perfectly.
Now, if you look at his throw, it's probably not. If you compare it to, say, someone like Białecki, who's just very firm, very direct, very hard.
125.
Then if you do clatter into a wire, you don't necessarily lose the momentum, but you can just see it's a much more delicate throw-in action from Matthews. So when it clatters in at that angle, I think that's why you're probably getting them falling out.
Yeah, he seems to be in the zone here, Białecki. A worry for Jordan Matthews in this game already.
100.
The sort of match where he'd be lucky to lose 4-0.
Well, Białecki would have seen Matthews beat the odds compiler's favourite in David Evans in their opening match, and perhaps senses this is a real key opportunity to try and forge a place at the top of the table.
100. 85.
Well, it's Jordan Matthews that's down to the finish first. 167. Big ask for him, but Białecki with a chance here to leave something a lot lower.
44. Jordan, you require 167.
Well, he's done well here because Białecki was running away with this, and he's put himself in position in case this does not go. And it won't, so Matthews returns to level
64.
the match.
Jordan, you require 28.
Yeah, 77. Could that be awkward?
14.
It
Sebastian,
was
you
slightly,
require
so
68.
Białecki here, 68 required to go 2-0 in front.
$64. Jordan, you require 14.
We mentioned before, he's a very direct player. Does go straight for it. Has to move to just get a clear vision on that target and
No
can't
score.
find it.
Sebastian, you require 4.
Did all the hard work in getting there, but then couldn't cross the line. 6 missed by Matthews. At the outer ring, and now Białecki takes aim. Double one.
No score.
One of those legs.
Jordan, you require 14.
Trust me, I can really empathise. Now 2-2 for Matthews, and
10.
I'm telling you now, I think that was in.
Sebastian, you require 4.
And he's got to think about the equipment now, hasn't he? Because it's his points. It's not the dartboard. Everyone else's darts are sticking in.
Game shot on his second leg. Sebastian Białecki.
Yeah, you have to say, he's definitely... Jordan Matthews did get away with it slightly in his opening match
Third
against
leg,
Dave
it's
Evans, but he's
Sebastian to
not
throw
going to keep
first.
getting away with it. And
Game on.
that was a leg-winning chance there, and it just exploded out the board.
Yeah, if you were going to give him any advice, what would it be, Laura?
59.
Well, yeah, if he's got those points, as you mentioned, if he's got spare ones, I would suggest changing them, but...
Yeah, stop using rubber
60.
points, Jordan.
Firecrackers at the end of your darts is probably not advisable.
$60.
We saw him have, 180 on the floor in the previous match, but that double two probably will hurt the most, won't it? Because that was
99.
in the double to win the leg.
Yeah, that occasion he did decide to switch at the end. I think that's the other thing. When it keeps happening, it's something that plays on your mind. And I guess, I say the irony, but it does feel rather ironic that when they have bounced out, they haven't been bouncing out the treble one. They haven't been bouncing out the wrong double. They've been bouncing out of those really big targets. The treble 20, the treble 19, the double 2.
$137.
If it's a double to win a match, he'll have to run up, won't he, and grab it.
140. Sebastian, you require 146.
I've seen that on a few occasions as well. That's one of the rules of darts. Even if you call game shot, you have to retrieve your darts from the board.
58. Jordan, you require 102.
Options. Tops.
82. Sebastian, you require 88.
Białecki gets a go at 88. 18s. The bolt for Bolt. Brilliant.
Shot on a third leg. Sebastian
3-0.
Białecki.
One thing I will say, you have to give credit to Jordan Matthews for how he
Fourth
himself
leg.
has
It's Jordan
dealt
to
with
throw
this.
first. Game on.
I mean, obviously, it could be something that he's used to having happened if it's, down to the dynamic of his throw. And once again, in the treble 20 and out on the floor. I don't know many dart players that could perhaps remain as calm as he seems to be with all this happening.
I mean, we've never seen him play before. I've seen
44.
some of his numbers and statistics, but I've never seen him. You all right in the flesh? And maybe it's just part of his
60.
game, Laura. Who knows? How good would he be if they all stayed in?
Well, yeah.
Because he doesn't seem like he's reacting as if it's out of the ordinary.
No. No, I reckon...
80.
Well, is it contagious? Is that catching now?
Have they swapped darts? Bonkers. That's not staying if he stays there.
58.
That's wise to move.
Yeah, I think if I had a bit of sandpaper or something, might run it down and just scuff up the ends of them.
25.
Right, can somebody go behind the stage and see if someone's there with a giant hammer? Like a
95.
A dodgy fairground game.
Instead of, what was it, whack-a-mole? It's like whack-a-dart. Because, yeah, it's just bizarre.
100.
Make the point as well, or that dart in the treble one was precarious. It stayed in. Every single dart that's fallen out tonight, and there have been, what, about 10 of them for Jordan Matthews, they've either been in treble 20, treble 19, or a double that would have won the leg.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's unfortunate, and I'm sure there are certain players that, like I say, would not deal with it in the same way that Jordan Matthews has.
80. Sebastian, you require 167.
Not much fun, but he's taking it in his stride.
$102. Jordan, you
Pressure on the
require
60 now. Finds the single. Can he get over the top of that? He has to move. It's a bit of a blocker the way his darts land.
Game shot on the fourth
Yeah,
flag.
but this one he
Jordan
just find it. And he knows where the camera is. Like in this of Jordan Matthews.
Fifth flag. It's Sebastian to throw first.
But a lot of these
Game
amateur darts players watch the Super Series, don't they? And I actually think the first player that sort of started entertaining the camera positions was Germany's David Schlichting. And since he did it, then quite a few have started to almost think about where the camera... Oh, here we go again. I think that was a treble one on that occasion.
21.
Well, he kind of went with the dart then, didn't he? I don't know if that was if I keep it in my hand, it'll stay in. I don't know.
42.
Yeah, Matthews did well to register that last leg. Find a route through to tops, but really open the door here for Sebastian Białecki, who just needs the one leg to win.
83.
Quite a few players in the chat room this evening. Seen Rob Grundy in there.
96.
Of course, did win here at the Super Series before going on to get a tour card. Hope you're well, Robert. Carl Coleman as well, another great player from the same part of the world as Jordan.
58.
As I say, I logged on to the chat earlier on. There was a couple of hundred people waiting for the show to start, and there was a lot of love in there for Jordan Matthews.
44.
So he's been doing good things. It's been rather unfortunate with the amount of untimely, I wouldn't even call them bounce outs. They almost kind of fall out or explode out of the board.
96.
Well, Białecki might be about to put him out of his misery in this one.
122.
Yeah, good setup play there from Białecki, and all Matthews can do now is just try and find a big score, put a bit of pressure on the 32.
60. Sebastian, you require 32.
So, double 16 for a 4-1 win. Started the match in style, did Sebastian, with that 11-darter. He's had to work hard for it in the end.
Sebastian Białecki.
Not the easiest 4-1 win he'll ever get, but he will get the points. And he will be top of the table. Because that is 2 from 2 for Sebastian Białecki. He and Jordan Matthews, well, they weren't poles apart in that game. Matthews, with more bad luck with darts falling out, really does need to look at those points and see if there's something he can do to change that. But Białecki took full advantage, doubled his points tally with 2 from 2 tonight, and now looking to get their first 2 points to the two Davids, Evans and Davis, next. The action continues here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the Modus Super Series, and the 5th game of the night is about to get underway, and it features 2 players that lost their opening encounters, the two Davids. Davis at the back of the stage there. He went down 4-2 to Paul Hogan, and Evans was beaten by the entertaining Jordan Matthews in the opening battle for that pair. Matthews winning that 4-1. He's since lost 4-1 to Sebastian Białecki, who's won both of his matches after beating Hogan 4-1 himself. So this one a really crucial one, because somebody at the halfway stage of the evening will be stranded to the foot of the table without a point to their name.
134.
Yeah, I do expect a different version of David Evans to perhaps come out in the second game. We would have seen Sebastian Białecki then stretch that lead to get those 2 back-to-back wins. Just wasn't firing on all cylinders, I think, in his opening match. And that is one of the things, you've got to remember. Dart players, at the end of the day, they're humans. Sometimes it just doesn't always go quite right.
93.
Both showed visible signs of frustration in those early defeats, but both have played here enough and in this group enough to be well aware that it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
We just look at David Evans' campaign in Group A, winning those
104
last 5 matches yesterday. That put him in second place overall in what was a really, really tight table between the top 5.
Yeah, rarely seen. 28. I don't think we've ever seen a 5th place player on 16 points. That is incredible. His miss has been low tonight, hasn't it? That's been a problem for him.
56.
Yeah, and the way they landed the board for David Evans, it makes it very awkward. I've seen him having to switch at times when he probably wouldn't naturally want to.
46.
Yes, all the plan there for Davis, but unfortunately not the right execution. So Evans here for a 1-1-4. Yeah, finds the treble 18, which leaves him tops.
94.
And as you were saying, just a bit low on those crucial moments.
And David Davis's miss has generally been wide, and that's causing
84.
him problems because it's made it harder to leave checkouts or to complete checkouts at times. There's another low one that makes things awkward for Evans.
No score. David, you require 145.
Yeah, a bit of a reoccurring theme here for Evans. Missed 4 in the opening leg here, but treble 15 for tops for David Davis to steal this leg.
105. David, you require 20.
Well, Evans was looking at the heavens, shaking his head.
Game shot
Good use of the guide.
David Evans.
And Evans might be able to afford a smile in a moment.
Second leg, it's David Davies to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, clearly doesn't look happy, David Evans. And can understand why in that opening match against Jordan Matthews.
41.
1 from 10 on the outer ring. So far 1 from 6 here, but in a much better position.
45. $92. $85.
And neither of them have looked particularly settled, particularly comfortable up there so far.
100.
And those misses that you mentioned earlier for Evans,
62.
They were in line but low. Now they're going wide as well. I think he's trying to adjust, but it's not quite working out.
It just doesn't look comfortable.
43.
Davies has been missing wide at times all evening and just gives your opponent some optimism. 19's here. And now treble 20. Again low. That one, though, on point.
99.
Remaining games for this pair. Evans takes on Białecki and Hogan. Davis takes
81.
on Białecki and Matthews.
Yeah, and I think Jordan Matthews is going to be one of those players that kind of keeps us on our toes, because we've seen the 15
60.
darter.
David, you require 144.
Seeing he can find the treble 20 target, just keeping him in there has been the difficulty so far for him.
Well, there's been fantastic viewership tonight on the Super Series YouTube channel, and I tell you what, that viewership has spiked when he's playing, so I get the sense that he's pretty well known in certain darting circles.
$87. David, you require 100.
It's a good light. Yeah, I can understand why he stayed there. Quite a lot of players obviously prefer the tops option.
60. David, you require 63.
That's one dart at tops.
43.
Well, we've been talking about
David,
low
you require
misses.
40.
That was very, very low.
$20. David, you require 20.
Yeah, another let off there for David Evans. Converted this last time. If he's going to do it again, needs to find double 5.
Game shot on second leg. David Evans.
A bit telling off of himself there. He's almost
Third
feeling like
leg,
someone
it's
who's
David
perhaps
Evans
got...
to throw first.
Sometimes
Game on.
when you play day after day after day, you can get a bit of tension and tightness on the inside of your, inside of your elbow. He's almost, it doesn't look like anything's affecting him, but the way they're going low, it's almost like he's, just got a bit of discomfort there.
And it's why all of those players that battled it out in Group A would have been so determined to get through, and why Lee Cox will be so relieved that he is
60.
through. Because there is no guarantee, as he, more than anybody else, has come to understand, of actually making it through from the group you go into after that. Robert Thornton might not make it. David Evans might not make it.
60.
Yeah, absolutely no guarantees in darts.
98.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that you might be right,
100.
Laura, that there might be some problem, because he's a long way off the standard that we usually see from him.
Yeah, because even when he's finding the target, the consistency of for a lot of dart players, especially someone like Dave Evans, who's
48.
been on the Pro Tour, played at such a high level. It's repetition, and he's not able to repeat that throw to get the target more than 2 or 3 times. He's going to hit a 180 now. I've said that.
83.
Yeah, David Davis himself, though, he's off it as well, isn't he? It's just not what was expected.
85.
We expect some level of inconsistency from Paul Hogan. We know he's got a high game
59.
and can have the odd off game. And he's shown that tonight. Really only Białecki's played well
81.
all evening.
David,
Everyone
you
else,
require
everyone else, I
100.
would say, has been below par.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, and I imagine the players will agree with it themselves. One thing players do recognise is when they do underperform.
45.
Yeah, and another
David, you
wild one
require
there from Evans. Offers the
129.
opportunity here to David Davis. 129 though. Just hasn't shown signs of really threatening it. Did miss the 145 in the opener on the double.
Well, I was thinking that when Hogan took out the 148 against Davis at the end of that match. Neither player had shown any signs of such a thing, but Hogan won the game with an
83.
absolutely superb finish.
David, you require 55.
Yeah, if it was a goal, I think my daughter would call it a worldie.
What's evident is neither player's enjoying this.
Game shot on a third leg.
Even
David
at
Evans.
3-0 up, David Evans, the shoulders are slumped. It all looks like hard work.
Fourth leg. It's David Davies to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and it's one of those matches where, as we've mentioned, neither have performed to the levels that we come to expect from the pair of them. And if Davis was to lose this
100
without actually getting a leg on the board, I think he'd be bitterly disappointed because it's a massive opportunity against the odds compiler's favourite coming into tonight.
Well, that will change. I think they'll be scratching their heads as well with what has been seen so far.
100.
Timely reminder to only ever gamble what you can afford. 18 plus, begambleaware.org for information on safer gambling.
56. 83.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I think David Evans is one of those players that has actually qualified through Group A, has had that kind of luxury of having the couple of days off.
96.
So, whilst this isn't a unique experience to him, it's probably one that he's not relishing having to do days 4 and 5.
He's done it with 14 wins out of 15 as well.
85.
If you'd only watched him for the first time tonight, you would not believe that statement, would you?
No, not at all. It's been a real struggle.
$45.
For this one, looks like it will be going his way.
$100.
Yeah, good visit there from Evans. I feel like he's putting quite a lot into each time he toes that oki.
140.
And a great reply from David Davis.
David, you require 133.
Again, another one just pulled wide.
33.
It takes off the odds,
David,
but that was
64.
by no way the route he was planning.
Double top then to avoid the whitewash.
Game shot on a fourth
That will
leg.
be
David Davies.
something of a relief.
Fifth leg. It's David Evans to throw first. Game on. 60.
Yeah, you could say with the table as it is at the moment, there might be a point when we come to tomorrow where you're looking at leg difference. Obviously, we saw leg difference split those
100
players up in Group A.
$44.
Yeah, I think the other thing perhaps looking at David Evans is he might be feeling just a bit hot up there.
123.
Could be that there's moisture actually on his hands that's obviously just, not helping him.
It has been a warmer day, hasn't it, after the summer seemed to have ended
55.
for a while, but I was back out today and this building can get quite hot. Everyone going through their own sort of personal battles today, because he does seem to be the only one of the 5 players that's feeling that way.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just because we've got the luxury of air conditioning, but I feel quite fine.
81. David, you require
Maybe you could come and sit up here in between matches.
It's something that as players that you have to get used to, because the different venues that we play at, they're all different times of year, different countries that we visit. It does affect the temperature.
122.
Well, the comeback is well and truly on here for David Davis.
100. David, you require 16.
Yeah, he's that one leg that he won, it suddenly seems to have ignited something in Davis here.
No score.
That's unlucky.
David, you require 161.
3 very well thrown darts, but Evans match winning chance here again. 161 required.
$55. David, you require 16.
Yeah, once again, all just starting to unravel slightly here for Evans. If Davis can convert this 8-8, well, now 4-4.
Game shot on a 5th leg. David Davies.
Yeah, now David Davis has the darts to make it 3 apiece and force a deciding leg.
6th leg. It's David Davies who
Game
go
on.
first.
It's a game that's been going on for the best part of 17 minutes, and you would not expect that in a 7-leg match between these two. You'd think that would be over by now based on the standard that we know they're both capable of producing.
100.
Not slow players either.
No, they're not hanging around.
Well, I hope you do hang around,
57.
because after this match we will be revealing next week's lineup, and it is certainly worth watching out for.
43.
Again, that dart just proving awkward when it lands low on the treble 20 target. Has to switch. Does find the treble 18 in the end, but I think there are some worrying signs here for David Evans.
We made the point, didn't we? At 3-0, he
100.
didn't look happy, didn't look comfortable, and that's never a good sign.
No, and as a player, again, shaking the head, doesn't like the light. As a player, if you... Okay, the result is what matters, but if it doesn't feel right, doesn't feel
85.
comfortable, it's hard. You have to kind of battle through until everything kind of rights itself again.
$41. $63.
Well, that hit the dart and came out.
96.
Yeah, really visibly hot and bothered.
Yeah, and haven't seen David Evans play on a few occasions. He is one of those players that probably does look a bit flushed and a bit flustered when there is that additional
55.
pressure. And I think just the
David, you
nature
require
of how he's playing is
121.
probably piling on the pressure for him.
We'll have to go the... Well, I was going to say we'll have to go the Evans route, but he thought better of that. Didn't fancy Evans for the 148. Didn't fancy him.
David, you require 148.
Well, we saw Paul Hogan take this out to take the match in his 4-2 win over Davis. Could it be a bit of history repeating itself? That would hurt, wouldn't it?
Goes the 18s route, and it's on. Confirmation that it's no longer on.
73. David, you require 36.
Yeah, to level us up at 3 apiece.
Game shot on a
And we
sick
do
flag.
go to a
David
deciding
Davey.
leg, our first deciding leg of this evening.
7 from final leg. It's David Evans to throw first. Game on.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau!
Gosh, I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
Won the Saudi Open on the Asian Tour in April, and he won the International Series event in Macau in March, beating David Puig in a playoff. Here's a man with 9 career wins, 3 of them on the DP World Tour. 33 years of age from Sacramento, and he is making the most of his chance.
And remember, John Catlin playing as a reserve for Charles Howell III, who's injured. If he were to go on to win this, he gets those points. That would move him right at the top 24 number. Move him at 20th currently. Yeah, another beautiful shot. These guys making this look so easy.
Tyrrell having a day. The Englishman 6 under par. He shares the lead with Abraham Answer for the time being at least. Now this is Abraham Answer to stay at 7 under and in all likelihood have the open night lead, and that is wonderfully done. Abe Answer with a 64.
This is what Live Golf's about, man. I had a vision of this 2-3 years ago, seeing what the potential could be, and this is just the start. I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
Live Golf returns to the beautiful Andalusia and the iconic Real Club Valderrama for the 2nd consecutive year. 4 Spanish-born Live Golf players, including first-year member John Rahm, will have plenty support this week as they compete in front of their home fans at Live Golf Andalusia. Torquay GC, Taylor Gooch, team and individual defending champs in Valderrama. But can Legion 13 and John Rahm keep up their momentum? We're here to talk about all of that and more. Welcome to Club 54 pre-round show. Oh my goodness, we are so excited. I'm your host, Christian Crosby, and joining me is 7-time worldwide winner, pro golfer, Live Golf reserve member, and now Live Golf analyst, Gonzalo Fernando Castaño. Welcome to the show, my guy.
Thank you, Christian. That was pretty good.
Is that good?
To say. Yeah, I have to say. I mean, you were a little worried about my name, but I have to say that was impressive.
Was it all right? The end of it could have been a little sharper, but
I've had worse.
Okay, we'll get there. Also joining us today, my BFF forever, your favorite live golf analyst, Jerry Fultz in the house, looking absolutely fly. Can I just say we're three fly guys right here doing our thing?
And by the way, from now on, it's just strictly Gonzo. Yeah, strictly Gonzo.
Fair enough. We are in the beautiful Valderrama, which some say is the European Augusta. It's so special. There's so much history here. There's so much Spanish history here. I'm never leaving, by the way. Gonzalo, tell us why this place is so special.
Well, it has so much history behind. It's only a 50-year-old club, but so much has happened through the years. I mean, we had the Ryder Cup, we had World Golf Championships, and now we have LIV. I mean, we couldn't ask for any better. We're excited as members to have you guys here. I missed it last year. There was no way I was going to miss it this year.
And the course is not only revered by the history of the game, but it's also revered by the players because it's fair, but it is a beast.
It is a beast, especially with this wind. As you can see, the wind is blowing today. I mean, and that's what makes this course really tricky. There's rough, more rough than last year. The greens are going to get firmer. This wind is going to dry them up. But I think it's a beast to tame. Last year, 12 under, very impressive, especially over 3 rounds. I guess this year the results might not be as low. We'll see.
They've had winning scores as high as 1 over par in the history of this event with the European Tour playing here as well.
That's right. Now, we have Fireballs as the home team here, but there's a guy named Jon Rahm who the fans have to be excited about. I know you weren't here last year, but can you just talk about the impact Jon Rahm being here playing as a LIV Golf member for the first time, how special that is?
Well, it's huge. You just have to, I mean, you look at the background, you see all the crowds they're gathering. I mean, we are all excited to have John. We were excited to have, I mean, the rest of the field, but I mean, having John on LIV, it's a massive change. And what you can say, he's hungry. He's hungry. He hasn't won yet. He hasn't played great on this course in the past. I think 1 second finish, but he's missed the cut twice. So
yeah, he's played 3 times. He's had 2 miserable outings and then a second place finish. Is it a course that fits his game?
Is there a course that doesn't fit his game? That's a question.
That's a great point right there.
Let's take a look at some social on Jon Rahm. Take a look here. And as we pull this up, I just got to ask you guys, look, this is actually a good one right here. Young Jon Rahm getting an autograph from Henrik Stenson, which... Just take a look at this photo. How awesome is this, seeing him in Valderrama in 2007, to think about his journey? Just how cool is this?
Well, the story behind this is it's as juniors, if you were in the national team, kind of the prize for being on the team, you would come and see the season-ending tournament of the European Tour, which was here in Valderrama. So I remember I do have photos with Sevi, with Oli, with all my childhood heroes. So it's the same way just John was there with Henrik.
That is fantastic. Well, he said that he never had really the chance to play here, being from a different part of Spain, and not the easiest golf course to get on if you're not a member here either. So what a special treat it is for those young men.
We're going to talk about him a little bit more, but our last LIV event was in Nashville, and it saw a double win for Jon Rahm's franchise. His Legion 13 got the team win, and his teammate Tyrrell Hatton took the individual title.
It's a funny memory because so far this season, on a golf course that in theory would be a bit of a birdie fest, we hadn't done our best. I was thinking, this is not going to be maybe the week for Legion 13.
Oh, I mean, it was amazing. I look up and there was just so many people around me that were just cheering, going crazy. And I remember just walking down that fairway thinking about how cool it was.
Tyrrell Hatton is seizing some control. He's the solo leader.
Yeah, just saw one putt go in and that was me off and running then.
Chip and check with the sand wedge here. Played it beautifully.
The goal is to win. When that's the essence of the team, it's infectious, right?
Could it be Jon Rahm's day?
Anyway, buddy.
He's made very clear from the get-go that we aren't on this team just to be here. Winning is the key part, and all right, I'm going to give you everything I got.
It's a Legion 13 dominated pylon in both the individual and team event.
That's what makes us good, because you have 2 guys that are already unbelievably great, and then you have 2 guys that are hungrier than anybody out here.
That's another birdie for Legion 13.
Marching away into the distance at the moment.
He's just not taking his foot off the neck.
Did we get a smile?
Nope.
You know, I thought it was funny, like when he hit his 50-footer on 18 for eagle, he like missed it by this much, and he still like grabs putter and starts talking to it. It's like, it's the last hole you just won, like relax.
Tyrrell has tamed the Grove in Tennessee. Legion 13 win by 5.
I absolutely love the passion from Tyrrell Hatton. I'm from Philly, so our fans get really, really passionate about things. It was so fun to watch him in Nashville. Let's dive into Legion 13 talk a little bit. And we can start with Tyrrell. I would love to hear your thoughts, Jerry, first on how he performed so well in Nashville.
It was a clinic in Nashville. It was a golf course that was pretty forgiving off the tee, and that is the weakness in his game. But that putter was so very hot all week long. And, you know, he's got it. Obviously, we know he's very demonstrative on the course. It might be an understatement. But he's got a little bulldog to him. He got a little sniff of the lead, and he wasn't going to let it go. It's almost like, with the fire in his blood, it's almost like he's Spanish, Gonzo.
Yes.
Because you guys, all of you have passion. I've watched you play a ton, and you demonstrate a little bit of fire out there as well.
We do, and I mean, I love to watch Tyrrell because it's as you said, it's one of those players. He doesn't hide his emotions, and for me that's crucial.
Yeah.
You want to see what the player is feeling at every time, and with Tyrrell there's no secrets, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know, you see on the screen with our what we call this graphic, our lazy Susan. He is really high up in a lot of key graphics, except one that is a lot more important here this week than it was in Nashville: driving the golf ball, keeping it in the fairway.
John and Tyrrell are, I think, second and third in individual scoring. That's 2 out of the top 3 from Legion 13. Can we just talk about how special that is? This is a brand new team that we're talking about entering into Live Golf, and we have 2 guys off Legion in the top 3 in individual scoring. Is that what we would call very special?
Well, you had 2 of the top players in the entire world, regardless of what the rankings might say. 2 of the top players in the entire world start this team together, and obviously they have some help as well.
Well, and as you said, on this course, if you're gonna need something, is to drive the ball well. We've got a saying here in Valderrama. It's like if you don't. It's like playing 32 par 3s, because every shot is not only being on the fairway, it's being on the right place on the fairway. You're gonna be in spots where even being on the fairway, you're gonna be penalized having a tree on the way. So that's something these guys can do, is drive the ball well.
It's cliche to say you play it one shot at a time and don't get ahead of yourself. This course forces you to do that, doesn't it?
You have to. I mean, every shot you're going to face out there, especially on these windy conditions, you have to be fully focused. Most of the times you're even in between the trees. You have to trust in the wind every time, because even though you cannot feel it or it's going to maybe swirl around, when the ball goes up there, you know what's going to happen. So you have to be fully focused. I mean, it's going to be a test and a very good practice for the guys who are playing the Open next week.
Well, Gonzalo, I got a great idea. Jerry, what do you guys think? Shall we take a look at the team standings leaderboard?
Why wouldn't we?
Let's go.
Let's do it. Jerry, tell me what you see as we pull this thing up. Very exciting leaderboard that we have here. Crushers GC at the top, Legion, the boys we just spoke about, in second place, but Torquay GC, the defending champs, are there at third. Jerry, take us through it.
Well, you got the shocking thing is Torquay hasn't won, and they're all the way up at third, much like John Rahm's number 2 in the individual point standing and hasn't won yet. The 4 Acers are the real shocker there, and you see Fireballs all the way down in 8th. That's going to change this week. I promise you that's going to change this week.
Well, we can't wait to see what happens this week in the absolutely stunning Andalusia. As you can see, it's a perfect day for golf. A light breeze, and look at this city, the beautiful trees. The fans are pouring in as we speak to this beautiful course that we call Valderrama. An amazing place. I would encourage anyone to stay. I don't think I'm going to leave, to be honest with you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been Blandemonium over on the Live Golf Podcast. Fairway to Heaven. Check this one out.
You etched your name in the history books at winning 2 senior majors in a row off the trot. The folk hero status is real, and I hear it through the mics when I'm sitting in that commentary box with David and Arlo. I know Sue-Ann hears it and Dom hear it out on the course with you. That's going to continue to grow. Are you comfortable with that? I mean, there's a lot of people rooting for you because of the grit and determination you have and your age.
You know, I hear so many times that, you know, come on, Bladdy, keep going. You know, you're doing us oldies proud. You know, and you kind of for the next 5 hours, just be the best golfer you can be. just forget everything else. Just be the best golfer you can be for the next 5 hours. But that sort of quote sticks with me quite a lot and still does today. You know, if I shared this with you last time, but going back to when I won at the British Masters at 48, you know, I got, I mean, thousands of messages from people all over the globe that I never even, you know, would never even know, never even cross paths with them or whatever. And how it kind of resonated with them, not necessarily towards golf, but maybe whatever their path is in their life, whatever their career is, and that, you know, they were kind of losing, you know, faith in that path of wherever they were going. And
that had to be a lot of fun, Jerry, right?
Yeah, that was Bland V2, actually, version 2. Dickie B, you can't stop him.
Make sure you guys scan that QR code to watch the full episode of Fairway to Heaven with Jerry Fultz and Sue-Ann Hang. His first return back to live after his senior U.S. Open, Richard Bland. We have to talk about this guy. I got a new nickname for him, Blandy Savage. What do you think about that, Jerry?
Oh, that's
Blandy
a new
Savage.
one. Yeah. Well, he's won the Bland Slam.
The Bland
Slam.
I like
the only
that
two
one.
majors he can play in because of politics right now. He's won them both. It's pretty incredible, isn't it, Gonzo?
Hey, there's a reason I'm wearing a Click shirt today. I mean,
Love it.
It's because of Blandy. I mean, if I have to look up to a guy who's peaking at 51 now.
Yeah, 51.
It's crazy. I mean, he's got his first win, as he said, as 48. For somebody like me who's struggling right now on the course, I mean, there's still hope.
There's still hope. That's the great thing about golf. I mean, dreams die hard. And in golf, you're allowed to keep them a lot longer than most other sports. And he gives guys who are getting on in their careers, or guys maybe who never played professional golf, a chance to still dream that when they turn 50 to enjoy that kind of success.
This has got to be huge for the cliques as well. I mean, does this re-energize them? They're currently at 7th in our standings as a team. This has got to be big for them too, right?
Well, the win they got a couple weeks ago, I mean, that nobody would have seen that coming. And Martin Keimer, Captain Martin Keimer, starting to play really well in the addition of Adrian LeBronc, the reigning DP World Tour Player of the Year. He's a stud.
It's great to see Martin playing well again. I mean, they've got a great signing with Adrian. I think that was the best player in Europe last year. So, and the fact that Blandy is playing the way he's doing, I mean, it's nothing is impossible for those guys.
No.
And there's a post right there. New hardware in Newport. And that big smile. I actually flew on the plane with Richard Bland, and I got to admit, he's got a different type of swagger going on lately, man. He was in high spirits. It was a lot of fun chatting with him.
It is amazing. His confidence is at an all-time high at 51 years old. And, you know, he won his first event after being basically a journeyman forever at 48.
Absolutely, Jerry. But funny enough, I remember that very same year talking about his swing on the Players' Lounge with Alvaro Quiros, and we said, I mean, Richard is swinging. I mean, have you checked his swing? He's swinging better than ever.
That's awesome.
And all of a sudden, he got his win, and as you said, it's all about confidence. After that, there's no looking back.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the individual standings. Jerry Gonzalo, would love to hear your thoughts on this incredible leaderboard. Here we go. All right, Jerry, take the lead on this one.
Well, we got Waco in first, as he has been since the very beginning, winning the first event in Mayakoba. John Rahm there in second, who could mathematically pass him this week with the 40 points on offer for first, depending on what Waco does. Who, when you look at that, Gonzo, you've played with most of these guys a lot. Who do you see making a climb this week on this course?
It has to be Sergio. It has to be Sergio. He's won 3 times here, so he has got an amazing record. He's building a course in Portugal, and he wants the course to resemble Valderrama. That's how much he loves it here. He's an honorary member. I mean, we love him at Valderrama. He's always played well, and for me, he's definitely the favorite this week.
Those are the guys on the bubble of the lock zone. Remember, if you finish in the top 24, you are guaranteed a place within Live Golf League 2025. Richard Bland on the outside looking in. Now, the guys below that line will then be technically free agents and can be signed by their teams if they're not already otherwise under contract. But Charles Howell, who's still hurt, he's dropping quickly down at 23. And then we get all the way down to the relegation zone, the dreaded drop zone, if you will. Laurie Cantor, he's been a reserve all year. The name doesn't really affect it too much. But Kali Samuya, a promotions event, a promotee. Brandon Grace. I mean, that is shocking.
That is a big surprise, especially he won on the first year of Live. and he's a hell of a player. I mean, he shot 62, first 62 in a major championship. But you know what? I think these windy conditions can help him this week. So hopefully we can get him, see him going and climbing up those rankings.
All right, we're going to talk more about that, but it's widely considered the most challenging course on the European continent, and it's a course the LIV golfers love. Take a look at this.
Man, it's so great to come back.
It's not long at all, but golf courses don't have to be long to be challenging.
It's just the beauty of the trees, the way that the course is built, and it's just a beautiful place.
It's always special coming back to Valderrama. It feels like the kind of the pinnacle of mainland Europe, the Augusta of Europe.
This golf course, it forces you to hit quality golf shots, a certain distance, and if you don't, you're struggling to make par.
It's always refreshing to come to a golf course that is not extremely long, yet it's extremely challenging.
All about wedges, short game, and putting, and that's one of my strengths in my game. It's really a thinking man's game around this golf course, and that's what's fun.
There's going to be adversity that comes about your way, and you got to just fight it. You got to figure out how to get it done.
You're the man, Bryson!
Yeah, there it is.
It's something I look forward to, and it's such a special venue that it would be such a joy to be able to join the history of Spanish players to win here.
Gotta love that. Gonzalo, I got a question for you. You've played here many times and very well, by the way. What's your favorite thing about Valderrama?
It has to be the trees. I love the cork trees. I mean, sometimes they drive me nuts, especially with my driving. But I mean, it's one of the most beautiful courses I've ever played. And as they said, it's always in pristine conditions. It's the Augusta in Europe, so big shout out to the greenkeeping staff, Adolfo Ramos and his team, because they do an amazing job.
You know, one of the amazing things to me about this course, it has the lowest value of distance of all of the courses LIV League plays. Distance is the least important factor for success around here.
Wow, that's a good one, Jerry. Thank you for that. All right, so who's going to contend? We haven't brought up one guy that goes by the name of Taylor Gooch, the individual champion here last year. Is that someone you would expect to deliver again strong this week?
He hasn't played the way this year that he did all last year, but all the metrics that we have, all the stats that our team puts together that are really, really sophisticated, have Taylor Gooch, Sergio Garcia, and Dean Burmester clicking the most boxes. So I would expect Taylor, because he's such an accurate ball striker, because he plays within himself and never tries overpowering the golf course, to have a good chance here, and also one of the best iron players.
Definitely, and the fact that he won last year, it always brings you good memories. We always say horses for courses. Yeah. So I would say Taylor and definitely Sergio. That would be my two picks.
Now, Jerry, I always have to ask you this every single show. I know you got to go to the main production, but you got to give me your final thoughts, whether it be a dark horse, whether it be another prediction of yours we would never expect. What do you got for us, Jerry?
Sergio is not a dark horse. Sergio has 14 top 10s in full field events in 15 tries here. 14 top 10s in those 3 wins. Sergio is going to get it done this week, and the fireballs are going to climb out of 8. But I mean, I'm sticking with it. That is my prediction. I'll come up with a dark horse tomorrow when we have a little bit of flavor for it.
So you're both rooting for Sergio this week. We'll get your final thought on that in a second, Gonzalo. But first, let's toss it over to our boys in the booth, David and Arlo. What's up, guys?
How lovely to be back in Europe. It's one of the highlights every season of the LIV Golf League, and Andalusia is playing host to us. The sun hasn't stopped shining since we arrived. And look at the range here behind us as the players prepare for the shotgun start. The place is packed, so lots of fans have come in to support probably the likes of Jon Rahm and Sergio Garcia. David, this course at Valderrama is revered by most in the sport. What are the specific challenges that it poses?
It's a golf course that it tests every aspect of the game. You know, short game, long game, scrambling, the whole lot. You're going to use every club in the bag. You're going to use the same club twice, sometimes in some of these holes out here. And we got the wind blowing today. You have to hit fairways, not just, the fairway, but a specific part of the fairway because of these cork oaks that overhang some of the greens. To get an angle into the flag, you got to be in the right spot. It's really a test.
A huge weekend potentially for Spanish sport as well. Carlos Alcaraz is in the Wimbledon semi-finals. He might be in the final on Sunday. Spain in the final of the European football against England on Sunday. Maybe Jon Rahm could win for the first time as a live golfer. We shall wait and see.
The last time we saw the Majestics, they were on the verge of earning their first podium finish since 2022. Then disaster struck.
Could be the Majestics' day. Maybe they get a first podium in 24 events. Is this their day at last?
Yeah, just get that knife and just start twisting it again. Here we go.
That's the story.
I know. I can handle the story.
It sucks, right? You know, we've been through quite a lot this year as a team. You know, we've been all a bit struggled with our game.
So the Majestics leap over Crushers into third place.
Well, we knew we were up there, yeah, and myself and Sam were making a good few birdies there at the end, so we were moving in the right direction.
The Majestics are tied for second. How about this?
It was pretty funny. I said to Mick, my caddy, I feel a lot more comfortable on this end of the leaderboard than the other end.
They're trying desperately to get on the podium.
Lee and Sam finished incredibly strong, right? Henrik and I did pretty much the opposite.
Henrik Stenson. No.
Oh my goodness.
And I finished bogey, double bogey, par. Dead simple. I f***ed up.
It looks like the Majestics are going to miss out in heartbreaking fashion.
I think one word describes it. Am I allowed to swear?
Yeah. I might avoid Poulter on the flight home.
It's golf. We go again. Right, you fall off the horse, you go again.
The Majestics, a solid finish, fourth place.
There's still time, and we keep on working away. It's just exciting to see the team kind of heading in the right direction.
He will grind it and fight it out every step of the way. Not the only one.
Next time we will finish on the podium, and you know, it'll just make it a little bit sweeter.
The Majestics had us on the edge of our seats in Nashville. Hopefully they can get it done this week. We wouldn't have a pre-round show without the one and only Rachel Drummond. I believe she's behind us somewhere out there on the driving range. Rachel, where you at?
Welcome to Valderrama. I mean, look at this. It is so tough out here today. People say this is the European Augusta, and I have to say it's absolutely prime condition. Richie, have a little look at that grass. These guys are practicing. They've let the rough grow up this week around the greens, makes it very demanding. Let's have a little look at this man. He played here in the 97 winning European Ryder Cup team, Lee Westwood. And a caddy here, Mick.
Hello.
You were on the bag at 97 Ryder Cup.
I was indeed. That was a long
Talk
time
to us.
ago.
No. Talk to us about that experience.
I can't remember. It was that long ago. No, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. All Ryder Cups are a lot of fun.
And you got your course guide out. Let's have a little look. What are we looking at? What hole?
Just looking at the first hole, number 5, to see what where the wind is.
What's the line off the tee?
So we'll be coming down here probably about 250 off the tee.
250 off the tee. Simple. Let's have a little look. He's got his lines, using his marker pens. Love it. Right, let's roll. Cheers, Mick. Have a good day. There's Mickelson just warming up behind. Do you know what? This lady that I'm going to grab next, who I've just spotted, was actually my idol growing up. And a lot of you all know who she is. Suzanne Petterson. Suzanne, sorry for jumping you. Right, first experience of Valderrama here at a live event.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. I just had to get a feel for how this is in real life, and very impressed. It's kind of fun.
I've got to ask, 2019 winning putt for the Solheim Cup. Talk us through that experience really quickly.
Well, it was a great moment. It was a great tournament, great atmosphere as well. So I'm just enjoying life, still involved with golf, and obviously always following all the guys.
Love it. Thank you so much, Suzanne. I mean, can you believe it? Here we go, Stenson warming up just here. Holtz won here in 2010. Here we go, we've got the Rippers. Sammy, how's your boy doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Looking forward to getting out there. Yeah.
Cam, you good? He's on his phone. You feeling good, Cam?
What was
You
that?
feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Sorry.
There we go. He's watching the videos. Right, let's keep going. Right, here we go, Coke Crack. Oh, I want to grab this man as well. G-Mac, you've won around here before. Albatross on 17. Tell us about those shots.
Yeah, the win in 2010 was kind of on a Sunday like this, kind of blustery, tough. You know, been coming here since 2002, Volvo Masters. It's one of my favorite venues in the world for sure. It asks a lot of questions. Got to get it in the fairway off a tee, obviously, first and foremost here. But yeah, Albatross on 17, humming downwind. I'd hit 6-iron in the water the day before, so I was hoping I missed the fairway, and I didn't. I hit it right in the left side of the fairway, 7-iron, hopped it right in a perfect spot in. I got an 18th tee, and my heart was racing so much. Big crowd on 17, and it took me one off the lead at the time. And then I hit it through the fairway in 18 and made 6. So, you know, if you'd offered me 4-4 in the 17th tee, and I said, yep, please, 2-6, didn't quite feel as nice.
That's golf, that's golf. Love that. Good luck this week. Right, there's one more man I want to grab, if I can, before we start, Mr. Catlin. He was saying how we've got a west wind this week. I can't see it. We've got a westerly wind this week, which means the course is playing completely different. It's going to be a typical Valderrama challenge. Let's get to the action. I can't wait.
Great job, as always, Rachel Drummond. So exciting to see you do your thing. All right, so I'm going to check on you in just a second, Gonzalo. I want your final thoughts and your final predictions. But first, let's check in with Dom and Sue-Ann and find out what we should watch for today. Toss it to you guys.
Super excited to be back here in Valderrama, Dom, and this is a great test of golf. And one of the main reasons is that not only do you have to hit fairways out here, you have to hit them in the right section of the fairways. John Rahm said in his press conference early on this week that you can hit good shots out here, but still be in a poor position.
Oh, absolutely, Sue-Ann. And this wind today is from the west. They call it the Poniente wind. It's a very warm wind, so it will dry out these greens. And these greens are the smallest we see all year on the Live League. So you've got to find the fairways to be able to hit these greens, because if you're not, you're going to easily bounce over the back into the rough or around the greens into a spot you don't want to be.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you, Sue-Ann and Gonzalo. This is your moment, my guy. This is the time we've been waiting for. I want to hear your final thoughts. Are you sticking with Sergio? Are you sticking with Fireballs GC? And, of course, what do you think we can expect to see here in Valderrama today?
I gotta stick with Sergio. I have to say I'm really looking forward for him to getting his first win here in Valderrama. And listen, anything can happen, but if you will see the first few holes going to be playing very hard into the wind, and so are going to be the last 16, 17, 18. It's a tough finish, so get ready. It's going to be fun.
I got to say, man, I had a lot of fun here with you in the pre-round show. You got to come back.
Hey, I had a great time, so just call me back and I'll be here.
Are you going to get out there today, maybe on the course?
Sure, of course. I mean, I want to see Caleb Surratt, who finished third last week. I can't wait to see most of the guys.
I can't wait to see it now, especially after hosting with you. All right, thank you guys so much for watching Club 54 pre-round show. We are just moments away from that shotgun start at the beautiful Valderrama. As you can see, it's a perfect day for golf. I will see you guys in the post show. Until then, thanks for watching. Enjoy some golf, and of course, peace.
crazy how many teams had a chance to win. The Ripper GC went from 9 back to leading by 2 to near the cellar again late in the day. It was so volatile, counting 4 scores. It was pretty nuts, but you know, the cliques have been cellar dwellers for basically 2.5 seasons, and they come out victorious today. That's awesome.
It'll be the summer of the cliques, definitely. So, like I said, there's definitely more to come from us.
It was a magnificent ball striking performance.
Yeah, you know, I got to speak to someone in his camp before he teed off this morning, and they said to me that he is finally feeling extremely comfortable out here. He's not thinking about any swing thought. He's going out there, he's swinging so freely, and it certainly showed today. The way he drove the ball, the way he hit his irons, and even in his putting as well.
Yeah, and lives in Texas, went to school in Texas. His tour win on the PGA Tour was here in Houston, which is Texas, and now his first live win, Texas.
Honestly, it was just a matter of playing solid coming down the stretch. I think there was a switch there on 15 that I made birdie, he made bogey, and I just knew that I had to par in pretty much, and it was mine. The 18 I made bogey, but it worked. He played unbelievable, and he put pressure all the way to the end, and it was a good battle. I love playing here. Obviously, Texas treats me well. It's my adopted home state, so I'm just happy to get it done again in Houston.
Yeah, welcome back to the Moda Super Series, where we will be seeing David Davis, who has yet to get off the mark today, and he's facing Jordan Matthews. Well, Jordan Matthews did win his opener. He won 4-1 over David Evans. Hasn't been able to pick up any points since, so it will be quite interesting to see how it goes for these two. I'd say for both of them, neither of them have particularly settled in too well, and it looked like a bit of frustration creeping into Jordan Matthews' game in his last matchup against Paul Hogan. We hadn't seen that yet from him, so obviously he's finding it slightly frustrating that he's not producing what he's used to producing.
Yeah, I do know that since the call up to the Super Series, Jordan Matthews has been so keen, impatient to get here and enjoy this moment, this debut night.
First leg, it's
on the
Jordan
Live Lounge stage.
First.
It's become
Game on.
A real target for all dart players out there. And maybe, just maybe, he's practiced a little too much in preparation
60
for this. Stellar start in the opening match when he won 4-1 against David Evans. It's since transpired
79.
that Evans isn't really at the races tonight.
$59.
David Davis is in danger of having a really poor
81.
night, although he could turn it around totally. He's just playing in 2 of the last 3 matches.
Yeah, David Davis lost his opener 4-2 against Paul Hogan.
95.
He took out that glorious 148, the highest checkout that we've seen so far in this Group B session. Narrowly lost out to David Evans, but did well. He was 3-0 down and came back to force a tie-breaking leg.
134.
He's definitely shown sign, David Davis, of what we've seen from him here before. It's just taken him maybe a bit too long to settle into
40.
Into the proceedings.
But he's certainly got the knack of making it through to Saturday. He's done that on several occasions. And he's been a player whose progress at the Super Series seems to have been linear as well. So it would be a big disappointment to not make it again.
Yeah, that's some of the other feedback sometimes you get from players that do come here to the Super Series, is they want to put in a good performance. They want to prove why they've been selected to be here, but also they want to be invited back.
But the easiest way to get invited is to play well when you're here, isn't it? If you get that opportunity, grasp it with both hands.
46. Jordan, you require 148.
You can see the impatience I mentioned in the way that he
David, you
actually
require
approaches the game.
76.
Jordan Matthews is at the hookey before his opponent's halfway down it to retrieve their darts.
No score.
Oh, that's gone horribly wrong.
Jordan, you require 48.
Tops the opener.
28.
And Jordan Matthews really
David, you
has
require
struggled when it's come
76.
to converting these legs.
But Davis has got it all to do again because of that bust.
Well, finds the treble once again, and this time
Game
does
shot on
find the
first
double eight.
leg.
And
David
what a
Davies.
response from David Davis.
That's how to put it right.
Second leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Break to boot as well.
Some of the expressions you're getting from Jordan Matthews in the background, he's more like a grizzly bear than a super bear.
Yeah, I'm getting real Richie Burnett vibes actually from Jordan Matthews. He
41.
doesn't like to stay still for long, does he?
They're right up on the hockey as soon as the player starts to retrieve their darts.
66.
Yeah, one of the more entertaining, intriguing debutants we've had in recent times. We're going to get more next week, as mentioned.
$180.
I know many of you will have plans on Sunday, but if you are at a loose end on Saturday, you can come down to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets are available by scanning that QR code. It'll take you straight through to dartshop.tv. It's just £2, and you can be part of the unique atmosphere here at the Super Series on a Saturday night.
44.
Yeah, I know you mentioned it earlier, but for anyone tuning in, Lee Cox has confirmed his place in Saturday's finals, and I think you mentioned that quite a few tickets were sold as soon as that was confirmed. He's got a big following and a big crowd coming down to support, so make sure you get your tickets ASAP.
$133.
Yeah, he said a few crafty cockneys coming, of course, his nickname a tribute to the late, great Eric Bristow.
$137. Jordan, you require 140.
Yeah, solid visit there from David Davis, and we'll be back for 54.
$45. David, you require 54.
Well, he's hit the double. And now he needs another one. Double 13. Which he's actually already hit in this game, but
46.
not when he wanted it.
Jordan, you require 95.
Yeah, once again, the irony of darts. Doesn't go in when you want it to. And it's not going to go in here for Jordan Matthews as David Davis comes
41.
back for a 2-0 lead.
David, you require 8. Game shot on his second leg. David Davies.
Does double his lead.
Third leg. It's Jordan to throw first.
He
Game
could
on.
quickly turn his night around here. He didn't have any points at all before this game started, but provisionally he's up to third in the table.
81.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
Won the Saudi Open on the Asian Tour in April, and he won the International Series event in Macau in March, beating David Puig in a playoff. Here's a man with 9 career wins, 3 of them on the DP World Tour. 33 years of age from Sacramento, and he is making the most of his chance.
Remember John Catlin playing as a reserve for Charles Howell III, who's injured. If he were to go on to win this, he gets those points. That would move him right at the top 24 number. Move him at 20th currently.
Yeah, another beautiful shot. These guys making this look so easy.
Tyrrell having a day. The Englishman 6 under par. He shares the lead with Abraham Answer for the time being, at least. Now this is Abraham Answer to stay at 7 under and in all likelihood have the open night lead, and that is wonderfully done. Abe Answer with a 64.
This is what Live Golf's about, man. I had a vision of this 2-3 years ago, seeing what the potential could be, and this is just the start. I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
Dave Evans will be facing Paul Hogan, who's, in my opinion, got better and better as the night's gone on. David Davis has got the prospect of facing the table topper in Sebastian Białecki in the final game of the night.
'86. $128. $13.
Man, I think Jordan Matthews may reflect on this opening night. Obviously, he's back tomorrow, can right some of the wrongs, but perhaps just hasn't gone the way he's planned. And what I am seeing is it's giving David Davis this additional confidence up on the stage.
59.
Not happy with this visit.
21.
No, but he's really been afforded time here by Matthews.
60. David, you
So
require
through the night, we've seen
154.
glimpses of what Jordan Matthews has been doing on the ADC circuit. Kicked off with that 15-dart leg. Hasn't been able to reproduce that form.
Hasn't been beaten 4-0 in any game. But Davis on
60.
course to do that here. If he wins this leg, he'll throw for a whitewash win.
$80.
I'm not even going to comment.
David, you require 94.
I just don't know what to say anymore.
Game shot on a third leg.
David Davis knows what to do.
Yeah,
Fourth
17
flag.
dart
It's David
breaker
to throw
throw there
first.
for David Davis.
Game on.
Now throw in for the match. You've only actually seen one other result that's gone 4-0, and that was the previous one where Sebastian Białecki beat Dave Evans 4-0.
52. $99.
It's petered out, hasn't it, the whole occasion for Jordan Matthews. He started it with the win. He had the 87 checkout on the ball in his very first leg when he didn't even need to go for it.
133.
And he was smiling and shrugging off all the bounce outs. But as the night's gone on, losing has started to get to him. not performing to the level that he
99.
knows he's capable of has started to get to him.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it in the body language, the way he's walking around the stage, kind of looking down slightly. We've seen the big reaction that we can get when things do go right, but just not enough has gone right for Jordan Matthews tonight.
$24.
Yeah, would maybe suggest that he looks at his preparation and looks at his equipment tomorrow. So often players prepare for one match, or they've got a knockout mentality. It's a different thing, isn't it, to prepare for a set amount of matches in an evening?
Oh yeah, it really is. Well, we've spoken to a lot of players, haven't we, who they come with their own food, things when your energy gets low, there's lots of things. And there is a 180 for Jordan Matthews.
113.
Out of nowhere. Will it be the last darts he throws tonight?
Low.
David, you require 36.
Much needed boost this for David Davis. Hadn't won either of his first two matches. Double 9 to win.
27.
Matthews
Jordan,
to avoid the whitewash yet again.
Just inside, so double 5. Can he adjust? He can, and finds the target.
Flag, Jordan Matthews.
His head just escapes the whitewash.
5th flag, it's Jordan to throw first.
A bit of Alan Shearer about him, hasn't he, with the celebrations?
$57. $100.
Well, David Davis
57.
has had 4 match-winning darts. Hasn't been able to convert them. Finds himself back now on 401 points, but against the throat.
$45.
Not often you would say this, but when you look at the two groups we've played over the course of the day, you'd be back in the Group C players on finals night over the Group B ones.
45.
Yeah, I think barring Sebastian Białecki, I would have to agree. I think Group C with Lishman, Wozzy, Robert Thornton, they really have produced
100.
Some top-end averages, and it's just been one of those strange nights, I think, here in Group B.
Davis will play Białecki actually in the final
41.
game of this evening, and of course the first of tomorrow. Białecki would be through if he wins both of those matches.
$86.
Yeah, well, this would be some way to see out the match.
25. David, you require
Well, he hit a
170.
single 6 to leave it.
I think sometimes as a player, you just want something that's going to just fire you up. I think winning a match on a 170 checkout is definitely one way of doing it.
Białecki himself missed the ball a couple of times in his previous game. But Davis, having had the opportunity already to win this one, is going to get
61.
another.
David, you require 105.
He's gone into the 11, so 94. Can't find the treble, so just looking to tee up because Matthews is all the way back on 215.
49. $55. David, you require 56.
More match-winning opportunities incoming here for Davis. staring down tops.
Game shot.
Yeah,
and
and he does find tops on this occasion. It is a 4-1 win for David Davis over Jordan Matthews. That is 2 valuable points for Davis on the board at last. And he still has 1 game to go. Could completely turn his night around. Yeah, as for the pair, there you see the stats. Just under a 70 average there for Jordan Matthews. 78 for David Davis was the stronger of the 2 players. And that high checkout of 94 saw him win through. Well, just take a short break and then just join us afterwards, where we will be seeing David Evans taking on Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Our final round starts now!
It's crazy how many teams had a chance to win. The Ripper GC went from 9 back to leading by 2 to near the cellar again late in the day. It was so volatile, counting 4 scores. It was pretty nuts, but you know, the cliques have been cellar dwellers for basically 2.5 seasons, and they come out victorious today. That's awesome.
It'll be the summer of the cliques, definitely. So, like I said, there's definitely more to come from us.
It was a magnificent ball striking performance.
Yeah, you know, I got to speak to someone in his camp before he teed off this morning, and they said to me that he is finally feeling extremely comfortable out here. He's not thinking about any swing thought. He's going out there, he's swinging so freely, and it certainly showed today. The way he drove the ball, the way he hit his irons, and even in his putting as well.
Yeah, and lives in Texas, went to school in Texas. His tour win on the PGA Tour was here in Houston, which is Texas, and now his first live win, Texas.
Honestly, it was just a matter of playing solid coming down the stretch. I think there was a switch there on 15 that I made birdie, he made bogey, and I just knew that I had to power in pretty much, and it was mine. The 18 I made bogey, but it worked. He played unbelievable, and he put pressure all the way to the end, and it was a good battle. I love playing here. Obviously, Texas treats me well. It's my adopted home state, so I'm just happy to get it done again in Houston.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have 2 more tungsten tangos to bring you. And first on the darting dance floor, David Evans and Paul Hogan in the pair's final flings of the night. And with what we've seen so far, then you'd have to say Hogan would be the heavy favourite against the man in Evans who was the favourite to win the group before a dart was thrown. That will not be the case now.
I agree. I think Paul Hogan has just shown that consistency that we spoke of. Bit slow to get off the mark in the very first game of the session, where he lost 4-1 to Białowski, but arguably both Paul Hogan and Białowski have been the strongest of this Group B session.
140.
Yeah, David Evans has got the advantage of throw, but I think for David, he just kind of looks like the guy that just needs to kind of go back, settle into the hotel room, and then just kind of make that reset.
140.
Yeah, more promising start to this game with an early 140. It seemed like an age since he'd hit one of those.
Yeah, didn't find one in the last couple of matches. As you say, that's kind of how you can tell someone like David Evans is out of sorts, because it's quite a key element to his game, when we saw it all the way through Group 8.
45.
You can almost see as well, he's throwing those low darts still, but he's just staying on the treble 20 because he wants to find that feel, that
60,
that range.
Yeah, Paul Hogan, that's one thing, if I was ever to say, for someone who's played the game for as long as he has, has to be better on the board management. 166 left.
83.
Because he didn't switch. Should have gone down to the 19s.
Yeah, the hoagie bogey is a feature of his game, isn't it?
Oh, I like that.
60. Paulie require 106.
Yeah, when things like that happen, when you're not quite on your game, it just feels like everything's conspiring against you.
58. David, you require 136.
136 then. Not happening. So Hogan returns looking for a break in leg 1.
16. David, you require 90.
Oh, Dave Evans took out 96 in his win over David Davis, so now he's looking at 215s for the 90. Yeah, and converts it. And that's a good finish there from David Evans. It's a holder throw, but being on the back foot for most of that leg, it will feel like a bit of a break for Dave Evans.
Game on. $43. $140.
Yeah, slightly better passage of play here from David Evans.
100.
Just doing everything that he possibly can just to keep himself within touching distance of those top 3 positions.
Well, the way he must have been feeling, getting out of the night with 1 win is good. Getting out with 2 would be exceptional.
56.
Yeah, especially when one of the 2 that you potentially are going to beat is above you in the table.
140.
Sebastian Białecki can take a giant leap towards qualification with a win in his final match against David Davis. That would see him go through the card on a rather bizarre night, it has to be said. We've seen
57.
Some strange stuff. Evans out of sorts. Matthews marvellous to start with, and then
44.
really kind of melting down in the end, and all those bounce outs that he suffered not making things any easier on him.
Yeah, I think the likes of David Davis, apart from that win over Jordan Matthews, which was quite comprehensive,
60.
hasn't really looked like he's threatening anyone himself. So as you say, it's just been a bizarre mixed bag of results.
81.
I just think the way Evans has done everything tonight as well, it's just been that second slower, hasn't it?
125.
Like he's trying to find
Paulie
something.
require 93.
Oh, double 16, double 18, and
Gage
double
on a
18 it is
second
there
leg
for
for
Paul
Hogan.
Hogan. That was a good shot there from Paul.
Third
Under a bit
leg,
of
it's
pressure with
David to
that
throw
setup
first.
shot from
Game
David
on.
Evans.
Yeah, really good finish. He has looked a little better in this game, Evans, it has to be said.
140.
Yeah, very much more measured.
$140. $85.
Just seems to be getting that first start right on more occasions than not.
$45.
And this is the other thing. If you're Paul Hogan and you've seen how things have kind of transpired throughout the night, I mean, in terms of averages, it's kind of been round that kind of low 70s for David Evans tonight. If you then see this kind of performance in front of you, you must be thinking, where's this come from? It's not what I've been expecting.
I'm starting to think, and we've said it about Jordan Matthews, I'm thinking about preparation again.
David, you require 96.
Because suddenly he feels good.
On a third leg, David Evans.
Well, where has this come from, and why has it come now?
Yeah, I think that body language from Paul was a bit like,
Paul to throw first.
Okay, not expecting this. But I like the sportsmanship at the end. Gives him the fist bump. The 11 darter there from David
100.
Evans. It equals our best that we've seen tonight, which was also from Sebastian Białecki back in game number 4.
Right, David, wherever you went for your pre-match meal, don't go there tomorrow. Or go there, but about 3 hours earlier.
Yeah, I'd definitely swerve it, I would say.
$100.
I don't know how much each of the players watches and monitors in the practice room and sees what other players are doing, but this must be a bit of a surprise from Paul Hogan.
Oh, 100%. I think so. I can only speak of the experience that I had when I came here for Women's Week, but we were all watching and kind of supporting and cheering each other on. We knew what was going on with everyone else.
So he would have, before the night started, would have expected this to be a difficult game, but having watched how the nights unfolded, he's thinking, well, this should be a bit of a rollover, really.
Yeah, most definitely. I would agree with that.
But he's showing his tenacity, showing that fight.
90. Paulie require 121. $81.
Yeah, good last there from Paul Hogan. Sets up tops. Potential incoming 13, which is a great reply to the 11 we've just seen from Dave Evans.
100. Paulie require 40.
Double 20 found by Hogan to tie up this match at 2-2. And what a good match it's been. Both players averaging in the 90s. We've not said that many times tonight.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
No, sometimes you find in a format where it kind of goes into the early hours of the morning, it's more of a struggle, but actually these guys are finding their best
60.
match right here at the end.
$100.
Yeah, perhaps a sign of things to come, as obviously we've got another day of it tomorrow. I'm sure both players will kind of review this and think, right, I need to start off how I finished.
100.
Well, there you see the power scoring in this match.
60.
Paul Hogan edging those stats by one visit.
$93.
Yeah, Triple 18 comes to the rescue once again there for David Evans.
Could be a game that's looked back on in this group. If either of these players doesn't make it to Saturday, they may look at this fixture, because Evans may feel he needs to win, needs to get out with at least 4 points, whereas Hogan's got a real opportunity to put himself
81.
pretty close to qualifying if he can win this game. Probably only needs one win tomorrow should he win this one.
41. David, you require
I think he knows it.
167.
To see that angst there from Paul Hogan. He has had a chance at this shot before tonight, Paul Hogan.
57.
Missed it on the tops.
Paulie require 160.
Yeah, there's one. Can't find the second, so just looking to tee up.
140. David, you require 110.
Yeah, not disaster. Treble 19. That would have left the double 19.
54. Poorly required 20.
A pair of fives.
10.
And in the big moment,
David, you require
Hogan
56.
misses. And he knows how big the moment may be. That's okay. Don't worry, David. 24 remaining.
Misses by the narrowest
Poorly
of margins.
required
How
10.
costly will that miss be? Hogan back at the O'Keefe at 10.
Tense.
Game shot on a
But
fifth flag. Paul
successful. Hogan hits the front.
Sixth flag. It's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and a little audible come on there from Paul Hogan. You can see how invested the pair of these are in this match. Arguably the highest quality and most competitive that we've seen throughout the evening.
Evans is still finding it.
140.
Still fighting.
$100.
I was about to moan, Laura, about it being a slightly late finish, but then I remembered last Thursday.
Yeah, I think just from the player's point of view, it's just possibly not all been firing on all cylinders for various reasons tonight, but this one has most definitely been one of the pick of the bunch.
82. $57. David, you require 148.
148 required. Not going to go, so we'll want to put a lot of pressure on the 144 when Paul Hogan returns.
57. Poorly require 144. $128.
Great setup. David Evans has got a decision to make here. Is he confident enough to go for the treble, or is it the vault? Double 17. Hogan really obviously
31.
not watching, completely had his back
16.
to the board, didn't he?
Yeah. No, just taking his time up to the Oki. Big moment here for Paul Hogan. One dart, double 4. And he pulls it into double 13.
David, you require
Not the first
60.
time we've seen that happen tonight. Evans on 16, not the easiest finish for him. He's been missing low. Don't want to pull this low. Well, no danger of that for Evans. Can he correct?
40.
That would have been tricky
Poorly
still.
requires 16.
And there was the option of maybe going for a different target. 19 would have left double 18, for example.
No score.
Oh, but more missed match-winning opportunities for Hogan. David Evans in a prime spot here to level it up at 3 apiece, and you can just see the misery on the face of Paul Hogan.
Well, he does look, and he looks at the wrong time because Evans has hit the right thing, and this one is going all the way.
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
I did mention at the start, David Evans did have advantage of throw here. I wasn't quite sure how much that would be relevant based on the performances we'd seen from both players throughout the night, but right now this feels like it could be very relevant indeed.
60.
Yeah. Evans was excellent, missed out by a couple of points in the end in Group A. How he could have done with a couple of nights off.
It's one of those things, I think you ultimately play the cards you dealt. Didn't quite do enough to make it through
60
via the Group A stage, so finds himself here in Group B, which arguably, as we've said before, is normally the one that players would rather be in because 3 out of the 5 go through.
60.
Yeah, Group C will, of course, conclude tomorrow. The action resuming at 1 p.m. Friday afternoon, and Tommy Lishman and David Wazowski both have 8 points at the top of that table. Robert Thornton just behind them on 6. Darren Armstrong and Mason Whitlock still just about in contention on 4 apiece. But it is pointless Pontus at the bottom of the table as Danielson is yet to get off the mark.
100.
Really is very little splitting these two, both in terms of averages. I think the one key factor that Paul Hogan may reflect on, especially if it doesn't go his way, he has missed 14 darts at a double, and a handful of those have been match-winning chances.
60.
Don't often see too much animation from Paul Hogan, but almost gesturing that it slipped away from him here.
44.
That will be a little tonic for him. Evans only managed to muster up 44. Can he make the most of it himself?
170. David, you require 140.
Well, they were good darts, but not what he wanted.
I'm not sure whether that was angry or grateful or just ironic now, but as you say, he is very much more animated than I'm used to seeing him in the background.
I think he'll be sort of seeing it as typical, won't he? We almost start to feel the world's against you and you attract that bad luck.
88.
The last start was so good it was bad.
11.
Now he's got to be careful of not missing the big number. Takes care of that. And takes care
Paul Hogan
of David Evans, who ends the evening with just 1 win to his name. He's obviously struggled a little bit tonight. He's been all hot and flustered, and he's beaten in the end by Paul Hogan, who gets a win that might prove crucial come the end of this group. It's 3 from 4 for Hogan, 6 points for him. Sebastian Białecki already has that amount. He's looking to go through the card when he takes on David Davis.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau!
Gosh, I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
Won the Saudi Open on the Asian Tour in April, and he won the International Series event in Macau in March, beating David Puig in a playoff. Here's a man with 9 career wins, 3 of them on the DP World Tour. 33 years of age from Sacramento, and he is making the most of his chance.
I remember John Catlin playing as a reserve for Charles Howell III, who's injured. If he were to go on to win this, he gets those points. That would move him right at the top 24 number. Move him at 20th currently.
Yeah, another beautiful shot. These guys making this look so easy.
Tyrrell having a day. The Englishman 6 under par. He shares the lead with Abraham Answer for the time being at least. Now this is Abraham Answer to stay at 7 under and in all likelihood have the open night lead, and that is wonderfully done. Abe Answer with a 64.
This is what Live Golf's about, man. I had a vision of this 2-3 years ago, seeing what the potential could be, and this is just the start. I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
So one final fixture to fulfill this night, and it is between the player unbeaten at the top of the table and one who's looking to completely turn his night around. David Davis lost his first 2 games. He won his last one against Jordan Matthews, but Sebastian Białecki is yet to be beaten. Can he make it a perfect night, the poll? It is time to find out.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, David Davis has that advantage of throw. Didn't quite work out for David Evans, losing that last game 4-3 to Paul Hogan in what was a very entertaining and competitive match. Davis, his only win tonight has come at the expense of Jordan Matthews, and as you mentioned, Białecki has been pretty much on point when it's come to every single match tonight, just losing, I think it's just 3 legs throughout the evening. Oh, actually, I stand corrected. Białecki has actually just lost the 2 legs.
Yeah, he's not been his brilliant best, but he has been a much higher standard than anyone else.
125.
Do you get the impression, though, with Białecki that he's doing enough? He seems very comfortable. If he was actually pushed, I think he's probably just got more levels he could find.
Yeah, good point. If somebody came at him, then I'm sure
91.
he'd find something in reserve. I know people might call it psychobabble or whatever, but there might be something to be said for getting through to Saturday with the least amount of sort of mental energy used up.
Well, absolutely. He hasn't looked flustered or flummoxed at all. David Davis couldn't find the second treble for that 170.
134.
Does find one there.
And you require 96.
Bit of pressure on this 96 of Białecki.
Game shot on the first
Very
leg.
nicely
Sebastian
done.
Białecki.
Very nicely done. 11 darter, not for the first time tonight
Second
either.
leg. It's Sebastian to throw first.
And that's how
Game
good
on.
an 11 dart leg is.
$135.
It comes to something when you hit a 135 and your average actually goes down.
92.
A couple of people asking for the format. Those that are new, welcome. Make sure you subscribe and you won't miss any of the action. Plenty of fantastic content away from the live darts as well. But it is a round-robin group format. Monday to Wednesday, Group A played 6 players in it. The winner goes straight through to finals. This week was Lee Cox. Second and third from that group dropped into Group B with 3 incoming players. And the top 3 from that 5 joined the Group A winner at finals night. And the 4th, 5th and 6th players from Group A joined 3 newcomers in Group C.
83.
With the top 2 going through. So 6 at finals night, 2 groups of 3. All play each other. The top 2 go through, and then don't need to explain how semis and a final work, do I? But hopefully that puts you in the picture if you're new to the Super Series.
Yeah, really good tried and tested format. One that I think the players really enjoy. I know as a player,
84.
especially a few years ago, you never got experience of playing multiple matches on stages in front of cameras. This really does open up new avenues, and it's really benefited a lot of players.
140. Sebastian, you require 139.
Yeah, one of the questions we get asked quite often is about whether or not it's ever been discussed, maybe extending the format on a Saturday night for the finals.
59. David, you require 106.
A worthy debate, but I do think there's also a certain beauty in keeping the same format throughout a tournament as well.
$58. Sebastian, you require 80.
Yeah, I think no matter what format you pick, there's always going to be people out there that kind of not pick holes in it as such, but just, try and suggest changes which may or not be beneficial in the long run.
Yeah, most players that have won a
47.
first to four are happy to keep it like that, but the ones that lost wish there were a few more legs.
Yeah. Oh, sometimes you wish there's a few less. That's just me, though.
Well, Sebastian Białecki hasn't lost many legs tonight,
Game
but
shot
he's
on the
lost that
second
one.
leg.
Just the
David
third
Davies.
that's gone against him this evening. Could it result in a match going against him?
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, David Davis hasn't hit a 180 tonight.
180.
Puts that right.
70.
Yeah, great time for your first 180. And I do think David Davis is just really has warmed to the task. Has got better as the evening's gone on. A bit like his kind of journey with the Motor Super Series over the months and years he's been attending.
All the players in this group, apart from Jordan Matthews, very experienced in this arena, in this format. All of them have made it through to finals night. Sebastian Białecki's had success on finals night.
125.
And obviously we know things can change, and they do change sometimes here at the Super Series, but for me, Białecki and Hogan really have played themselves into a position where I can't see them not
82.
making finals night.
David,
It's
you
gonna be a
require
real slog
138.
between Davis, Matthews and Evans to see who can claim that third spot.
Well, he's got 64 left.
90.
And it's another healthy lead for Davis.
$134. David, you require 48.
Yeah, for a holder throw here, 2-1 lead. Double 16 required, and double 16 is found.
Third leg, David Davies.
Yeah, 14 dart leg there from David Davis. Sees him tip his average just over 100 still.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Sebastian Białecki averaging just a smidge over 99.
54.
Yeah, I would say the Group B really have saved their best till last for us.
Yeah, didn't expect this. And it might be the best performance. Well, it might be the best two performances
43.
of the evening, but David Davis, the one that's really turned it on.
$134.
Yeah, the two legs that David Davis has taken here against Sebastian Białecki is as many as Sebastian's lost throughout the evening.
58.
Białecki won 4-1. Backed it up with another 4-1 win over Jordan Matthews before beating David Evans 4-0.
97. $42.
A lovely response there from Sebastian Białecki. Arguably, this is the first time that we've really seen Sebastian pushed in a match tonight.
81. Sebastian, you require 36.
Now, well, you said it, didn't you, Laura, just a leg or so ago, that if someone pushes him, then maybe there are more levels in there.
No score.
And that is true, he just didn't happen to demonstrate it in that particular visit.
He's got time on his side, but yeah, absolutely great to reply.
99. Sebastian, you require 36.
So he has another go at the same target. This time he's on target. 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, all kind of going with throw these last couple of legs. I mean, the task is simple for David Davis when you say it. Just play well on your throat. Hold your throat, you will win. Sebastian Białecki will need to find a break again.
$59. $40. $45.
Yeah, persevered with a treble 20 target, trying to get it over the top, but clad into those other two darts and can only get a 5.
$96.
After 4 rather explosive legs, this one just seems to have slowed down ever so slightly.
We do sometimes expect, particularly on these Thursday and Friday night sessions, that the standard can decline as the evening goes on, but this game started so well.
$100.
It's just been slightly more assured from David Davis. Commented quite a few times throughout the evening that it was just going wide on certain shots, pulling into the 5, pulling into the 1. Haven't seen quite so much of that. Commentator's curse denotes that it probably will happen right now, but
well, he rescued himself there, Laura.
The irony, but yes, absolutely great recovery.
Białecki's at it, and he recovers as well.
119.
Just as well.
David, you require 72.
Been sharp on the doubles, David Davis, in this game. 2 out of 3.
$52. Sebastian, you
flight.
require 97.
Is this going pear-shaped?
Game shot on the 5th flag. Sebastian
huge
Białecki.
take there from Sebastian Białecki. A bit of a fist pump. Knows how important that is because he's now got the darts to win this
6th
match,
flag.
to go
It's
through the
Sebastian
card.
to throw first.
How big
Game
an
on.
opportunity was that for David Davis?
And if the table does end the way that it is now, with Białecki on 8 points and Paul Hogan on 6, you're looking at an almighty
96.
scrap between David Davis and the 2 players below him, who are also on 2 points, Jordan Matthews and David Evans, for that 3rd and final place at finals night. Realistically,
140.
nobody would be officially through at the end of tonight, but Białecki would be 1 win away and could get that against Davis in the first match tomorrow, and Hogan would be 2 wins away. Might not even need that many.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau!
Gosh, I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
nice to at least walk down the last few holes, or at least the last hole, knowing that it was pretty much done. It's never safe, but very proud of everybody, and of course Tiro. I mean, what a week to get his first win in a few years and win by 6 in an absolutely dominant performance the way he did. It was absolutely incredible, so I couldn't be happier for him.
Certainly with not winning for 3.5 years, you kind of naturally question if you can do it again. So I'm just proud of myself to be able to get through that and play the way I did.
Hello and welcome to a Friday Live right here on the Early Line on SportsGrid and all across the SportsGrid network. That includes sportsgrid.com/watch, where you can find your favorite destination to consume everything all across the grid. He is Donnie Rightside. I am Ben Stevens. One final day on this week, but 3 hours together live to set the stage for your weekend. The final weekend of Major League Baseball before the All-Star break. A 12-game Thursday slate to break down for you with historic rookie performances out of Mr. Paul Skeens. On Skeens Day number 11, almost a no-hit bid for the entirety of the game, but the entirety of his outing. We'll go all around Major League Baseball. We'll talk a little football here on this Friday. Action in the WNBA ahead of this weekend as well, with the All-Star break and the Olympic break in the W on the horizon, and a weekend of championships at the All England Club. Donnie's favorite sport, that is tennis. The championships, Wimbledon. We will have a women's final tomorrow, a men's final on Sunday. 2 soccer finals on Sunday. The European Championship between England and Spain. The Copa America title in Miami between Argentina and Colombia. So much to break down, DRS, in these 3 hours.
It's going to be fantastic. And yesterday, we always like to talk about when that radar is locking in Major League Baseball. Just about everything we touched yesterday came up aces, which included a late bottom of the 8th inning Schwarber solo blast into the second deck to cash my play of the day. A lot of things around Major League Baseball went the right direction. The Phillies had an unbelievable performance. The Braves struggling a little bit. What's going on with the Dodgers? Boy, the topics are going to hit hard this morning, Ben. No doubt about it.
DRS, I think every bet that you said you liked yesterday on the baseball diamond came through, including that Schwarber that kept Donnie Rightside up until 9:15 p.m. Eastern time or something of the sort, but he had to make sure he cashed that ticket, and he did. In his second game, or 2 games in a row, Kyle Schwarber goes deep. Trey Turner, a couple of long balls against his former team this week in the midweek set. And in a matchup that potentially could be the NLCS. By the time we get to the end of October, the upper hand goes to Philadelphia. The Phils victorious yesterday over the Dodgers by a final score of 5-1. The Phillies sweep the Dodgers this week in this marquee midweek set.
Did the Phillies win the NL pennant yesterday because they swept the Dodgers in 3 games? No, not necessarily, but it certainly helped them along a World Series trajectory, because what that did yesterday, Ben, was give the Phillies a 6.5 game lead over the Dodgers. Take advantage of teams that are injured. The Dodgers starting pitchers are injured. The Phillies starting pitching is not injured. They won those 3 games and look good doing it. And by the way, if you're just taking a look, that Dodgers lineup, again, Mookie Betts isn't there. He'll be back. Still very formidable. The Phillies gave up 5 runs over 3 games at Citizens Bank Ballpark with temperatures in the 90s and the wind blowing out every single game. That's crazy to give up that little runs against the Dodgers here. A great performance all the way through. Very impressive by the Philadelphia Phillies. And now the Oakland Athletics are on the schedule before the break. Could the Phillies be back to a 10-plus game lead in the NL East? That's wild.
as the Atlanta Braves and the Arizona Diamondbacks split their 4-game set in Phoenix. As Donnie mentioned, Philly extends its lead to 9.5 games in the National League East. And the difference, by the way, in terms of the Dodgers and the Phils for that top spot in the National League, about 6.5 games following the midweek sweep for Philadelphia over LA. We'll have plenty more around Major League Baseball a little bit later on from that specific National League series as well, to see if the odds shifted at all. The odds shifted individually in a big way yesterday for one Paul Skeens. Skeens day number 11 in the history of Major League Baseball. And speaking of history in Major League Baseball, that's what Skeens made yesterday. 7 innings of shutout and no-hit work for the Buccos on the road in Milwaukee against the Brewers. Skeens striking out 11. The overall record this year for Paul Skeens in his 11 starts, 6-0 with a 1.90 ERA. The Pirates win yesterday 1-0. They're 8-3 in the 11 starts that Paul Skeens has made in that history. The second road start of Paul Skeens' career, again, only in 11 outings that he has gone on the road. He has shut out an opponent. He has no-hit an opponent, and he has recorded 10 or more strikeouts. He did it in his second start of his career back on May 17th in Wrigley against the Chicago Cubs. Donnie, one pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball has had 2 road starts in his career where he has shut out and no-hit an opponent in his outing and record 10 or more strikeouts. And his name is Paul Skeens. He has done that in 2 months in the bigs.
Living up to the hype. It's awesome to watch it play out. Now, we are going to have an entire section here that we're going to dedicate to Paul Skeens. So I don't want to go over some of those, off-topic numbers that we're going to bring up as it pertains to what he can do historically. But he was phenomenal yesterday. We expected it. Craig Mitch was on with us and just basically simply said, what's his strikeout prop? Oh, it's 7.5. You got to bet it to the over. And he was running that down early. First inning, second inning, third inning, easily racking up those strikeouts. An impressive performance, but I can't wait to get to some of those hot topics dealing with Paul Skeens in a bit.
Yeah, I know you'll have some takes like how much longer is Pittsburgh going to let him get out there? Will he start the National League or for the National League in the MLB All-Star game on Tuesday in Arlington? So a sweep in Philadelphia, a rather surprising sweep in Baltimore. The O's entered this week as one of the top teams in the American League against a struggling Chicago Cubs side. The Cubbies pull off the sweep inside Camden Yards with a big shutout victory yesterday over the O's, 8-0. 2 back-to-back blankings of Baltimore's in the last 2 days. And yesterday, Justin Steele absolutely dealt. The Cubs sweep the O's, the first time Baltimore has been swept at home since August of 2021.
Yeah, and by the way, coming into it yesterday, handicapping it, we knew the better pitcher on the mound was not on the Baltimore Orioles. And some people say, like, what do you mean, Donnie? Suarez had an unbelievable ERA and incredibly low numbers at Camden Yards. That doesn't matter here. Take a look at the xFIP numbers. He was due to get beat up a bit, and he did yesterday. 5 innings pitched, 4 earned runs, only 4 strikeouts yesterday. And look at his ERA, still at 2.82. And I told you, Steele was the much better pitcher on the mound yesterday. And how about that? A sweep for the Chicago Cubs. We talked just a few days prior. You know what? Should be an easy series for the Orioles. They are limping with another tough game coming up on deck today against the New York Yankees, I believe.
Now we go to the lone game yesterday in the WNBA. That's the New York Liberty and the Chicago Sky. Angel Reese got to what she needed to. 10 points, 10 rebounds. If you look at the play-by-play down the stretch, a couple of missed layups, a couple of offensive rebounds. We'll leave it at that, but the double-double streak does continue. It reaches now 15 straight games. The New York Liberty, though, a 15-point victory at home. The WNBA's best team covers as a 9.5-point home favorite inside the Barclays Center. New York now 19-4 this season.
We'll talk more on this later, but it is apparent that even more than winning, this double-double streak is very important to this franchise. And I told you yesterday, just continue to bet it, because when it's apparent that they're just head-hunting a double-double every night at all costs, continue to bet it, people.
Angel Reese was minus 320 to record that double-double yesterday. She makes good on that number. Kyle Lowry, the veteran point guard, returning to his hometown, Philadelphia 76ers. We talk about the Villanova Knicks. How about Kyle Lowry staying in Philly?
I like it, man. Veteran presence in the backcourt. The Sixers had a fantastic offseason so far.
Jamal Adams, a 3-time Pro Bowler, but maybe has lost his fastball, signing a one-year deal with the Tennessee Titans, leaving the Seattle Seahawks to add to that Tennessee secondary.
Yeah, exactly. He's running out of steam right now. Hopefully he can regain some of that Pro Bowl form we saw way back in the Jets and early in his Seattle career.
Yeah, back in 2020, he had 9.5 sacks. That was the most we've ever seen from a DB in NFL history. Has only played 10 games the last 2 seasons combined. The Wimbledon final is set on the women's side. Jasmine Paolini, for her second straight Grand Slam, is into that final. Barbora Krejciova, I hope I said that right. She upset yesterday Alina Rybakina. I'm all over the place. We'll talk tennis a little bit later on. Major League Baseball recaps next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The early line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150-5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. Are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
How could you be feeling anything but great in Philadelphia after a 3-game sweep and a potential NLCS preview between the 2 top teams to win the National League pennant and the World Series entering this week and entering the Major League Baseball All-Star break? The Philadelphia Phillies take all 3 games in a midweek set on the marquee matchup against the LA Dodgers. Yesterday, a 5-1 victory in the finale. The Phils, with Aaron Nola on the bump, booked as a -158 home money line favorite. In fact, the Phillies DRS booked as a home favorite in all 3 games at the bank, and they beat the Dodgers each and every time. Brandon Marsh yesterday, a home run, an RBI triple. Trey Turner, his 2nd home run in this set against his former team. And Kyle Schwarber, his 2nd Schwarbomb in as many games, as the Phils win all 3 against LA, making a statement for all of the NL and MLB.
Yeah, and all you need to know is that first three batters in the lineup here for the Los Angeles Dodgers with so much talent and power, Ohtani, Freeman, and Smith, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, and 0 for 3. You're going to win a lot of those ball games against the Dodgers if you can do that. And Aaron Nola was sensational yesterday. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 9 Ks, and 2 walks here. That's what you want from one of your aces on the staff going up in a big series against the Dodgers. And we talked about it. Yes, the Phillies should have been favored all 3 games because it's always about, are you home and away, and who's the better pitcher on the mound? It's been the Phillies all 3 games here. As we said, 5 total runs scored against Phillies pitching here in 3 games in a hitter's ballpark in great weather for hitting. That is fantastic for the Phillies, and even at some clutch moments there where the bullpen did get out of some jams. The Phillies have a great 1 through 9, great starting pitching and a great bullpen right now, and it's really showing up. Now, we always preface by saying this, Ben. This isn't the Dodgers team that you're going to get. It's not going to be Banda versus Nola in Game 2 of the NLCS. Yeah. You're probably going to have one of those healthy players coming back on the IL or making a move. So from a Phillies perspective, as we talked about to open the show, it was a very important series for them. Extend away from the Dodgers. Now 6.5 games away from them, which means you are in line now for that #1 seed and home field advantage, which is very, very important. But keep in mind, once the Dodgers get to the playoffs, this team is going to look completely different. Nice to beat the Dodgers. The takeaways, yes, the Phillies right now are the best team in baseball, but we're going to wait until we see that final product for the Dodgers. But a great series for the Phillies taking the sweep here.
Listen, some could argue that LA's IL roster might be its everyday roster as of this moment, especially with that starting staff, Tyler Glasnow, Yoshi Yamamoto, and so many other pitchers like Clayton Kershaw and Dustin May not back out on the field just yet. Regardless, though, Philadelphia takes care of business in the way they were expected. The last 2 series sweeps for the Phils, they've won a lot of series in the last month. In the last 2 sweeps Philadelphia has accomplished over the Brewers at the beginning of June. Milwaukee, 3rd best record in the National League, leading the NL Central. And the LA Dodgers this week. The Dodgers, the 2nd best record in the NL, still well in front in the National League West, of course. The Dodgers, an underdog in all 3 games in this set for 8 total times this year, now just 2-6 straight up. Again, we'll get to those numbers in just a moment. But to really break down this series, you want your biggest stars to perform on the biggest stages against your best opponents. Trey Turner, 2 home runs, 6 ribbies in this set against the Dodgers. Kyle Schwarber back in action, a home run in each of the past 2 games. Brandon Marsh, a couple of home runs and 3 RBIs in this set against LA. Trey Turner, DRS, 6 home runs in the last 9 games for the Phils. He is looking every bit the part of everything Philadelphia expected. You have to be optimistic if you are the Phillies entering this All-Star break, not only because you have the league's best record, but you are looking like the definition of a World Series contender.
100%. And also, let's remind ourselves last year, Ben, as you pointed out, like Trey Turner signed a 10-year, $300 million contract, which looked like a complete bust for the first 3 months of the season last year. Like, what did we sign up for? Not playing great defense, not hitting to get the plate, not hitting for power. Oh, my goodness. And then all of a sudden, that crazy standing ovation when he wasn't playing so well at home against the Kansas City Royals, which he lit into a home run. He's now one of the best players in baseball since that moment. And if you are taking a look at the top 4 batters in that lineup, which includes Trey Turner, like we always talk about Kyle Schwarber, hey, get what you get. He's going to hit 210, but he's going to walk a lot and hit home runs. He's up to 250 now. Look at Trey Turner last year, was struggling. He's hitting 348. Bryce Harper, who's one of those guys, again, I'm going to hit around 250, but I'm going to have clutch moments and hit home runs. He's hitting 298. Alec Boehm, 292 with 1 million RBI. This team, the players that you need to lean on are really providing, and that's why the Phillies have 61 wins at this moment now. It's no longer guys playing to their average. It's superstar players playing above their pay grade, if that's even possible. That's how you win all these games.
And DRS, what stands out? We mentioned the Dodgers were an underdog in all 3 games in Philadelphia. All right. The Phils have the best record in baseball, the most wins, the only team that has hit the 60-win benchmark, and they have 61. You would expect the Phils, with the 2nd best price to win a World Series, to be a favorite in pretty much every game. They're 52-25 as a favorite straight up this year, taking care of business when they are expected Two, let's go even deeper now, because the odds to be the National League #1 seed, the top seed in the postseason, playoff home field advantage for the entirety of a run in October, the Phils are now -270. They have opened up a 6.5 game advantage over the Dodgers, 7.5 in front of Milwaukee, and of course a 9.5 game lead now in front of the Atlanta Braves. The Dodgers only a game clear of Milwaukee for what would be that second spot in the NL postseason bracket to earn that other opening round bye straight in to the division series. Speaking of the Braves, they won the first 2 games in Phoenix. It was a 4-game win streak. Now a 2-game skid as the Diamondbacks split the 4-game series against Atlanta with a 1-0 victory yesterday. Only run, Eugenio Suarez, solo shot in the 5th for the Diamondbacks. Brendan Pfaadt outdealing Max Fried, 6 innings of shutout work, only allowing 3 hits. Arizona wins 1-0.
This is when it gets fun, when you're handicapping knowing that you have a pretty good series and these teams down at this point. Yesterday, we told you, or excuse me, the day before, we told you that this game was going to be an over, and they had 12 total runs. Yesterday, I was like, you know what? This is going to be a coin flip game. It ends 1-0. But also, we told you the better play in this game was the under. Doesn't get any better than a 1-0 final. That's a nice win for the Diamondbacks on a series win. And also, the Braves, no shame. This is how they do it. They're supposed to play under games, but win them. They didn't yesterday.
Highest under percentage in all of baseball. More in MLB next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. But that's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The early line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
As we welcome you back to this Friday, live right here on the early line on SportsGrid, we look back on a pretty full Thursday, 12 games in MLB to set the stage for the final weekend of the first half of this year, at least before the All-Star break. Yesterday, the rubber match at the Trop between the struggling New York Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays. The Yanks, who won the second game on Wednesday evening, they had dropped 16 of their last 21 entering. We're looking to win a series finally in Tampa. Unable to do that, 8 consecutive winless sets for the Pinstripes as the Rays hold on for a 5-4 win in a series victory. The Yanks were a slight road favorite. they did not win. Shane Baz making his second start of the year for Tampa. Pretty solid. The Yankees had a shot, DRS, in the top of the ninth. Ben Rice, the rookie, filling in for Anthony Rizzo, an RBI single. Runners on the corners for Gleyber Torres. Up at the dish, he flies out to end the game. So the Rays win 5-4. They take this midweek set against the Yankees.
No surprise yesterday the way this game turned out, and also getting that 5-4, which is interesting. You probably thought this game would have stayed more towards an under than an over because it's in the Trop. But Nestor Cortez coming into this game, if you're looking just at ERA, okay, he was having a decent season, but some of those numbers got a little bit fallible. They're talking about those XFIP and XFIP minus numbers were a little bit high. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 5 earned runs giving up, including a home run here. You do have to score more runs, I get it. But if you're going to get 4 in the Trop, typically that's good enough to win baseball games. It wasn't yesterday. Now, the Yankees themselves getting a little bit lucky. Why? Because the Baltimore Orioles in a series, they should have handled their business, did not do that. So the Yankees are fine, setting up a huge series this weekend against their division rival in the Baltimore Orioles. But just getting back to yesterday, having a couple RBI looks. I went with the Rosarena and Paredes. I came away with a Rosarena 2 RBI night, which was fine with me. Thought Tampa Bay would win. They did that also. Nice win for them. 46-47, just hanging around, I guess you could say, that wild card race for Tampa Bay. We'll see what they have in the second half. But for the Yankees, this next series means a ton. Would have been nice for them to beat Tampa Bay in that final game of the series. Weren't able to do so, but they're going to go toe-to-toe with the O's next.
The Rays were swept over this past weekend by the reigning World Series champs, the Rangers, but they entered the weekend winning 10 of their previous 14. They win this set 2 of 3, now just a game below 500 as Tampa is trying to make the American League East the only division in baseball with at least 4 teams at a 500 record or better. The American League Central not all that far away from that at this moment either. You mentioned the Yankees not really losing ground despite losing this midweek series because the O's uncharacteristically swept at home in Baltimore by the Chicago Cubs in a huge and defining series win for the Cubbies. 8-0 yesterday, blanking Baltimore for a second consecutive game to pull off the sweep. Justin Steele, sensational. The Cubbies an underdog in all 3 of these games. They cashed that plus money ticket all 3 times. Chicago's won 6 of its last 7 in a sweep in Baltimore. The first time the O's have been swept in Camden Yards since August 2021.
Yeah, and it's crazy because we were talking about the Yankees saying, oh my goodness, they could be 5+ games back at the All-Star break. Now, granted, technically they still might be if they get swept this weekend. We're not anticipating that, obviously. But the Baltimore Orioles missing a huge opportunity against a team they really should have handled. But also, Ben, this wasn't a case of, hey, look at the scores, man, 5-4, 3-2, 2-1, barely losses. They got hammered. Their offense was insignificant, great hitting weather in a great hitter's ballpark. Something is wrong with the Baltimore Orioles, but also brings me back to my first point that I've been making on the Yankees for the past 2 weeks. Not giving up on them, right? This is baseball. On a day-to-day basis, you're going to get surprises like the Cubs sweeping the Baltimore Orioles in their own building. I still think the Yankees are the best team in this division, and when it's all said and done, they will win the AL East. They're getting the breaks right now with the Orioles not taking advantage of their own games. We'll see what comes up this weekend, but this is why you just don't give up on a team like, oh my goodness, the sky is falling in. It's really not anymore. Yanks pick up a couple dubs, and also they have the pitching advantage today. They can get within a game of those Baltimore Orioles.
The New York Yankees a road favorite inside Camden. And the young rookie out of Nebraska for Baltimore, Cade Povich, has to go up against Garrett Cole. It's why the Bombers are a favorite in Baltimore. And only a 2-game advantage for the O's, as Donnie said, could have extended this series advantage to a much larger number. The Yankees haven't won a series in 8 consecutive of them, and Baltimore still only a 2-game lead. I wonder how the O's will look back at this week, depending on what happens inside Camden Yards this weekend. Still an odds-on favorite is Baltimore to win the AL East at -130. Paul Skeens makes history again next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. But that's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
A historic Skeens Day yesterday. Paul Skeens Day, number 11 in the history of Major League Baseball, and he lived up to every bit of the billing for the Pirates on the road in Milwaukee against the Brewers. The Buccos win 1-0. They take a series victory over Milwaukee, really back and forth. The Pirates won 12-2 on Tuesday. Milwaukee blanked Pittsburgh the following day, 9-0. Pittsburgh returns the favor with a simple 1-0 win. But the focus, of course, DRS, is Paul Skeens. 7 innings of no-hit work against the Brew Crew, striking out 11. It is the second time for Skeens in just 11 career starts in his first 2 months of his Major League Baseball career that he has gone on the road, as he did in his second start as well against the Chicago Cubs in Wrigley, and has worked 6 or more innings of no-hit baseball, striking out 10 plus. There is one pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball in a single career that has had 2 road starts of no-hit baseball, striking out 10 or more batters, and his name is Paul Skeens. He's done it in 2 months in his MLB career. You almost lose words to describe this sensational start, but I'll throw it in there, of course, it is historic.
He's been amazing. There's no doubt about it. And also take a look at the Pittsburgh Pirates now as a team after that 1-0 victory, 45-48 on the season. They're not out of the playoff race for the final wild card spots here. So maybe if they can make some moves as a franchise and see if they can acquire some talent. But that's not the question here. The question is, yesterday we told you the favorite were the Pittsburgh Pirates against a team that's much better than them in the Milwaukee Brewers. Why were the Pirates the favorite? The only reason is Paul Skeens. He's been that good this season. Now also, talking about the historical nature of things, some people out there I know have tickets. They've shown me with unbelievable value on Paul Skeens to win the Cy Young. Also, take a look at Paul Skeens heading down the stretch. Can you make the playoffs? If he's going to win every 5th day, my goodness, that's really going to help you out. But here's where the issue pops up, and this is about Major League Baseball and its fans and what's right and it's what's wrong. There is no formula per se for, hey, if I throw 100 pitches and if I go to 102, my career is going to be shortened by 5 years. We don't know that's the case. Now, granted, there are metrics that say if your fastball typically tops out at 99 and in the 7th inning you're throwing 97, maybe we should get you out of here. I understand it. I also understand about the prudence of franchises trying to protect their investments, which is rightfully so. But sometimes when it's done with historics, where I would have loved to have seen yesterday, Ben, if you had Paul Skeens in the 7th inning with a perfect game and you left him out of that. Because these are things that when your career is all said and done, same thing with golfers as well. How many championships have you won? How many tournaments have you won? Also, how many hole-in-ones have you had, right? Some of those things that really stick out with the public. Well, how do we grade pitchers? It's typically in the past, and again, things change, wins, losses, strikeouts, no-hitters, and perfect games. Why do we always bring up Nolan Ryan? Like, you don't even talk about Nolan Ryan, the great pitcher with all those wins. It's, man, he had so many no-hitters, man. That goes on your mantle, on your plaque in Cooperstown here. And the fact that Paul Skeens had multiple chances in his rookie year to try to get no-hitters and was pulled out of the baseball game, that's tough to swallow. Because also, as I said again, you're looking at, let's just say he's going to win the Cy Young, and you say, okay, well, Zach Wheeler's going to win it. And I don't know what's going to happen with Zach Wheeler, but let's just say Zach Wheeler throws 2 no-hitters down the stretch with 119, 120 pitches in those performances. Like, oh, you know what? He might win it because he got the no-hitters. I'm just looking from a historical perspective where when it's all said and done, maybe Paul Skeens could have had 10 no-hitters in his career, but wound up with none because we don't let him pitch.
You know, Donnie, it's a really good point, right? I guess it's the current landscape of Major League Baseball. You would never expect a rookie in his first 11 starts to go the full duration. It's just kind of what we're used to in the last 5-10 years or so. And I guess part of the reason he is so historic in that career distinction that I brought up, the first player in the history of MLB to go on the road multiple times in a career and have a no-hit bid and strike out 10+ is because oftentimes a no-hit bid is a full and complete game. 6 innings in that second career start in Chicago, 7 innings of work yesterday in Milwaukee. It's why Paul Skeens is separated from the rest. But I think it's just the nature of where things stand. Your point is very sound. I just don't think the expectation would ever be such a long leash that Paul Skeens would go the entirety of the game, even when he had a no-hitter going. 6-0 now, the record for Paul Skeens. 1.90, the ERA drops below 2. We told you yesterday, 7.5, the strikeout prop. The over had the juice. It's going to move up to 8.5. It's just where it's going to be. 11 Ks for Skeens, 8+ Ks in 6 of his last 11 starts. And the Buccos no longer the distinction of a losing record as a favorite, just one of 4 teams around MLB to have that mark yesterday. Now back to an even 500, 19-19 straight up as a favored side this year. Pittsburgh has won 8 of the 11 starts that Skeens has made. And Donnie, still my favorite narrative around Pittsburgh outside of Paul Skeens. Since the start of June, the Buccos have never been worse than 5 games below 500. They've never been better than 2 games below 500. Currently 45 and 48, 3 games below that winning record, or even 500 record, I should say.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, the sky could be the limit here. They got a bunch of good young pitchers right now on their roster, and if they do make a couple changes at the trade deadline, why not give the Pittsburgh faithful here something to cheer about late in the season? And also, if you are a Skeens backer, we're not talking about just being a fan of Skeens. If you have a Cy Young Award-winning prop, if you have a strikeout prop here, if you have a wins prop here, if they are in the race in the final 3 weeks of the season, there will be no talk of shutting them down. And as I say that, we've seen teams in the race shut players down before. If you remember, I believe it was Steven Strasburg for the Washington Nationals and Scott Boras stepping in late in the season where they could have used them. So we don't rule those type of things out, but it'd be very hard to swallow for Pittsburgh that's not used to making deep runs, going like, you're our best pitcher who might win the Cy Young 2 weeks late in the season. We're a game up in the wild card. We're shutting him down the rest of the way. That would be a tough pill to swallow for Pittsburgh.
Skeens now minus 550 to win National League Rookie of the Year. That's more than likely going to happen. 11-1, plus 1,100 to win the National League Cy Young Award. We have co-favorites with Zach Wheeler and Chris Sale at plus 140, so a very large gap. But I know some on this network, Kevin Walsh, the Sportsbook Consig, Dave Sharapan, talked about it yesterday where his number opened up at 120 to 1 to win the National League Cy Young Award. A lot of movement on that number. Speaking of movement, how about the Detroit Tigers? They take 3 of 4 against the American League's best team. Not a good week for any of the teams atop the AL, the Guardians, the Orioles, or the Yankees, as the Tigers win big yesterday, 10-1, as a home favorite in the Motor City over Cleveland. They take 3 of the 4 games in this set. Your guy, DRS, Riley Green, delivers at the dish. 3 ribbies yesterday. Detroit swept Cincinnati over the weekend. They take 3 of 4 against Cleveland. The Tigers have won 8 of their last 11 as they get ready for their final weekend before the All-Star break.
Some people just reading lines. Oh, my goodness. You're going to tell me Cleveland's getting plus money against a terrible team like Detroit? We told you yesterday. By far, I don't care if how Flaherty was nicked up a little bit and maybe at the trade deadline he's going to be moved and that's weighing on his mind. 6 innings pitched, 1 earned run. I expected a type of performance like that. And also, Spencer Howard, a terrible major league pitcher who's a starting pitcher, the only one maybe in history that's only designed to go 2 to 3 innings and always get hammered, it feels like. He did again yesterday. 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, and 4 earned runs. We also told you that Keith should be on your roster for an RBI. He got that. And as you said, Riley Green, 3 RBI should have been on your, like that was one where the radar was locked in. And if you were just saying, I'll take the plus money with the Guardians against a bad team, you were wrong because everything was going against you yesterday. Am I saying it was supposed to be a 10-1 victory? No, but the Tigers were the better team coming in and they proved that yesterday.
DRS, we'll talk a little bit more Major League Baseball on the other side. For one final odds look before we get to the final weekend, before the All-Star break. But here is that metaphorical fork that we have debated with the Houston Astros all year long. If we would stick it in them and call it a season on the American League pennant favorites before the year. Here is that fork. Snapped, broken, gone. The Astros sweep the Miami Marlins yesterday as expected, 6-3. The Astros 5 games above 500. Pay attention to Houston. We'll talk more next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
My co-host, Donnie Rightside, man, he has an ability I think his greatest ability, we'll talk about his ability to break down baseball and how great of a day he had yesterday, but he has a rare ability. In the final 5 seconds before we return to commercial break to give you an all-time zinger, he holds it for 1 minute and 55 seconds, and then right before our producer Joe Frizo says, "You're live," he throws in a subtle comment that often makes me laugh, and that's why you saw that there. DRS, right before the break, as we continue. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Let me say, I was just doing a quick math here, right? Let me know if my math is right. 8 to 12 is 4 hours. 12 to 6 is 6 hours. 4 plus 6 is 10. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to get that out there. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I think that makes a ton of sense in terms of the timeline that you painted. As we said right before the break, the fork is done. It's destroyed. It's snapped. It's gone. It's not even back in the drawer. It's not even in the house. The Houston Astros, a 6-3 win over Miami. Good. You're supposed to beat the Marlins. They're the second worst team in all of Major League Baseball. A victory yesterday for the Astros, 6-3. They were a -178 home money line favorite. But Houston now is 5 games above 500. 49-44. The Stros have won 16 of their last 20. Donnie, we stuck the fork firmly in the Astros on a date I will always remember, June 18th. The Houston Astros were blanked 2-0 against the Chicago White Sox. They were 7 games below 500. 33-40 was the mark. It was done. It was finished. It was the middle of June, getting to the later part of that month, and we said there's no way Houston comes back from this. Here they are, 5 games above 500.
It's amazing. It really is. And again, you can't just say, let's be a hater of the Houston Astros and say, well, the entire division stinks. That's why they're back. Well, the Astros were part of that stinking division a couple weeks ago. They've righted the ship here now, 49-44. Oh, but they're playing the Marlins and who cares about that? You play who's on the front of your schedule, and quite frankly now, maybe even enough to win the division by the All-Star break, which means a couple weeks ago, we thought they would be out and maybe like sellers at the deadline. They might be going all in, figuring like, hey, we got another chance to win a World Series here. Let's try to make it work. But we also told you yesterday, we didn't know much about Bloss being a pitcher in Major League Baseball. 4 innings pitched, 2 earned runs. He was fine there. But we did tell you Munoz might have been the worst pitcher on the card yesterday, and he didn't disappoint, Ben. 6 2/3 innings pitched, 6 runs given up, only 4 of those earned, but only 2 strikeouts and 2 walks, which means the baseball was in play. Jordan Alvarez didn't even play in that game yesterday. And you know what I said? Give me a left-handed batter to go against Munoz. Picked out Singleton at over a +200 and cashed in an RBI. That's a nice win for the Astros, and that's not a surprise they won yesterday. They were supposed to do that against Munoz and the Marlins.
The Yanks, the pennant favorites in the American League, +250. 50 cents in front of the O's, 3-1 on Baltimore. Cleveland, best record in the American League, in front in the American League Central, +600, third best price. There are then 3 teams tied for the 4th best number. Seattle, Minnesota, and Houston at +750. The Astros still 2 games back of the Mariners. They opened up a weekend set in Anaheim with an 11-0 victory over the Halos. One final game to talk about. 2 teams below 500, maybe not in the playoff race. What might they do ahead of the deadline at the end of this month? But the Blue Jays do win the final game of the series in San Francisco against the Giants, 5-3. The only reason I bring this game up, DRS, Mike Yastrzemski, as the Giants were down 5-2 in the bottom of the 9th, hits a solo shot. Total was 7.5. DRS said, normally you don't bet the over in a day game in San Francisco, but we're going to go over today because of the solo shot from Yastrzemski, and over cashes a ticket for Donnie Rightside.
I'm telling you, yesterday, watching this game, like out of the corner of my eye, you see the 3-2 at the end of the first inning, like, boy, you can't get a better start to a game. I am a genius. And I watched that play out, and even you tacked on one in the 4th and in the 5th. I got an entire game basically to play now to get 1 run. All right, nothing in the 6th, no big deal. Nothing in the 7th, nothing in the 8th. And even as I was watching the highlights on the MLB Network, they were going live to that game in the 9th inning and just showing the score update. I'm like, they're not going to score. So I didn't even see the bottom of the 9th inning live there and saw it later on in the day. Like, that's one for the good guys there. We've all been in that spot. Total 7.5. You get 5 in the first inning. You're already taking money out of your wallet to go pay for something with the winnings of that baseball game, only to watch it sweat for a meaningless run for the game, but not for us here with a total to the over. Thank goodness that one worked out there. Just got through.
Now let's get international. Semifinal action yesterday at the Championships Wimbledon. And the women's draw has been hectic and chaotic and uncertain. Barbora Krejcikova gets the upset yesterday over the 2022 Wimbledon champ and the hefty favorite still remaining, Elena Rybakina. Krejcikova is going to be the favorite against Jasmine Paolini in the women's championship match come tomorrow. Talk about a shocker, DRS.
Yeah, just wait till she has to play. Who she plays? Swiatek in the final? Look, I haven't been keeping up too much with Wimbledon.
Iga got bounced a long time ago.
No.
Jasmine Paolini, who has made her second consecutive Grand Slam title match. She also did so last month in Paris at Roland Garros. She's the underdog.
Impressive there. Yeah, we're going to need, you know what? We need a breakdown of these matches here. Hopefully the weekend shows on the SportsGrid Network will help us out with that. That's what I'm hoping, because I need a primer here before the women's and the men's finals. That's just what I'm saying.
Really well said. Krejcikova, by the way, 190-1 before the tournament to win the women's title. It is semifinal Friday in the men's draw. Carlos Alcaraz and Daniil Medvedev. Alcaraz, the reigning champ, minus 350 to advance back to his second consecutive championship match at Wimbledon. In the other semifinal, Novak Djokovic, a hefty favorite, minus 900 against Lorenzo Musetti, plus 590, the underdog. Will Djokovic have a hostile crowd today in London or one that is not ruining him?
Yeah, hopefully he does get that. But also keep in mind, we weren't expecting him maybe to even play in this Wimbledon tournament. And you need breaks to win championships. So for that need to get a break where he didn't have to play an extra match here, that's huge. Looking forward to this weekend's action. But who knows? Maybe the Stars will provide that drama on Sunday afternoon.
Carlos Alcaraz, the title favorite right now to win 2 straight at minus 120. Djokovic looking for his 8th Wimbledon crown. That would tie Roger Federer for the most all time. He has the most individual Grand Slam titles in the Open era, man or woman, at 24 of those. Some Scottish Open talk, some WNBA conversation. So much coming your way next on the Early Line. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. But that's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150-5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
We keep it international live right here on this Friday on the early line on SportsGrid. 1 week away from the final major championship this year in golf. That's the Open Championship at Royal Troon in Scotland. We head to Scotland for the Scottish Open. Rory McIlroy, the reigning champ at the Scottish Open, making his return to professional golf for the first time since the disaster at the United States Open and when he peeled off in the parking lot down in North Carolina. But a good opening round for the defending champ. 5 under par, 65 to get things going at the Scottish Open. It was good for tied at 8th in his first round. Entered the second round with the second best price. Still has the second best price at round number 2. Is underway over in Scotland. Ludwig Aubert, who is going to be somebody flirting with the top of the leaderboard pretty much every single time there is a big golf tournament, now sits in first at 12 under par, plus 210. He is the favorite, is Aubert, to win this tournament.
Yeah, 64-64 start over there, which is pretty impressive. And also like the fact that a lot of these golfers now going over and playing in this tournament to sort of get acclimated to the time zone and also the type of golf that they're going to be playing the following week in the British Open. Some big names out there as well. Colin Morikawa, 9 under after firing a 65-66. So a lot of good names will be at the top of that leaderboard trying to hone their skills for next week's Open Championship.
Justin Thomas got off to a great start, but 2 over in his second round. You saw there, he was the pre-second round favorite at plus 550. Again, Open Championship next weekend at Royal Troon. Not a 4 trip away from the Renaissance Golf Club in North Berwick, Scotland. Now we go to the only game we had yesterday in the WNBA. A couple of notes, of course, to make. The New York Liberty win by 15 at home, 91-76, in front of a record crowd inside the Barclays Center for a Liberty game. In front of a record crowd, New York delivers and wins and covers as a 9.5-point favorite. But more history yesterday for Angel Reese. 10 points, 10 boards, her 15th consecutive double-double. However, you see the field goal percentage, 5 of 17. There was a stretch under 3.5 minutes left where she missed 2 shots, has that unrelenting motor, got 2 consecutive offensive rebounds. She was subbed out immediately as they were trailing by a ton after getting that 10th and final rebound. Donnie, you have made the point. And it's been social media conversation. And I actually kind of feel bad a little bit for Angel Reese because we should be celebrating her historic and record-setting marks, but it's almost like the record is now getting slightly diminished because of the emphasis placed on the record and not necessarily winning and good basketball.
Now, look, let me put this in like the history of what I have done here, Ben. You ready for this? I'm going to take you back in time to the 1990s. Right. Now, typically, you might find me as one of the more selfish athletes on the planet, which I was a wide receiver. That's what we are by nature. My sophomore season, Ben, get this. Final game of the season, William Patterson University, Salisbury State University. I needed 3 catches to break the all-time single-season record in receptions in that ball game. In the first half, I caught a 22-yard touchdown pass. I'm like, hey, I'm on my way. 1 more is going to get me the tie. 2 more is going to get me the actual record. I caught a pass early in the second half. I need 1 more. We're down in the fourth quarter. It should be easy. Quarterback gets injured in that game. The third-string quarterback comes in. We're late. We can't win this ball game. Do you know what that quarterback says to me in the huddle? Donnie, I'm just going to take the snap and fire a rocket screen to you so you can get that record. You know what I said, Ben? We can't do that. We're trying to operate the offense at this point. I just don't feel right doing that. So I sacrificed. I didn't get the record that day because I chose team over individuality, which is crazy because I usually would be the opposite at that point here. But we are finding Angel Reese. You have a double-double streak. You want to keep it going. The team thinks it's important. And I talked about from a betting strategy. Just continue to bet those double-doubles because it's apparent. Even when they're getting hammered in games or they're up late, they are actively trying to get that streak and keep it going. It's almost reminiscent of what we saw for the San Francisco 49ers with Christian McCaffrey in that touchdown streak. If you weren't betting his touchdowns every single week, you were doing it wrong because they were actively making sure they were trying to get that for him. And even in the game he didn't do it, they tried their damnedest to get him a touchdown. It just didn't work out. So use that to your advantage. But just wanted to take you a little history lesson that I'm always not the selfish guy, Ben. Sometimes I could be a team player.
I love history lessons with Donnie Rightside. I appreciated that story, Donnie, and admirable of you. Angel Reese, minus 320 to record a double-double yesterday. She does that. She already has the record. She surpassed Candace Parker with 13 consecutive double-doubles. Getting even in the single-season record happened a while ago. More on the hardwood as Hour 2 starts next.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
Gosh, I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
It was nice to at least walk down the last few holes, or at least the last hole, knowing that it was pretty much done. It's never safe, but very proud of everybody, and of course Tiro. I mean, what a week to get his first win in a few years and win by 6 in an absolutely dominant performance the way he did. It was absolutely incredible, so I couldn't be happier for him.
Certainly with not winning for 3.5 years, you kind of naturally question if you can do it again. So I'm just proud of myself to be able to get through that and play the way I did.
Welcome to hour number 2, live right here on the early line on this Friday on SportsGrid. He is Donnie Rightside. I am Ben Stevens. Some basketball talk as NBA Summer League action in Las Vegas gets officially underway tonight. But beyond that, Donnie, tomorrow, the Baltimore Ravens send their rookies to training camp. Tomorrow, July 13th. You could argue the 2024 NFL season officially begins. The Ravens, of course, open up the regular season, the opening Thursday night of the year in Kansas City. So after we talk some basketball, we really get into a football Friday here in hour number 2. What a glorious time that is going to be. Some NFL news and notes. And then the mastermind of the college football pigskin back from a very long vacation. Joe Lisi will join us in the second half hour here of hour 2 to look at the media days we have seen this week in college football. What a time it's going to be.
Yes, absolutely it is. And I think we've all missed Joe Lisi on the network. Like last time he was on the air, I believe it was Super Bowl Sunday. So having him come back onto the air here in July to sort of get the, wet the whistle per se, getting it ready for this weekend's action, which means, again, the Baltimore, just seeing the guys running around out there, little helmets, a little play action pass, a little oh my goodness, these rookies are fantastic. You can't get enough of that. So I'm ready for this to begin. And also, is there a moniker for next week in the business, Ben? Like, is it like, does everybody in the business look forward to next week and say, as long as you can just make it through that Monday to Friday, it's all gravy from here on out? It just feels like they try to test us. Like the gambling gods, the sporting gods, the content gods are like, you know what? If you're really good at your job here, you will excel next week, and then we'll give you the gift of football from here on out. It's fantastic.
Yeah. It's that 4-day stretch, right? From when the All-Star break begins at the end of Sunday night. We've got the Home Run Derby on Monday, the Midsummer Classic, the All-Star Game on Tuesday, 2 days off of Major League Baseball. You really got to get creative, and we will next week here on the Early Line. But let's continue looking at what we saw this week in the WNBA, and starting tonight in Las Vegas, the official debut of the NBA Summer League out in the desert. Again, Angel Reese yesterday, 15th consecutive double-double. But the odds didn't really move as she adds on to her record to win Rookie of the Year. Caitlin Clark, after historic performance, remains the minus 850 favorite. Chicago lost yesterday on the road in Brooklyn against the WNBA's best team. The Liberty now improved to 19-4 this year, so only a half-game difference between these two. And again, I think one of the great things, Donnie, if the season ended today, both Angel Reese in the Sky and Caitlin Clark in the Fever would be in the WNBA postseason.
Yeah, that's what we want, and that's what the WNBA wants. That's what the fans want at this point. You want to see these two young superstars who are excelling in their rookie year, when all we heard was coming in like, hey, now, it's an exciting rookie class. We get it. There's a huge learning curve. Their games won't translate right away, and they've been nothing but absolute being standouts this season. So we are hoping that both of those teams do get into the playoffs here and do get into that run. So I'm looking forward to the remaining parts of the WNBA season, even if it's gone for an entire month. Now, you want to get on a topic on what the heck is going on at this point and absolutely nonsense of taking a month off in a season, you're going to get that with the WNBA.
Olympics,
that's ridiculous. Look, here,
what?
Hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. They go to the Olympics. The league still goes. We just want to see Caitlin Clark. She's not in the Olympics. Just have the WNBA roll on. They'll get massive ratings still without those people. And by the way, does anybody even know any of the All-Stars that are actually going to the Team USA there for the women's basketball team?
Oh, come
we know
on,
Caitlin Clark.
brother.
We know Angel Reese. They're going to stay home and play. We're fine with that. Just let the season go on. Let us enjoy our basketball. There's no reason to take a month off here. Stop. Come on.
I mean, it's the best players in the W. Asia Wilson, who was
who
on
is it?
display
Rebecca
tonight.
Lobo? I mean, who's going? I don't even know.
Come on. You were doing so well. Please disregard what Donnie had to say. Asia Wilson leads her Las Vegas Aces on the road tonight in Atlanta. They're a 13-point favorite against the Dream. Now make it 14, 167 and a half. Las Vegas has won 8 of their last 9 with Chelsea Gray back in the fold. Asia Wilson coming off a 24-point, 20-rebound performance. Caitlin Clark in the Fever at home tonight in Indianapolis. Historic individual output from Caitlin Clark earlier this week on camp day, but a bad loss for Indiana at home against the Washington Mystics, looking to bounce back. Short underdog against the Phoenix Mercury. Love the look at the Fever bouncing back, maybe even money line. And I think we see some points today in Indianapolis, 173 the total there. Interesting game between the Minnesota Lynx and the Seattle Storm. Donnie, I said earlier this week, the Lynx on the road in L.A. against the Sparks was only a 4.5-point spread. Smelled a little bit fishy. That's because Nafisa Collier did not play, one of the best bigs in the league for Minnesota. Now a 6.5-point spread in favor of the Storm. I would not expect to see Collier play if that's what the line looks like tonight.
Yeah, exactly. The overnight line in that game, by the way, had the Storm minus 3.5 and has ballooned as many as minus 7. So I think that's probably that telling indicator there. But also keep in mind, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the Indiana Fever last time out against the Phoenix Mercury beat them in Phoenix. So now getting points at home and a high total of 174.5. We should get another great effort there. So I'm interested to see in a bounce back performance what we get out of the Fever at home after knowing they already beat Brittany Griner and the Mercury on their own home court. So we'll see.
Yeah. Caitlin Clark, a huge day against Diana Taurasi and Phoenix. Kalia Copper, huge day for her earlier this week as the Mercury put up 100 against the Dallas Wings on camp day. Not just in the W with the triple header tonight, so many Summer League games in Las Vegas. As we look at the board for today, the Magic and the Cavs, the T-Wolves and the Pelicans, the Grizzlies and the Kings, the Lakers and the Rockets. We're going to see Bronny James. We're going to see Zach Edey. We are going to see all of that on display today in Las Vegas. What are you most looking forward to, Donnie Rightside, when it comes to Summer League?
Look, I just like the fact that we're playing basketball. It's something to watch live, and also the way the NBA is doing it here. You got a game at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 6 o'clock, along with 7:30, all out in Las Vegas at different arenas and different venues. This is why Vegas is the perfect spot there. There's so many arenas that you can do this with, which you can mix and match and put these games up. So I think this is a boom, because it used to be in the past, like, okay, summer leagues. This has become now big-time business and a destination where people are taking time saying, you know what, I'll go to Vegas this weekend. Why? The summer league's going on. We'll have some fun out there and see what's what. I love the fact that the NBA has this summer league at this time of the year. It's great marketing.
Good to see that competition. Of course, we want to see the new rookies and how they perform now at this elevated level. And Donnie, one of the main things around Summer League is the Rookie of the Year odds and how drastically they have already moved from the end of the NBA draft about 3 weeks ago to where we are now as the full Summer League in Sin City really begins. Alex STIRR, the second overall pick to Washington, was the favorite following the draft. The number 1 overall selection, Zachary Rizache, was tied for the second best price along with Stephon Castle at plus 750. Zach Edey had a 10-1 number. Edey is now the NBA Rookie of the Year favorite at 6-1. I still don't know if it's public perception, maybe the most recognizable name from the college ranks in this year's NBA draft class, or if people actually believe that Zach Edey is going to and in the NBA Rookie of the Year award. But for whatever reason, Edey now at 6-1 in front of both STIRR and Rizache.
Now, Rizache and STIRR, correct me if I'm wrong, they haven't played any Summer League action
yet. We have not seen them yet. Correct.
Yeah, so we're going to get that. Yeah, we're going to get that instant reaction right away, similar to what you saw from Zach Edey. Like, oh my goodness, like we didn't know Zach Edey, who was a multiple-time, I believe, National Player of the Year. We didn't know he could play in the average. Like, come on now, the guy's going to be able to have his good games here. Now the fact's going to come in where we were expectations on Wembanyama last year. It's got so out of control in game number 1. Like, guy stinks, he's a bust, he's never going to be able to make it into play maybe one of those generational talents that we find. I'm interested to see when these two kids get on the court what that instant reaction is going to be on Twitter and social media, and if that's going to be enough to push some of those numbers around further.
The two countrymen, Rizache and STIRR, play each other tonight. Football news next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. But that's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The early line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
Some NFL news and notes. Again, it bears repeating because it does feel significant. Rookies go to camp for the Ravens tomorrow. Training camp around the National Football League officially begins tomorrow on a Saturday. We'll have the young rooks starting to report by the time we get to the middle of next week. DRS, 12 of 32 clubs will have their rookies in camp. The first veterans to show up a week from today. That's Friday, July 19th. It's the Chicago Bears as the Bears get ready for the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio on the first day of August against the Houston Texans. So football is right around the corner, and it's a beautiful thing. Some NFL news yesterday, maybe in name notable, not necessarily in production or availability the last few seasons. But Jamal Adams, who, of course, was a first-round pick by the Jets, 6th overall back in 2017, after a few years in Seattle in the Pacific Northwest, signed and agreed to a one-year deal with the Tennessee Titans yesterday.
By the way, Amani Hooker is going to be back there in that secondary with him. Do you know where Amani Hooker went to college, BWS? Just want to ask you that trivia question.
Yeah, Iowa.
All right, there you go. So you got that out of the way. And by the way, real quick, another point as we get to the Tennessee Titans. Going to camp here. Have we all gone to camp? Like, if you played football out here, Ben, you've played football before as a youngster through high school and college. There is nothing worse than seeing your calendar count down to the first day of camp and what torture that is. Now, granted, in the NFL, it's much less torturous. They are in plush, facilities at this time. They practice, Ben, for like an hour and a half when we used to have triples, which means we had a full practice in the morning, a full practice around lunchtime, and a full practice around dinner time, and then repeated that for like 2 straight weeks. It was ridiculous. So shout out to the people right now that are going through camp and can't stand it as it's coming up. Now, having said that, the Tennessee Titans making a move for Adams, I don't really think that's going to make all that much of a difference. Now, we are going to get into, Ben, some of the notable decisions that they have made in the offseason. And this is one of those teams that I'm looking at going like, this is money well spent, or this is fool's money spent on trying to chase a dream of trying to win 7 or 8 games, which we're going to dip into in just a few moments. But Adams, it doesn't move the Richter scale. You brought it up, Ben. 3 or 4 years ago, what did we get? 9.5 sacks out of a safety? Ridiculous. He has been invisible for the past 2 to 3 seasons, and I don't know if we're catching lightning in a bottle, because the one thing we know about Adams, he's more linebacker than defensive back, and if he's going to be playing in that defensive back position, teams are going to be able to get behind him and score touchdowns.
He only has 4 INTs in his 7-year NFL career. Again, the 6th overall pick by the New York Jets back in 2017. Was slightly disgruntled with the organization by the time he reached his 3rd year. But from 2018 to 2020, Jamal Adams was a 3-time Pro Bowler in a row, consecutively making AP All-Pro teams around the NFL as well. It was big news in the 2020 offseason when Seattle traded 2 first-rounders to the Jets to get Jamal Adams, and it paid off that first year with the Seahawks. Again, 9.5 sacks in 2020 from a safety, the most we have ever seen from a DB in the history of the National Football League. But in the last 3 years, not nearly as good. Only 10 total games in the last 2 seasons. But the Titans, Donnie, that's the interesting thing. First-year head coach Brian Callahan spent the past few years as the offensive coordinator under Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. And it's a team that we thought was kind of on the rebuild. Ryan Tannehill's days are done. They'll see what they have out of Will Levis entering year number 2. They let the face of the franchise, Derrick Henry, walk this offseason. Now he's in Baltimore. Okay, a rebuild. A team with a win total of 6.5. The under has the juice at minus 150, the 4th and longest price of all 4 teams in the AFC South. About what we would expect. But then Rand Carthen, in his second year as the GM in Nashville, making some intriguing news. They paid Calvin Ridley the big bucks, 4-year deal, $92 million. They add Tyler Boyd to reunite with his former OC in Cincy, now the head coach, Brian Callahan. After letting Derrick Henry go, maybe believing in the second-year pro and Tyjae Spears, who had a great rookie campaign for the Titans, they signed Tony Pollard to a 3-year, $24 million deal. L'Jarius Sneed, franchise tagged by the Chiefs because they didn't want to pay him. Tennessee says, all right, we'll do that. They traded for him to add him to Nashville. I'm not really sure what to make of the Titans. It seems like they're living in this weird gray limbo area between contender and pretender right now.
Yeah, and Rand Carthon, I'll give him a little bit of credit here because you want to go in the self-preservation mode and the owner gives you the keys to the castle and says, hey, you got an open checkbook here. Go out and make this team better. He really made that team better because he has some solid players in the secondaries you brought up, bringing over the free agency, a very athletic front seven. But when we talk about the offense, here's what you're never going to get me to argue against, Ben. You take a look at, we don't know what Will Levis is. But you know what Rand Carthon didn't do? You know what? I'm going to give you a couple young wide receivers. See if you can make it work. We'll grade you on that. He goes, no. I'm going to give you a true look at this season. Let's see what you can do with a legitimate trio of wide receivers. Hopkins, Boyd, and Ridley will give that to you. A decent tight end and 2 solid running backs that are known also for catching passes out of the backfield. I love how they're setting up Will Levis to succeed, not sink or swim like we always talk about Justin Fields in Chicago. So as I talked about to open up this segment, I actually don't know what I'm getting here. Because if you tell me right now, Will Levis can be a competent quarterback. I'm not talking about being a top 10, and I'm not talking about being the 28th pick. Let's just say the 20th overall quarterback in the NFL. Why can't this team hit its win total? They have enough talent on this team. And also, you're worried about a new head coach as well moving in. The factors around the situation are kind of tough to say, you know what? I think Tennessee is in a decent spot. But they have the talent on this team. If things break right, which really means if Will Levis is a good NFL quarterback, why can't they win 7 or 8 games next year? That's not too outlandish.
It's a really good point. Look at the cast and crew he has around him. Tony Pollard has a lot left in the tank. Tyjae Spears was one of my favorite day 2 selections in all the NFL draft in 2023. He had a great rookie year out of Tulane, kind of the complement to the size that is Derrick Henry. Again, 6.5 the win total for Tennessee. Plus 470 to make the playoffs. 8-1 number, 4th and longest in the AFC South. But, Donnie, I think the AFC South, not the best division in football entering 2024, but the most compelling. You've got a new change at the top. The Texans expected to do so much. Will Jacksonville, after paying Trevor Lawrence, be the preseason favorites we expected and really through week 11 of a year ago? How about the Colts with Anthony Richardson? So much more to discuss in the football realm next.
When it comes to betting on sports, injuries matter, and Sports Injury Central has you covered all year long with expert injury analysis and injury-based picks for the NFL, NBA, and MLB. Our former pro sports doctors have unmatched experience to analyze every injury so you know the impact of the player, team, and their upcoming matchup. Whether it's articles, podcasts, player insights, or our patented injury scores, Sports Injury Central will help you keep up with your fantasy team and make more informed wagers. So make sure you follow Sports Injury Central and gain an edge at SixScore.com.
Your gut says Miami is going to win and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on SportsGrid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
Anyone that's been to a sporting event, the atmosphere before a game, I think Game Time Decisions has that same exact atmosphere. This is our arena. This is what we do. There is going to be an energy to Game Time Decisions that you will feel night in and night out. The excitement you get when you lock your bets in, when you're figuring out what you want to do, we can zone in on the biggest games each night. I want this to be the place that people come to before the game starts so they feel as ready as possible to lock in their cards. We are going to hit every single one of those markets that you need to know about. We're going to go through every single thing, and I've got a great team behind me that's going to help me get the job done. There is not going to be a better place, I promise you, than Game Time Decisions to get that new information, react to it, and be able to then bet accordingly. We will have everything at our disposal, and we will use that to our advantage. I'm Kevin Walsh. Tune into Game Time Decisions from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on
Out in Tahoe this weekend, it's a fun celebration always for the celebs out on the golf links. It's the American Century Championship. You see celebrities, you see athletes playing in this golf tournament. Aaron Rodgers, not a bad stick when it comes to playing on the golf course. And Aaron Rodgers, one who says we can't have any drama, always loves the drama. Yesterday, as he was walking on the course in the practice round out there at Lake Tahoe, said, quote, "I love Davante Adams. I can't wait to play with him. ... Again, Receiver is going on right now, DRS, a new Netflix documentary series in the fashion of quarterback that is following multiple receivers and one tight end, George Kittle, of the San Francisco 49ers last season throughout the NFL campaign. They've showed a couple clips of Davante Adams in Las Vegas, who does not look oh so pleased to be in the desert without his best friend, that, of course, Derek Carr, who they played together in Fresno. They played 2022 together, but Davante by himself last year in 2023. What do you make of Aaron Rodgers' remarks yesterday at the American Century Championship?
Yeah, shout out Garrett Wilson right now, because all he's heard from Aaron Rodgers is, okay, you're going to be a young superstar wideout. This is why we drafted you to the Jets. And Aaron Rodgers comes over and says, well, I need 16 other wideouts who are all my best friends to compete with this guy. And then when he says it's my turn to take the next level, you're hearing out here talking about another wide receiver saying, I can't wait to play with this other guy. Why? Because I'm not good enough. So I understand how the wide receiver's mindset works, where you're figuring you're going to get all the footballs going your way, but the quarterback keeps on telling the football team, I need more help at wide receiver because apparently Garrett Wilson isn't good enough. And we always talk about Aaron Rodgers now, where he coined that phrase, let's keep it all about football here in the building, when all he does is stir controversy everywhere he goes, which includes 3,000 miles away in a golf tournament, making headlines by saying, I can't wait to play with another wide receiver. Shout out Garrett Wilson today. You know he's not taking that kindly, Ben.
The Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2022, Garrett Wilson. The issue has never been football for the New York Jets in this 18-month experiment so far, I guess you could say, with Aaron Rodgers. Why? Just like, what is he doing? Here's my point. Back in the day, there was the whole rift between Aaron Rodgers and his family. And many people said, wonder what is happening here. Why isn't Aaron Rodgers closer to his family? Now I get it. His true colors have just come out in such a large way since he left Green Bay. Even the final few years he was with the Packers organization. He is the guy that seeks everything. It's a gravitational pull toward him. And those people often blame others, the media, speculation, whatever it might be. Selfish individuals find ways to always make things self-serving and about their individual self, even in a Pro-Am golf tournament in Lake Tahoe, California. If I'm Robert Saleh, if I'm Garrett Wilson, if I'm Breece Hall, if I'm Quinnen Williams, I'm thinking to myself, I've had enough, and enough isn't even a full calendar year really all together playing football. If it doesn't work this year, and what exactly does work mean for the New York Jets as we kind of change our relative expectation because of all the attention and notoriety? If this year doesn't work for Gang Green, it is going to be looked at as one of the great disasters in the history of the National Football League. It is going to set this franchise back, if it hasn't already, by multiple years, a half decade, a full decade, for a franchise that can ill afford it with so much young talent on the roster outside of the quarterback position, a franchise that has failed to make the postseason for 13 consecutive seasons. So I said, Donnie, if it doesn't work, what is work for the New York Jets? Is it cashing a minus 172 price to make the postseason for the first time in nearly a decade and a half? Or is it truly contending for an AFC championship?
I don't know if it's contending for a championship, but it's a must get to the playoffs and a must win a playoff game to continue to see that as a success. We were talking about last year. Yeah, you get Aaron Rodgers, you're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to limit those expectations, but they still should be to compete in a talented AFC. And are we like game one? Like we're going to see this team where the teammates themselves wear the Mike White jerseys on the plane while Aaron Rodgers is on that plane, similar to what we saw previously? Like when do we have a mutiny on our hands for the New York Jets? It's going to be a 1-3 start because that media is waiting to pounce as well.
DRS, if they make the playoffs and get bounced in their first postseason game, is Aaron Rodgers back in 2025?
Yes. Where else are they going?
Okay. I don't know, but it's an interesting question. We'll talk about it with Joe Lisi up next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. He was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
It's been a while, but if you need a true sign that football is near, the mastermind of the pigskin joins us on what this second half hour will be known as of our second hour, a Football Friday. That's Joe Lisi here bright and early on the early line on this Friday. Lisi guy, we're glad to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, I must be on probation, right? This summer's for the early line. This is what it's all about with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. I thought maybe early, late August, but here we are in July. So obviously I did something wrong.
Lisi guy, we haven't seen.
Better be good.
Oh, this is going to be good. Lisi guy, we haven't seen you on the early line in a little bit of time, of course, on Coast to Coast, all over the SportsGrid Radio Network, Carver and Lisi, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on SportsGrid Radio. But we've heard from you a few times in the last month or so. I believe we have a couple of times where we've heard from Joe Lisi. Let's play him now.
Wow.
Bye, bye, bye.
See, we've got that one when we've given out some best bets. And anytime we want to talk Major League Baseball with our MLB insider, we've got this one as well. Craig! See, Joe, your voice is never all that far away from us here at the Sports Grid Network. Thank you for doing all that when our producer, Joe Frieso, hits you up.
Oh, absolutely, right? Especially when he says, keep it on the DL, the down low, don't let anybody know, just between me and you. So I love doing that stuff. And I know he sends me the clips after he plays them, so love the reaction by both you and Donnie.
And
now,
you're not
Lisa,
a one-take wonder. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
let
ahead.
me ask you this quick question on this too. Like, we love college football over here, and some people are saying that maybe I should be included in the college football show because of some outlandish comments here that we've heard in the past. So let's check those.
Oh, by me? Outlandish comments by me.
3 of 4 from the Guardians. 3 straight over the Reds. Some optimism into the final weekend before the All-Star break. Matt Vierling yesterday, 3 RBIs. Who said that? I'll show my age. You can make fun of me, but who said?
Wait a second. You're not being. You must be playing along with me. It wasn't Jim Leland that said it. It was another famous coach with a little bit of a background in the South who loved to eat Cajun food. And sometime, Sports Grid Network. You sat in with the guy. We asked this guy multiple questions.
Hold on a second.
Clip this.
That is on me.
Send this to Lisi. That is on me. Send this to college football.
I didn't realize
today. This guy can't represent college
I didn't realize.
on the top.
Yeah, that honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought you were referencing a movie. That was on me. That's Ed Ogeron. That's Coach O. I didn't realize you were spelling go, Geaux. Oh, boy. You want to tee up the next game, even though it's Skeens Day number 11? I think I need a time out for a second to recollect myself.
I do like that because sometimes you think like the partner behind the scenes with you is like, let me just have some fun with this. So I was like, I'll play along. But then noticing that it was actually getting a little bit serious right there. Yeah, go Tigers. Perfect. Here, oh, well, it didn't hit.
I mean, Lisa, the guy didn't know go Tigers. Didn't know who said that. Is that tough? That hurts Joe, LSU. Yeah. That's nice.
He loves and go Tigers, Baton Rouge. That's his saying. So he'll get it right for August 2nd week.
I'm used to, we talk about Baton Rouge now in the Bayou Bengals. I'm used to, he's family down there in the Bayou. Things are different now. That's on me. I will own it. I will wear it. All right. Now to Lisi's actual expertise. That is the world of football, not just our inside bits here on the early line. Although ugly work from Donnie Rightside, my co-host, and my producer, Joe Frieso, to sneak that underneath me without putting it in the rundown. Anyway, Lisi guy, we heard from Aaron Rodgers as we played the clip earlier, or at least the quote of him speaking at the American Century Championship yesterday in Tahoe about the idea there could be a potential reunion with Davante Adams. Do you think there's an actual realistic chance that by the end of the season, Davante Adams is in New York? And if not, Joe, why does Aaron Rodgers just keep talking to bring more drama to Gang Green?
Because that's what Aaron Rodgers does, guys. You know that as well as anybody else. And if he does play with Davante Adams, I don't think it'll be in the New York Jets uniform. Again, this team right now is an absolute train wreck. Robert Saleh's dead man walking. And again, expecting this team to get over 9.5 wins for the upcoming season and be a potential wild card, I just don't see it. Yes, they have the players on paper, but continuity and certainly the locker room, they don't have that with their supposed leader, Aaron Rodgers.
Joe, if somebody told you, and rightfully so last year, they got 7 wins with some of the most ridiculous quarterback play you were going to have. Yeah. Now, if we say that Aaron Rodgers, and again, we can't predict the future of is he going to get hurt again or how he's going to come back from that injury. Let's just say he's somewhat the Aaron Rodgers we anticipated him to be when he came over to the Jets. How can you sell somebody and say, you know what, that's just a 7 or 8 win football team at this point. They got talent at every level. How do you look for the optimism with Aaron Rodgers and tell somebody like they should be a 10-win football team here?
Well, they should. You're right. They're clearly better than the New England Patriots. They can challenge both the Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins from a roster perspective, but it goes down to Aaron Rodgers. I said it, throughout the week. I said it on the off-season shows that if Aaron Rodgers was completely dialed in, he would have been at the mandatory minicamp. I mean, you're the face of the franchise. You're the leader. You haven't played in a Jets uniform outside of basically 4 plays. What does that show your team? What does it show the younger players? What does it show the veterans? Do you really believe that Aaron Rodgers really cares about winning an AFC championship? I don't. And from the betting and gambling perspective, I'm selling the 9.5, guys.
9.5 has the over at -162. Lisi, I think if you want to make an excuse for Aaron Rodgers, you say him missing 2 days at practice doesn't really mean much. He can keep talking about all this offseason drama. It's the offseason. It's not going to affect the actual football, the X's and O's by the time we get to the 2024 NFL campaign. But it does bring attention to the biggest media market and a big organization in it, the New York Jets. With that attention, your expectation level changes. If you look simply at the New York Jets improving on what they have done the last decade and a half, that would be a playoff spot. They have not reached the playoffs for 13 consecutive seasons. So what do you think the New York Jets will consider success this year? Is it double-digit wins? Is it a playoff berth? Is it a divisional title? Is it contending for the AFC Championship?
It has to be at least 10 wins in a wild card. I'll give you that, especially with Aaron Rodgers coming back from the Achilles. And Donnie touched on it as well. There's no guarantee that Aaron Rodgers is going to hit the ground running. Last time he played a full season, he threw 12 interceptions and cost his team a playoff appearance against the Detroit Lions. So for me, that's the biggest question. I still can't believe from the odds perspective, guys, they are $10 cheaper, right, in terms of shorter odds than the Cleveland Browns at 20-1 that made it with Joe Flacco last year, their 4th-string quarterback.
If we look also, and just say, because the Jets right now do seem like a powder keg. If things go right, they can be a pretty good football team. But, Joe, is it just so simple to put the focus on Aaron Rodgers, where if he plays well, the Jets make the playoffs? If he doesn't, then they're just going nowhere. Or can they just get average play out of Aaron Rodgers and still be a quality football team? Because this team looks like it's ready to make a move, but we just don't know if it's bad or good this year.
Well, again, we saw the situation play out in Denver a couple of years ago where the defense kept them in games each and every game, and Russell Wilson and the quarterback play failed to elevate to the next level, and the team imploded in the second half of the season. So comes down to Robert Salah, comes down to the defense, Donnie. They need to be legit throughout the season.
The defense was great last year and has a ton of young talent to anchor the way once again. But we know the Russell Wilson era, just 2 years in Denver, was a disaster. How long will Aaron Rodgers be in New York? What will the overall outcome and result be for this franchise that is bigger than just one individual? But we focus on the individual races for an NFL MVP up next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. But that's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on the Sunday look like shots on the Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire, only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
As we've shared, training camp starts tomorrow. The rookies for the Ravens show up on Saturday. By the time we get to Wednesday of next week, we will have 12 of 32 clubs already sending their rookies to report to camp. And I lied earlier, and I apologize. I said the Bears were the first team to send their veterans to camp a week from today. A couple of days earlier, a Wednesday in H-Town. The Texans, who will take on the Bears in the Hall of Fame game on August 1st, send both their rookies and their veterans. That includes C.J. Stroud. Joe Lisi here for a second consecutive segment on a Football Friday half hour here on TEL. Lisi guy Patrick Mahomes, the favorite to win the NFL MVP award, entering this year at 5-1. Not all that far behind Josh Allen at 8-1. C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow tied for the third best number at 10-1. In the reigning NFL MVP, Lamar Jackson, who has won it twice in his career, in a group at 14-1 alongside Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love. Let's go a couple of places on that board. Lisi, if you're looking for a true contender for the NFL MVP winner in 2024, who gets your first nod?
Joey Silk, guys. Joe Burrow, Cincinnati, 10-1. Now that T. Higgins is there for 1 year with Jamar Chase, I think they're going to light it up. I know there's concerns in regards to the wrist injury, but I believe in Joe Burrow. Back-to-back AFC championships that, he took his team to in terms of appearances, and I think he could do it yet again. They match up very well against the Kansas City Chiefs as well.
By the way, if we are taking a look at Joe Burrow, is there anything of a worry, not about Joe Burrow's health himself, but the wide receiver position, where they might not be happy this season entering into that? Does that play into the Cincinnati Bengals mindset for you at all?
Well, Donnie, we talked about it as well. If Joe Burrow gets hurt or he's not 100% in terms of the wrist injury and can't make all the throws, that's a cause of concern. But again, they had that same issue with Matt Stafford a couple of years ago, and he stepped up and led his team to a playoff appearance last year. So you got to take the risk with the reward.
Lisi, there's only 2 guys that are. Oh, okay. Yeah, Donnie's not a big Bengals guy, Joe.
I know he's not.
Cincy. You in on Cincy?
I am in on Cincy, yes. I think Cincinnati at 7-1 is live to win an AFC championship. Again, we know chalk in regards to Kansas City deserves to be there in Buffalo, but Cincinnati has what it takes. When they are healthy, they are as lethal as any team in the conference.
Cincinnati, the only team in the last 5 years that has stood in the way of Kansas City of getting to a Super Bowl, that being the Bengals and Joe Burrow. When he is healthy, good things happen in Cincy. Let's go to the middle of the pack there and the 10 best odds to win the NFL MVP award. Is there a name, Joe, that maybe is under the radar that you would look at providing some value, maybe carrying over success from a season ago?
Yeah, mine was Matt Stafford. He doesn't get mentioned, but you talk about the type of talent that he has for the L.A. Rams. Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp. We saw Kyron Williams take off in the second half of last year. They added speedster and a very good running back from Michigan, Blake Corum, national champion. And what about the 2 defensive players that they did? That's important as well. Fisk and Jared Verse are going to make up for the absence of Aaron Donald. I think they're going to be there. Matt Stafford at 14-15-1 has great value, guys.
By the way, also, let's take a look at Jalen Hurts. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles. 2 years ago, Shane Steichen was running that offense, Joe. It was a well-oiled machine. They go to a younger guy who was the quarterback coach in Brian Johnson. It was a disaster. It was vanilla. It just didn't work. The Eagles collapsed at the end of the season. Kellen Moore comes to town, hopefully getting that vertical pass game underway with those talented wide receivers. Give me a preview on Jalen Hurts. Are you buying or selling this year on Jalen?
Yeah, I have to tread lightly with you and Kevin Walsh. Of course I love Jalen Hurts. I think he has great value, but you attribute their fall off a cliff last year when they lost 5 of 6 to me. So I think Jalen Hurts could be one of the most explosive players in the NFC and all the NFL. He has to run a little bit more, banged up at the end of last year, but with the addition of Kellen Moore, hopefully there's more offensive balance. That'll take the pressure off. And as long as they win 11, 12 football games, I think that Jalen Hurts is right there, not only to win an NFC championship, but more importantly, a Super Bowl championship.
The Eagles tied for the 5th best price to win Super Bowl 59 and that Lombardi Trophy at 14-1 alongside the Bengals. It was my Super Bowl prediction a year ago. The champions of the AFC, Cincy, the champions of the NFC, Philly. I'm probably sticking to my guns entering 2024. Same number on the Eagles to win a Super Bowl. As for their quarterback, Jalen Hurts, to win the NFL MVP hardware at a 14-1 price as well. I think there's a legitimate argument to make that if Jalen Hurts wasn't banged up in the final month of the 2022 NFL campaign, he might have won the NFL MVP award away from Patrick Mahomes. I hear you guys might be going to Philly a little bit for Pro Football Today. An Eagles-centric show.
Really?
No.
If we go there, I don't know, because then I'll be outnumbered. I'm not the true Philadelphia fan. I'm not the true Philly fan. So that I don't know. Kevin Walsh and Donnie will outnumber me. They'll love them over there in Philadelphia. Yeah. Hopefully it happens, I guess. I don't know.
I like that. A little meal after, Joe. We've been waiting to catch up to a meal lately. Maybe it could happen in Philadelphia. We could break bread in Philadelphia. I'll get you guys a pass to cross over the bridge. It's okay. You guys will be safe.
I would love to do it. Donnie in the offseason doesn't drive more than 10 miles radius-wise, so that's it. You can't get him. You can't get him out of the South Jersey. You can't get him to make a drive more than 10 miles. So you have to come to him.
Can't make it to Windsor. Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, that might be the case from what I'm hearing for the NFL season as well. I see a double date in your guys' future.
Hey, now.
Both of you guys.
What's up? Hey.
You guys are hitting low early. Let me tell you.
Hold on, let me bring up some names. Let me drop some names right now live on the air. Can we do that now?
You guys are real good. You know that? You guys, I love you. Both.
We like to have some fun, and we're going to continue to have some fun on the other side of the break, because now we go into college football. I got the two experts next to me because I forgot who Ed Ogeron was, Joe Lisi and Donnie Rightside, as we look at what we have seen this week out in Sin City in Las Vegas. Big 12 Media Days, the Colorado Conversation with Joe Lisi, and some Heisman odds to boot. Up next, you're on the early line on SportsGrid. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. He was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire, only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
Training camp starts this weekend in the National Football League. That's the unofficial kickoff of what we will see in an NFL season. Fall camp on the horizon in college football, but the real unofficial kickoff, media days around the country. In Las Vegas this week, Big 12 media days, after hours with the Beavs and Cougs, presented by the Pac-12, and Mountain West media days. We focus on the Big 12 in Sin City. And of course, on Wednesday afternoon, it was the prime era in year number 2 in Colorado, getting off to a start with Deion Sanders at the podium. Joe, as we look at the football perspective for Colorado this year, Donnie and I had the debate, kind of like we just did with the New York Jets, when there's so much notoriety and attention for a team that has struggled to even see the playoffs in the last decade plus. What does actual success look like for a Colorado team that was 4-8 a season ago in year number 1 under Deion Sanders? What does success look like in year number 2?
Yeah, we talked about it on the radio, Ben. Success in year 2 is 6-6 and a bowl appearance. That would be the biggest thing for Colorado, to get back at least over the hump and have their sights set on year number 3 with the Deion era. The biggest question, Ben, and we talked about it again, does Deion want to be there from years 3 to 5? If so, the 6-win possibility is well within reach. They have winnable games. They have the type of quarterback in Shedeur Sanders to outscore teams. What do you get from the defense? They were pathetic against the run, and most importantly, the offensive line broke down, 50-plus sacks allowed. They need to run the football better as well. Dead last in FBS. If they can get to 6 wins, that's a huge accomplishment. But these tickets on them winning a national championship or breaking down the college football playoff door, you got to get real.
They got a tough game right out of the gate against NDSU. We'll see what happens with North Dakota State University. Certainly a quality program. But let's move on to some other Power 5 conferences. You got the ACC, the Big 12, the Big 10, and the SEC. A lot of changing parts here moving through and through. Favorites here, Florida State in the ACC, Utah in the Big 12, the Big 10 still with Ohio State, and then you have Georgia at a plus 185 in the SEC. With the changing landscape of college football, give us some teams there in those power conferences that you might be looking forward to win those conferences.
Yeah, I mean, the ACC, I'm dialed into Florida State because I believe they have the best roster, Donnie. I mean, Clemson is appealing at 4-1 in Louisville. They made it to the ACC championship game last year, and in the first year with Jeff Brom, they're definitely a team that has odds at 10-1. In the Big 12, I know Utah's the front runner, but the conference realignment scares me. Kyle Whittingham, is he all dialed in? What do you get out of Cam Rising? So I'm going to go with my guy, Texas Tech, and Joey McGuire. I think he's done a fantastic job. Brennan Morton and Taj Brooks come back, 18 total starters. I think they have legs. If we're talking the SEC, I only go with family, and I'm going with Nussmeier and Brian Kelly. They have great odds at plus 750 to win, or 950 now, to win the SEC championship, plus 125 to make the playoffs. And Brian Kelly, I trust.
Brian Kelly in year number 3 always does well at wherever stop he has been around college football. Let's look individual now at the Heisman Trophy odds. Dillon Gabriel, the new quarterback at Oregon, transferring from Oklahoma, plus 750. A co-favorite as he moves up the board with Carson Beck, plus 750. Georgia's quarterback, the guy on your screen, Quinn Ewers, a 10-1 price. I figured you might like that. That's a credit to our graphics producer, Jesse Metzger, who reminded us of a great joke. Quinn Ewers, 10-1 there. Third best number to win the Heisman Trophy. Lacey Guy, who gets your early look in the Heisman Trophy race?
Well, on that board right now, I would take a shot on Ole Miss and Jackson Dart. We talked about his versatility. We talked about Ole Miss knocking off Penn State in the bowl game, what they bring to the table. They could be a 10-win football team and certainly make the college football playoff. So in terms of those odds, I'm taking a shot on Jackson Dart. They're going to have one of the most prolific offenses in all of college football. But to me, it's the year of the running back. I played all the running backs. Big name. Ollie Gordon now down to 75-1. My guy's Donovan Edwards. He started at 100-1, now down to 90-1 on multiple books. Keep an eye out for him. And then obviously Quinshawn Judkins as well.
The year of the running back. The last running back to win the... What did he say?
Quinshawn.
That was good. That was also very good. The last time a running back won the Heisman Trophy, Derrick Henry at Alabama in 2015. Lacey Guy, we love the show, man. Thank you for being here on this Friday. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Hour 3 up next on the Early Line.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
Gosh, I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
Nice to at least walk down the last few holes, or at least the last hole, knowing that it was pretty much done. It's never safe, but very proud of everybody, and of course Tiro. I mean, what a week to get his first win in a few years and win by 6 in an absolutely dominant performance the way he did. It was absolutely incredible. So I couldn't be happier for him.
Certainly with not winning for 3.5 years, you kind of naturally question if you can do it again. So I'm just proud of myself to be able to get through that and play the way I did.
Welcome to hour number 3, our third and final on this Friday before we send you into your weekend, the final weekend of Major League Baseball. Before we get to the All-Star break that comes to us at the conclusion of action on Sunday. He is Donnie Rightside. I am Ben Stevens. One more hour to go. Plenty of baseball breakdowns coming your way here in this final hour, in the final half hour. But it's also a weekend of championships. The Euro final, Sunday afternoon, England and Spain. Is it finally coming home for the first time in more than 55 years? Are we going to see Argentina or Colombia take home the Copa America crown? We got the championships, Wimbledon. Donnie is fired up. The Scottish Open, the final leg of preparation before the Open Championship. So much to get to here in this third and final hour.
Big international flavor this weekend, right? I mean, you're taking a look at even like the Team USA trying to get back on the court. You're watching around the Olympics, how they're going to shape up. You know, you got the Genesis Open leading into the British Open next week. You got Wimbledon. So we got a worldwide appeal, but certainly Major League Baseball, we're going to enjoy this through this week because next week we're not going to have a lot of it here. And as I say every time, if you're taking RBI props, have at it. If you're taking base hit props, have at it here. Watch out for those favorites on Sunday with some of these players and teams checked out. And the minute that you see strike 3 in the bottom of the 9th inning, they're headed to private jets on vacations all over the world. Just be a little careful on Sunday.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It will factor into our baseball breakdowns and handicaps and certainly show on an individual game basis come Sunday afternoon. We also had some hardware given out last night, awards, but not for performances in an actual league. The ESPYs out in Los Angeles, normally during the All-Star break when things are a little bit more quiet. This year they did it a week early. I feel like you got a take on that.
I do have a take on that, by the way. Like, the ESPYs used to be a big thing, and now they're not. But the reason why, Ben, they were a big thing is because there was nothing to watch during that week. So once again, whoever is in marketing, did they lose their job over this? Because you're not supposed to have an event that's one of your marquee events where maybe most of the people that are watching ESPN quite a bit during the day have no idea that the ESPYs are even coming on here. You had it during that week for a reason, and now you moved it here. Just terrible guidance here. I don't know who runs these things, Ben. Who does it?
Yeah, not entirely sure as well. Serena Williams was the host. We're used to seeing some comedians. The ESPYs used to be so significant in my life growing up. I would make sure that I was watching it. It was like my Oscars. I didn't care about the Academy Awards. I would have like an ESPYs viewing party. Now it's kind of lost a little bit of what?
That's pretty good. Well, down at the boys get together in Manhattan Beach. Where were we getting together in this environment?
For sure.
Where were we?
You know where I'm
Inglewood?
from, right? You know where I'm from.
Yeah, Orange County. Sure.
Orange County, the OC, brother.
Yeah.
I tell the boys, pull over in your board shorts, put on the flip-flops, let's watch a little of ESPYs. You know?
By the way, let me ask you a quick question here. Were you friends with the kids in Laguna Beach? Like, were you guys hanging out with them at all? Little Talon. Who else was in there? Steven.
Donnie Rightside was a fan of Laguna Beach, the MTV reality series?
Who wasn't back in the day? Like, everybody was in the Laguna Beach. Come on now.
Listen, Lauren Conrad might have been my first celebrity crush growing up. I would admit that. Kristen Cavallari, tying it back to sports. She was married to Jay Cutler. No longer is, I don't believe.
Yeah, whatever happened to Steve? Whatever happened to that guy?
He's probably still out there. A lot of gel in his hair. Not moving much like Joe Lisi's. I think probably something along the lines.
Yes, it's just look at that, man. You got a lot of tentacles out there on the West Coast, so we got to tap in sometime here for us. So maybe we can have a couple next week. Maybe we'll relive a little Ben Stevens, childhood through high school.
I mean, that's what we could do, right? We could start playing EA Sports College Football 25, a live stream here.
Ben and Rick.
Me versus Donnie. Rick Horo? I don't think we're allowed to bring up his names here anymore. You know? We're having fun on this show today. I'll tell you that much right now. We wanted to hear from the people. Let's make sure. The ESPYs was where the conversation got started. And before we get to our poll, best male athlete, the award given out to Patrick Mahomes, added to a Super Bowl championship and a Super Bowl MVP for a year filled with hardware for Mahomes. But is Patrick Mahomes truly the best male athlete in the world right now? That was our question in Fade the Public. The man that, whether he likes it or not, when he walks into the practice facility in KC, the cameras often catch him with the dad bod. Is Patrick Mahomes the best athlete in the world right now? Yes or no? We had a lot of votes, but a lot saying the same thing. More than 86% saying no, Mahomes is not the best male athlete in the world right now.
No, he's not the best male athlete in the world right now. He's the best male quarterback. Of course he is at this point. Maybe the most important player at his position in sports. Yes, but we're talking about athletes, which means running, jumping, just being an athlete. That's not Patrick Mahomes at this point. Now, granted, he's much more of an athlete than you would think, because I've seen him against my Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl on a bum ankle turn into Usain Bolt late in the fourth quarter enough to pick up first downs. But just being that pure athlete where I think he can hoop and play. Now, granted, we do have highlights of him in high school being a very good hooper, but he's not on the level of like a LeBron James or anybody in the NBA at this point that can certainly fly up and down that court. So there are levels to this game. In comparison to the average man, is he a great athlete? Absolutely. The best athlete in the world? Absolutely not.
I think the category is just athlete because it spans so many sports. It's not the definition of being athletic, but I do hear your point. The other nominees yesterday for best male athlete, Shohei Ohtani, Scotty Scheffler, and Connor McDavid. Do you think any of those other three guys were more justified in winning the award than Mahomes?
No, because last year, again, we just get back to it, and this is fun because we start this NFL, avalanche coming up. Last year was the year to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. The only reason why the Kansas City Chiefs are world champions is because of their quarterback. Not as great wide receivers, not a great football team, going on the road basically the entirety of the NFL playoffs, which included beating Buffalo on the road and Baltimore on the road and beating maybe the best team in the NFL that we thought, the San Francisco 49ers. Absolutely, Patrick Mahomes deserved every bit of that award because that run last year, that showed the true test of what a champion really is, and that's Mahomes. He really deserved that.
I mean, I think when you look at Patrick Mahomes, there is little argument he is the best player in the National Football League. Look at the resume already for his career. That enough would get you a bust in Canton, Ohio, and he is only 28 years old, expected to add on. The Chiefs, a co-Super Bowl favorite alongside the San Francisco 49ers. Three-time Super Bowl champ, three-time Super Bowl MVP, two-time NFL regular season MVP award winner, 2018, and 2020. He has been a Pro Bowler all 6 years. He has been the starting quarterback in KC. Donnie, what I find fascinating about your assessment of the NFL entering this year, I think many people are looking at the Chiefs and say, hey, they can't win 3 in a row. We've never seen a team in the history of the National Football League win 3 consecutive Lombardi trophies. You almost have a slightly different tune continuing to believe in KC.
Yeah, here's my tune. You tell me right now that Patrick Mahomes is healthy in Week 17. Not the playoff. Week 17, they win the Super Bowl. How about that? I'm done seeing Pat. Again, they were supposed to get beat. The rest of the AFC was to catch up to them. Everybody had them dead to rights, and nobody could beat them. Now they're better this year. Who's going to beat them? Who's betting against Andy Reid? Who's betting against Patrick Mahomes? Once again, it's football. Health is a big deal. He's 28 years old in the middle of his prime. If he's healthy, they're winning it again.
Completely agree, DRS. At least getting to the stage once again. 6 years as the starter in Kansas City. They have at least played in the AFC Championship game in all 6 of those years. 4 Super Bowl appearances in that span as well for the last 5 years. I don't think they're getting bounced by the wild card round or missing the playoffs altogether. A weekend of championships on the line next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The early line. only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
You want some expertise around a weekend of winners and championships at stake? You came to the right place. So many trophies on the line this weekend, on the pitch, in the world of football or international soccer this summer. We have the Copa America title game in Miami on Sunday night between Argentina and Colombia. We have the European Championships final, the title game in Berlin, in Germany, between England and Spain. History at stake for the English and for the Spaniards as well. Let's start there, DRS, by looking at Championship Sunday in soccer. The Spaniards, a minus 142 favorite to hoist the cup. Again, these are not the 90-minute match bets. These are not anything that has to do with a specific match, just the overall result. It could be in extra time. It could be in PKs. Whoever wins that championship, these are the odds. Spain, minus 142. England, plus 120. The English looking for their first international title in a major tournament since 1966. For the nation that invented football, where they always ask, is it coming home? That is on the line on Sunday. Spain looking to win its 4th European championship. That would move past Germany and stand all alone for the Spanish to win the most ever Euro titles in the tournament's history.
The Spaniards probably the more talented team overall. We can probably agree. And also the odds makers at the FanDuel Sportsbook also agree as well, listed at a current price of minus 142 to lift the cup. You take a look at England at a plus 116 price, but sometimes you just have to take a look at getting there, which I believe now is the second time that England has done that, and also winning it are two different things. But you know what? We're not talking about the NBA Finals, and I bring this up quite a bit. It's not 7 games. It's not like, hey, Spain's got to win 4 out of 7 against England. They can probably do that. It's 1 game. It's 1 penalty. It's 1 bad penalty that you take that gets you a red card to set you a man down. That's what you have to take a look at. So even though we do have the favorite, Spain, at minus 142, sometimes it's just England's time to win it here. They've been clutch all the way through. That should be a fun matchup, and why not take a slight price here on the underdog with England to win it?
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't, listen, again, we're not soccer experts by any means. Our guy Anthony DeBundo or many others around the network could break it down a lot better than we could. But I don't think anybody has been overwhelmingly outstanding. Like Spain is the juggernaut. England's lucky to be here. The English style under Gareth Southgate is a little bit boring. England looked pretty good and aggressive in the semi on Wednesday against the Netherlands. And, of course, Ollie Watkins sending England to the title game. The first time they have reached a tournament title in a major international tournament off home soil in a very long time. Of course, they played in Wembley, asking, is it coming home at home during the European Championships in 2021, and came up short. Now to Copa America. What an atmosphere we are going to see on Sunday night in South Beach in Miami. Argentina and Lionel Messi, minus 180. Colombia, plus 152. If you want to see electricity, get ready for Sunday night in Miami with a Copa America title on the line.
Yeah, South Beach is going to be cooking there. The party, the celebrations, whichever team and whatever fan base wins, that is going to be absolutely epic. But I do agree, when you look at the FanDuel Sportsbook, almost a 2-to-1 price favorite here for Argentina over Colombia to lift the cup. And I do think that makes some sense. The star power on Argentina, I do believe, will rise to the occasion here. But I'm looking forward to a really, really good matchup. And it would not surprise us, right? The best goal of this match could come down to Lionel Messi's foot, maybe even a penalty kick at that point. I do agree. Argentina, for me, moves on, and that price point there is certainly reflective of close to 2-to-1.
Argentina's path to the final has not been nearly as difficult as that of the Colombians. Argentina in the semifinal against Canada, a hefty favorite, made it look pretty easy. Messi scoring his first goal of this tournament early in the second half on a deflection right in front of the keeper. Colombia was tested in a big way. They played a man down for the entirety of the second half against Uruguay on Wednesday night over in Charlotte and held on for a victory. And, of course, the scenes in the stands after that. We hope for a great atmosphere like we saw in the Queen City during the match, but none of the extracurriculars on Sunday night in Miami. We do not anticipate that to be the case. It is just going to be incredible. So this is where we differ, Donnie, as we give out some weekend winners. I have, like you, think England wins, and it comes home on Sunday at the European Championship. At least I am buying into the narrative. But I think Colombia actually pulls the slight upset as the underdog over the world champs in Argentina in the Copa America title.
Yeah, I'm going to go England and Argentina. But by the way, on this too, like how big soccer is around the world, right? Of course, like there are a lot of people like soccer in the United States, and rightfully so. We just don't have a very good product that we put out at the highest level. But what happens, like if England does win the Euro? Like, is that a national holiday for like at least Monday and Tuesday where nobody's going to work and you just hang out down at the, grab a pint of beer and celebrate and sing into all parts of the night? Because we know also, in South America, you take a look at Argentina or Colombia, one of those teams winning it here, that is a national celebration. We love like the Super Bowl here, but it's more like provincial because we're not all celebrating if the Kansas City Chiefs win or the Philadelphia Eagles win a Super Bowl. Right. But it must be cool to have that national pride to do something as big as that, particularly in England, where it hasn't worked so many times over the past couple of years. I would love to see the celebration for the English if they do win it.
Enjoy the ride, right? Enjoy Friday, Saturday, the preparation on Sunday. It is going to be huge. Of course, when you have expectation or hope, your heart can break a little bit harder than what would happen if you weren't even at the stage. But to be there yet again, the English feeling good, the Spanish feeling good, what a match it is going to be. And the celebration for any of these countries after a victory in these major international tournaments is going to be something to watch. By the way, speaking of international soccer, of course, the U.S. men's national team dismissing Greg Berhalter earlier this week. There was a small bit of hope that the U.S. could go land its biggest fish in this very critical moment ahead of the 2026 World Cup here on North American soil. Jurgen Klopp was apparently approached, he was the former manager of Liverpool, about being our manager, and very quickly said, nah, I'm good, guys.
Get the money right. Come on, man. Lakers, we can't be the Lakers of the world right now, not spending on coaches. Lay out that money. Bring these guys in.
Ask again. Ask again. Don't take no for an answer. We'll continue to give weekend winners next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that
has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. But that's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
All right, away from the soccer pitch, more championships at stake this weekend internationally. The Championships Wimbledon. The women's final is set. It is tomorrow on a Saturday at the All England Club. Semifinal Friday rolls on in the men's draw. Carlos Alcaraz lost the opening set to Daniil Medvedev, but did respond by winning the second set. He is already up 2-1 as I am seeing it here in set number 3. Has flipped back to a minus 185 favorite. He was minus 350 before the match got underway. Does that scare Donnie Wright's side at all with who his pick was to win the men's Wimbledon crown?
I think we might be headed to a 5th match here, and that's the way it only can happen, where you want to outlast that superstar young player that Alcaraz is. Yeah, what is it, a game? What is it, match? What is it, set?
It'll be a set, Donnie. It'd be a set.
Hold on. All right. Let's go down this path then. Forget it. Nobody cares about me picking Medvedev, right? Here's what I want to do again. Every once in a while I get down to this when we talk tennis at this point. 15, 30, 45. What is this sport? How about 1, 2, 3? Like in wrestling, like in anything here. It's very simple to understand. We don't need 15, 30, 45. What is it? Again, was it a watch face? Is that like, hey, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 40? Like, is that what it was? Who was thinking 1, 2, 3 tennis? You want to bring the U.S. environment into this where we watch it? 1, 2, 3. It's as simple as that. How about that from that?
Didn't even bring up love. Joe Frizo, our producer, tennis aficionado, who was here on the show breaking down Wimbledon before it got started. Is there a reason, Joe, that it's 15, 30, 40 in love? Okay, he has no idea. That's fine. But his pick before, and I don't mean to call out Frizo, the 2022 Wimbledon champ, on the women's draw, Elena Rybakina, upset yesterday by Barbora, I think I'm getting her name right, Barbora Krejcikova. That's right. I got it right. Fantastic. Krejcikova, who is the favorite for tomorrow's women's final against Jasmine Paolini, the young Italian who is playing in her 2nd consecutive Grand Slam final. Made it in Paris, but of course going up against Iga Swiatek on clay. That's tough. By the way, Frizo and I looked into this, really just Frizo, but we were having the conversation. Swiatek minus 195 to win the gold medal because they'll play it in Paris at Roland Garros for tennis as well. Probably not a bad bet. Donnie, both you and I like Paolini to get the job done. Yeah. Paolini, to get the job done tomorrow against Krejcikova.
Yeah, exactly. Paolini is going to pay out the winner. That's all you need to know at this point. So that's the way we went. We sided, we joined up, and we're ready to rock. Look, that's going to be 2 names you see in the final that you're not used to seeing in a final. Let's go. Somebody's got to win one of these.
So, Donnie, as Joe Frizo has just looked this up, the origins of tennis's 15-30-40 scoring system are believed to be medieval French. The earliest reference to the scores is in a 1435 ballad that uses the term 45. I believe that's how you say that, which means 45.
Yeah, maybe they should have just went to medieval times and had one of those huge, like, turkey sticks at that point.
Turkey
and came
legs.
up with it at that
Heck
point.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That stuff is
Come
fire,
on now.
man.
Medieval times. Get out of here.
I'd have a pint in a goblet at medieval times. Anyway, the other international championship that we have, now actually a co-sanctioned PGA Tour event with the DP World Tour, that's over in Scotland ahead of next week's Open Championship, the fourth and final major this year in the world of golf at Royal Troon, the Scottish Open. Round number 2 already coming to a close out in that event in Scotland. Ludwig Åberg still sits in first at 12 under par. He is the tournament favorite currently on the FanDuel Sportsbook at plus 210. You and I, DRS, both eating the chalk on Åberg.
Yeah, it's his time at this point. Quite frankly, maybe he was just open up the app this morning, saw him at first place. Like, yeah, let me just take the guy in first place. But there is a chance that Rory McIlroy, who I didn't see was actually doing today, because I know he teed off around 9 o'clock. Rory is, my screen's still frozen, so I don't know if he's any better than 5 under, but that's certainly got to watch out for. But it's so simple. Take a really good golfer like Ludwig is and take him to win this thing since he's in first place. Makes the most sense for me right now.
Right now it is Åberg and McIlroy, 2-1 price on Ludwig, plus 330 on Rory, who is the reigning champ at the Scottish.
Oh, he's 8
Open.
under Rory. Wow.
Oh, he's making a move. Those two separated by just $1.30. Sung Jae Im, third best price at 12-1. A ton of golfers at 12-1 with Colin Morikawa as well. If I may do my best Donnie right side rant here, Ludwig Åberg is the pronunciation that he uses. He is the tall Swede despite playing his college golf at Texas Tech. Some call him Ludwig Åberg, and I think many have learned that it's at least Åberg. We got to figure out the pronunciation. Åberg himself says Åberg, but some people still stick with Åberg. My Donnie right side rant is done. Donnie's baseball breakdown next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The early line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds? Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
The final weekend of Major League Baseball action before the All-Star break. Now, it's the unofficial midway point of the year because we're well past 90 games of 162 in this MLB regular season, but still it allows us that time to reset everything for the home stretch following the Mid-Summer Classic. One final set. Some have already started. 3-game sets that start today on this Friday. And DRS, potentially none bigger than the one we are going to see in Baltimore between the two top teams in the American League East, the Orioles and the Yankees. If you would have told us the Yankees dropped 2 of 3 games against the Rays, that the Pinstripes have lost 17 of their last 23, in Baltimore right before this set had won 8 of their last 13 hosting the Chicago Cubs for a 3-game set inside Camden Yards, we would have said, man, Baltimore's probably up by 5.5, 6 games in the American League East before the All-Star break. No, just a 2-game advantage as the O's were swept at home by the Chicago Cubs during their midweek set. And today it's not expected to get any easier for the Orioles. They're the home underdog against Garrett Cole and the Yankees.
Yeah, you see that 9 there, and you say to yourself, okay, Yankees bats, Baltimore bats were a sign up, and including the pitching matchup we'll get to in just a few moments. But I don't know what's going on with that Baltimore offense that has been so prolific. And granted, we understand baseball's a long season. You're going to go through lulls in your offense. You're going to go through lulls on your pitching staff and your bullpen. It just seems to be happening at the wrong time for the Orioles. But this is a massive matchup. If we're taking a look at Cade Povich, who does most of his innings, or I should say pitch most of his innings on the road this year. But if we are looking here, Ben, at just the past 60 days with a minimum total of 20 innings pitched, Povich is the worst pitcher on the card today. How about this? You know, I talk about that XFIP minus number. 100 is the baseline. Below that, very good. Above that, not so good. He's got a 147. So again, 100 is average. He's a 147.
Yeah.
You take a look at his ERA over those 60 days, if you're into that, 6.51. You want to take a look at his XFIP number. When we talk about that, it's similar to ERA. Like, you want that 350 or less. He's at a 5.99. So effectively, he's at a 6 XFIP number. Now, granted, you look at that Yankees lineup that hasn't been sensational over the past 30 days. Judge, Soto, Torres, who does have a high ISO power number, and also Jones, who only has 13 at-bats against left-handed pitching with some decent numbers. It doesn't show that great, but Povich has been really bad against lefty and righty batters as a left-handed pitcher. You flip it over to Baltimore. Yes, their lineup typically shows very good against right-handed pitchers, and we don't technically know what we're still getting out of Garrett Cole. But having said that, I really know it looks like what I'm getting out of Povich, which isn't a great pitcher. Their offense has been struggling. There's a chance that we get 5 to 6 innings pitched that are quality out of Garrett Cole, and that should be enough. I like the Yankees tonight in Baltimore. Crazy, man. They are slipping down here, and we might even see a role reversal in the AL East race here by the time we get to the All-Star break. That would be crazy, but I like the Yanks tonight.
Put a pin in it right now. Before this final weekend set of the first half, before the All-Star break begins, Baltimore has a 2-game advantage over New York. The O's minus 130 to win the division. The Pinstripes, even money, plus 100. These two clubs, of course, divisional rivals, have already met 7 times this year. And Baltimore has had New York's number. They've won 5 of 7. A 4-game set in May inside Camden. The O's won 3 of 4 just about 3 weeks ago up in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium. Baltimore won the final 2 games of that 3-game series to win the set. So Baltimore has had the upper hand on New York. But, Donnie, how much can change in 3 weeks? Even after losing the series against Baltimore about 3 weeks ago, the Yankees had a 1.5-game lead over the Orioles in the division. Now the O's in front by 2 games. Again, the Yankees have dropped 17 of their last 23 games entering this set against the Baltimore Orioles. Now we go to an American League East team that's back to 10 games above 500, the Red Sox. Tanner Houck in the final game of their series against the A's yesterday at home, absolutely dealing. 6 innings of 2-hit baseball, shutout work against Oakland. Boston wins 7-0. Now they welcome in the Kansas City Royals. This is a series I will be in attendance for tomorrow afternoon on a Saturday in Beantown. My first ever trip to Fenway in game number 1. No starter named as of this moment, at least according to FanDuel, for Boston. Cole Reagan's out there for KC. Reagan's an all-star for the Royals this year.
Yes, and also Reagan's has been a very good pitcher this season. Now, also, we've been blessed with some really good weather conditions on the East Coast. Forget about some of the rain that we're getting in that, tri-state area of New York, Delaware, and also Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at this, though. 81 degrees, wind blowing out the dead center field at 10 miles an hour. That's always tough at Fenway to deal with. But if we're taking a look at Cole Reagans here, from his just away starts, he's actually done very well. You take a look at him here. How about this? A 3.04 ERA, which equates to a 3.42 xFIP through 50.1 innings pitched this season on the road. That's really good. That'll help you out. And right now, we're showing for the Boston Red Sox, Cooper Criswell is the starting pitcher. Now, granted, doesn't have a lot of starts over the past 30 days, but on the season, 218 batters he's faced, been a 155 ISO, which you'll take that, and a manageable weighted on base percentage of 3.07. 10 runs it takes to get to that total, but it's so tough in a ballpark there. Like we talk about so many times, like let's just say in Philadelphia, you need great pitching. I think you're going to get solid pitching on both sides, which does lend itself to an under. So until we see the official starting lineups here, which include the pitchers, you probably have a slight lean towards the under, but that could change depending who's on the mound here for Boston.
9 is the total. Some storms in the Northeast. I'm a little bit worried about the game tomorrow, scheduled to start around 4 p.m. Eastern time with some storms predicted in Boston. Hope I can get there. Never been to Fenway. Very, very excited. And the Red Sox could be rolling into that game on Saturday. Speaking of a team on a roll, the fork is gone. It is broken. It might never come out again. The Houston Astros, 49-44, 5 games above 500, the most they have been above 500 all season long. Houston has won 16 of its last 20 games, an in-state showdown, a divisional rivalry, as they get ready to host the Texas Rangers, the reigning World Series champs, this weekend in H-Town. Minus 148. Now the updated number on the Stros, total at 8. What do you like for the start of this set between Texas and Houston?
This is a big series. It certainly is, as you're going to see a couple of those here heading into that, what we call the unofficial halfway point at the All-Star break. Some of these teams getting momentum, which is what you want. Some of these teams going to be losing steam, which is certainly not what you want. You take a look at Andrew Heaney on the mound going up against Hunter Brown. You used to say to yourself, not really household names, but both of these guys have been in decent form over the past 60 days. And also taking a look at that Houston offense going up against left-handed pitching. It hasn't fared all that well. Altuve's done well, Bregman's done well, and Dubon has done well. The rest of that lineup, not so much against left-handed pitching. And also keep in mind, Andrew Heaney maybe had a little bit of a rough start to the season. Past 30 days, 119 batters he's faced, a 148 ISO and a weighted on base percentage of 297. That sets up pretty well. Flip it over to Hunter Brown. How about this, Ben? Over the past 30 days, an 060 ISO and a weighted on base percentage of 264. Feels a little bit like playoff baseball. Even though that's a true hitter's ballpark, I'm leaning more towards the under than a side in this one.
Not just an in-state showdown, not just divisional foes, of course, a rematch of last year's ALCS. These two teams have faced each other 7 times this year. Houston's won 4, Texas has won 3. The Astros winners of 16 of their last 20. The Rangers looking a little bit better. A little bit more like the ilk of a World Series champ defending that crown. They've won 7 of their last 10, but still 5 games below 500. Houston only 2 games back of Seattle for the top spot in the American League West. The Guardians lost 3 of 4 against the Tigers, but still, because the O's have struggled, maintain that best record in the American League. They're on the road tonight in the Trop, where the Rays are a home favorite. The Rays better baseball as well with a victory today, as the odds expect. Tampa back to 500 for the first time in a while.
You saw it yesterday. We talked about a game where they had the Cleveland Guardians going against a team that you thought might be inferior in Detroit. And I told you, Detroit was the better team yesterday and won. You might see that number again pop up today. Sign me up. Cleveland Guardians getting plus money. Don't do it. Taj Bradley this season at home, one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball. Take a look at this, Ben. 41 innings pitched at home this year. An ERA, 1.76. An xFIP of 2.56. Carlos Carrasco hasn't been near the pitcher that Taj Bradley has been, at least analytically here. You know what's going to happen today? The Rays are going to beat the Guardians, and that slide is going to continue for another day.
I like the look, DRS. I really do. More baseball breakdowns around the final weekend of MLB next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. But that's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on the Sunday look like shots on the Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
The World Series favorites, the LA Dodgers, might go stumbling into the All-Star break. Swept this week in Philadelphia, and resoundingly so by the Phils. LA was the underdog in all 3 games at the bank, as you might expect, against the Phils. They lost all 3, 8 times still only this year for the Dodgers, booked as an underdog in just 2-6 straight up. But an underdog in Detroit? That can only mean one thing. Tarek Skubal is on the bump for the Tigers. Detroit's won 8 of its last 11 games as well. Donnie, will the Dodgers bounce back, or is this the worst spot you could hope to kind of show some resilience against the American League Cy Young frontrunner?
Yeah, man, on the road, licking your wounds after leaving Philadelphia and saying, all right, we get the big maple on the mound. Let's see what we can do against the lowly Detroit Tigers. And then you get Tarek Skubal, when maybe the best pitcher of Major League Baseball, to counter you. That's not going to be great. If you just take a look at numbers, first of all, we understand how talented that lineup is for the Dodgers 1 through 9, still without Mookie Betts. It's much more talented than the Detroit Tigers, but you could argue that same thing yesterday. The Tigers weren't as talented as the plate going up against the Guardians, still won the game. Why? Because the pitcher is so much better on the mound. You take a look at Tarek Skubal this year, and if we're just going on home starts alone, since once again the game is in Detroit, he's been fantastic. How about this? A 1.74 ERA at home through 51 2/3 innings, a 3.05 xFIP, so it's a little bit higher, but still, it's in that very good grade. You flip it over to Paxton, one of those guys you've heard me talk about quite a bit this year. Sometimes you just take a look at that ERA and say to yourself, well, he should be pretty good, but the xFIP numbers and the analytical numbers are sky high. Why? Walks too many batters, doesn't strike out enough, and gives up fly balls. That's a recipe for disaster. Even though that Detroit lineup is not very good against left-handed pitching, I still think Detroit wins this game, but more importantly, I think we stay under the total in this game. A few runs out of Detroit could be enough to beat the mighty Dodger bats here. So there you go.
The Tigers not the greatest offensively. Yesterday, though, played in 12. Matt Vierling was great 2 days ago. Riley Green, 3 ribbies yesterday, and the big victory for the Tigers. Again, they swept the Reds over the weekend. They take 3 of 4 against the team atop their own division in the American League Central, the Cleveland Guardians. Tarek Skubal, in his most recent start, 13 Ks, I believe it was on Sunday. His strikeout prop today against L.A., just 6.5. The over has the heavy juice. Now, A couple of months ago during the college basketball season, I took issue with a game played in Tulsa, Oklahoma between the Memphis Tigers and I believe it was Tulsa, called a Midwest matchup. I take issue here with the Atlanta Braves in San Diego. East versus West? Does anybody consider Atlanta East? South, I would get. Southeast? Oh, no, it's not. You were telling our producer, Joe Frieso. All right, I'll let that one pass. That National League East versus National League West. The Braves minus 118 as a road favorite in San Diego. They were riding a 4-game win streak, were the Atlanta Braves, DRS, before they lost the final 2 games in Arizona. The Padres, they were looking pretty good before meeting the D-backs over the weekend. Now a home underdog against Atlanta.
By the way, I do believe back in the day, the Atlanta Braves were in the NL West, and in the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons were also in the Western Conference or the Western Division, which is kind of crazy that you think about it here. And why the Dallas Cowboys are in the NFC East, don't get me started on that at all. We have plenty of time next week to argue the merits of that. But if we take a look at this game, yeah, exactly. We're loading up next week with topics that we don't want to spoil this week. Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound. Last time we saw him, Ben, very good outing against the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll see if that continues today. But the question is going to be Randy Vasquez, the pitcher on the mound for the San Diego Padres. Can he hold up against the Atlanta Braves? Now, when we say hold up, what does that mean? 2-3 runs that the Braves typically have going up against that roster. I do think they're in a decent bounce-back spot because Vasquez at home this year, 31 2/3 innings pitched, a 3.41 ERA, which isn't bad. But you take a look at that xFIP number at home, it balloons up to close to 5, which once again means too many walks, not enough strikeouts, too many fly balls here. If we're lining this up, and maybe Schwellenbach just needed a couple starts to calm down, he should be going up against a lineup that is really talented from San Diego. Keep in mind also, some of the reports coming out today that we are expected to get back Xander Bogaerts into the lineup. That could be a boost for that. We'll see if that comes up, but I'm going to trust the Atlanta Braves. Bounce back spot here, low scoring game. Those are the games where you trust the Braves.
The Braves did not score a single run yesterday, shut down by Brandon Pfaadt. Again, Eugenio Suarez, the only run yesterday in Arizona. The Diamondbacks will play host to the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll talk about that game in just a moment. Let's go to the northern part of California. That's the San Francisco Giants taking on the Minnesota Twins. The Twins, a minus 142 favorite, total at 7.5 that barely creeped over yesterday. Now, the Guardians still have a 4.5 game lead in the American League Central, but the Twins only 4.5 games back. Could be a big weekend for the Twins. The Guardians, a road underdog to start their weekend set today in the Trop. The Twins, a road favorite by the Bay against the Giants.
Yeah, Twins, by the way, road starts here for Joe Ryan this year, 55 innings pitched. You got a pretty good, nice back-tested number, a 2.78 ERA and an xFIP of 3.38. And also, you're not going on the road here and saying, like, oh, I don't know how it's going to hold up in Colorado or Philadelphia. You're pitching in one of the best pitchers' ballparks in Major League Baseball. That's going to help. And what do we love about the Minnesota batters here going up against lefties? Typical lineups will struggle. That is not the case here for the Minnesota Twins. How about if I told you 8 of the 9 projected batters, all 325 or higher weighted on base percentages? The only one that's below is Jose Miranda. Everybody else, listen to this, 650, 689, 460, 478, 618, 329, 482, and 366. Minnesota today, the better pitcher on the mound and the better lineup. That should equate to a victory out in San Francisco.
Keep an eye on the rook for Minnesota, Brooks Lee. 2 home runs already in his 9 Major League Baseball career games, plus 170 to record a ribby tonight. I mentioned this game, the Arizona Diamondbacks, home favorite against the Toronto Blue Jays. The Jays taking the final 2 games of a set in San Francisco. What do you like in Phoenix?
Yeah, in Phoenix, we should get some runs here, particularly from the Toronto Blue Jays. Ryan Nelson, one of the pitchers that I do love to fade at home, 35 innings pitched, Ben. How about an ERA of 6.69 and an xFIP number of 4.83? On your roster tonight, Springer, Horowitz, and Guerrero should be there for some RBI opportunities for those Toronto Blue Jays.
I can't wait to see what the Blue Jays do in the next few weeks. Again, they're at the basement of the American League East. 7 games below 500, 43-50 with an incredibly talented roster. Might they look to sell at the deadline? We shall see. Some more baseball breakdowns and a best bet of them all up next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line. Only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire. Only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
The Cardinals had an interesting week. It was a show-me state showdown against the Kansas City Royals, but game number 1 was rained out, so they played a doubleheader on Wednesday. That was really the only action for the Redbirds. Now they get ready to host a 4-game set in only 3 days before the All-Star break against the Chicago Cubs. A doubleheader and a makeup game tomorrow on a Saturday. St. Louis has been playing pretty good baseball as of late, despite losing both of the games in the doubleheader against KC at home. They've still won 12 of their last 19 since the end of June. Chicago playing really good baseball, sweeping the O's on the road, winners of 4 straight, winners of 6 of their last 7, and yet with Sonny Gray on the bump today under the arch, St. Louis booked as nearly a $2 favorite at home. Will the odds be the result at the end of the game?
If you're looking, again, this is why we love baseball, man. Day to day, it's just about the pitchers on the mound and how they match up with each other. You can't say with a straight face, oh, look at that. The Chicago Cubs just went in and torched one of the best teams in baseball. They should be able to handle St. Louis, and getting that much of a price, here's the reason why. Take a look at Sonny Gray, is going to be on the mound today for the St. Louis Cardinals at home this year, Ben. Absolutely phenomenal. 52 innings pitched. How about a 1.90 ERA and an xFIP of 2.58? Say, wow, that's really good. How are we going to counter that with Kyle Hendricks on the mound? Well, just take a look at his road-home splits here. On the road for him, 33 2/3 innings pitched. Typically, you'd say to yourself, like, man, it must be a joy to get out of Wrigley, right? You pitch much better. How about an 8.55 ERA and an xFIP over 5? You look at that St. Louis lineup today, they should be able to torch. Weather conditions, not going to help out all that much wind conditions-wise. 4 miles an hour from right foul pole to left foul pole, mid-80s temperatures, but there is a distinct pitching mismatch on the mound today. And in baseball, your momentum is only as good as your starting pitcher the next day. The better starting pitcher is with St. Louis. They'll win this game.
A full slate on this Friday, a full weekend around Major League Baseball. The first half, unofficially, of this year comes to a close on Sunday evening. Then we get into the All-Star break. The next time we speak, it will be Monday. We'll be previewing the Home Run Derby. We'll be looking back at the weekend that was and using the time to reset at the All-Star break for what we can expect down the home stretch of 162 games in this Major League Baseball season. Donnie, as you look around the weekend slate in MLB, of course, there's the series in Baltimore between the Orioles and the Yankees. What are the Phils going to do to add to their lead against the Oakland Athletics? Can the Dodgers bounce back from being swept this week in Philadelphia, this weekend in Detroit? What series above all is going to get your most attention?
I don't know if it's a singular series, but I just want to see how some of those, because sometimes you forget about it, Ben. You check the standings, like at the end of the weekend. I'm really going to check them this week to see how they project. You just want to see some of those baseball teams. Like if you are watching in one series, it's probably the Yankees and the Orioles, because if you have a good series by the Yankees, that not only is going to propel them back into the lead, but also that's a devastating slide for the Orioles that we were talking about at the beginning of the week. They could be up 5+ games. That would be crisis mode in Baltimore at that point.
Yeah. It's a really good point. I'm also going to keep an eye on the New York Mets. They're now into a wild card spot. Tied for the third and final wild card spot with the San Diego Padres after sweeping the Nationals and plating 7 and blanking the Nats yesterday at home at Citi Field. The Grimace Mets are here to stay. Since Grimace threw out the first pitch way back on, I believe it was June 12th, the Mets are currently 19-8 in that time frame. All right, now a best bet to send you into the weekend. Before we say farewell, before we say goodbye, it is time for bye.
Bye.
Joe Lisi makes another impact here on the show. Donnie, I know you got a baseball best bet to set the stage for this weekend. What is it and why?
I was going to go to Philadelphia with our guy, Hogan Harris, brother, but he's going to get chopped up there pretty easily. But we are actually going to go with Aaron Judge to get an RBI at a -110 price. The worst pitcher on the card today, I told you, is Cade Povich at a 147 xFIP minus. Aaron Judge hammers left-handed pitching. He'll get that RBI. So, brothers, in arms, these Pythons are going to lead us to victory.
I don't know if you're allowed to do that after Tony Khan came on the network earlier this week, but what a shout-out to
Tony, sign Hogan.
Hogan.
Sign Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah, maybe so. Bring him back. Anyway, I'm going to look, by the way, at some tennis. Carlos Alcaraz now up 2-1 over Daniil Medvedev. Take Alcaraz to win his second straight Wimbledon. -120, even to beat Novak Djokovic. Sorry, Joe Frizo. By the way, the bottom of the screen, let's go back to the two-shot. Bottom of the screen says, Donnie, have fun tomorrow on In-Game Live? Donnie, IGL on Saturday? Have a great time.
I'm calling out, baby. I'm calling out, baby.
Talk to you Monday.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
Gosh, I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
It was nice to at least walk down the last few holes, or at least the last hole, knowing that it was pretty much done. It's never safe, but very proud of everybody, and of course Tiro. I mean, what a week to get his first win in a few years and win by 6 in an absolutely dominant performance the way he did. It was absolutely incredible, so I couldn't be happier for him.
Certainly with not winning for 3.5 years, you kind of naturally question if you can do it again. So I'm just proud of myself to be able to get through that and play the way I did.
Good morning. Welcome to Newswire here on SportsGrid. Today is Friday, ahead of a big weekend for Wimbledon. Naturally, got the All-Star break coming up on Sunday, Home Run Derby Monday, All-Star game, and lots to get to with training camp around the corner in the National Football League, not to mention the finals coming up this weekend here in my hometown of Copa America. A very expensive ticket. We'll get to that in just a minute, coming up a little bit later in the show. But thanks for tuning in as we get ready to review everything happening in sports. We got some great guests for you here on the show. Gilbert McGregor will join us, and of course, guest contributor from Legal Sports Report is Jim Gazzali, who will join us on the show as well, and also, of course, talk some tennis. So stay on the grid for us every day, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern, covering the world of sports and sports wagering, no doubt. We'll start off with, as we anticipate, the All-Star game on Tuesday. Did we get the final stamp of approval yesterday for National League All-Star starter? Torey Lovullo has a very tough decision to make because rookie Paul Skeens did it again. And by doing what? He's breaking all kinds of records in Major League Baseball for his first handful of starts. 7 no-hit innings and was removed from the game yesterday, as Paul Skeens has just basically been the best pitcher in baseball since he's been called up since May. He is the overwhelming favorite to win the Rookie of the Year over on the FanDuel Sportsbook. He is now approaching potentially becoming in the mix for the National League Cy Young as well. Meanwhile, Skeens, after the game, talked about throwing the 7 no-hit innings and asked, of course, if he wanted to stay in the game to complete it.
I think that's kind of just where we're at in the season. Just being able to use all my weapons and attack with them and trust them. Probably a little bit more than earlier in the season. Yeah, just in a good spot.
Cole, was there any part of you that wanted to go back out?
Yeah, I mean, definitely wanted to finish it, but throwing every 6 days, 5 days, whatever it is now, definitely understand that side of it.
It's an incredible start to a season for any pitcher, but let alone the kind of start that Skeens has had. Right now, he's got some competition to start in the All-Star game, but as I'll tell you in a minute, one of those pitchers potentially will be out of the mix. So let's get to our baseball headlines. As the Cubs sweep the Orioles, but Cody Bellinger goes on the injured list in the process. This will complicate any potential trade if the Cubs decide to make one. Now, remember, the Cubs still under 500 this season, but beating up on the Orioles tells you that they still have some fight left. We'll see what happens as we come down the stretch in July and August. Meanwhile, the Dodgers are having a hard time at the hands of the Philadelphia Phillies. They complete the sweep yesterday as Philadelphia is playing their best baseball of the season, even despite having some injuries over the course of the year. And meanwhile, what will the Dodgers do? They probably need to find some extra starting pitching. As of right now, they have 4 starters from the beginning of the season out of the 5 on the injured list, and one of the others just got sent to the minors, Bobby Miller. So look for the Dodgers to make a trade at the deadline as well. Also, the Houston Astros, who were in the mix to win the American League every year, looks like this year is no different. The Astros have swept the Marlins. They've won 9 straight games at home, and all of a sudden, over on FanDuel, they're creeping into the favorite position to become the winner of the division in the American League West. Didn't think that would happen a month or 2 ago. Also, as I mentioned, this is the story. Zach Wheeler from the Philadelphia Phillies is skipping his Sunday start due to the back injury that he had earlier in the week. Now, naturally, he's part of the All-Star game on Tuesday night and was the projected starter for the National League. So when the manager of the NL, Torey Lovullo, makes his decision, it could come down to Paul Skeens or maybe Shoto Imanaga from the Chicago Cubs. Tough decision to make, and we'll get that over the weekend. All right, some great stuff happening over at Wimbledon Finals on Saturday and Sunday. We'll have it covered for you exclusively here on SportsGrid. Right now, Carlos Alcaraz is taking on Medvedev, so naturally on Scott Farrell's show later today, we'll give you the finals. 3 o'clock Eastern, tell you exactly what's going on. And also, Lorenzo Musetti will take on Novak Djokovic. Looks like it could potentially be a Djokovic-Alcaraz final, which is what everybody wants. But, not guaranteed. We'll see what happens today and then tomorrow. Barbara Krejcikova will take on Yasmin Paolini. That is tomorrow's women's final. Again, tomorrow morning, tune into SportsGrid. We'll have it covered for you. Also, with Greg Berhalter being out as the U.S. men's head soccer coach, they're looking for replacements, and Jurgen Klopp is unlikely to take the job. He said he wants to take 12 months off from management after spending 9 years with Liverpool, so the U.S. will continue to look for a new manager/head coach. Does not look like it will be Klopp. Also, with the National Football League being sued and ordered to pay out billions of dollars in damages because of NFL Sunday Ticket, Roger Goodell yesterday basically said, of course, we don't agree with this jury verdict, and also said it's a long process. We're aware of that, but we feel very strongly about our position and our policies, particularly in the media. He said that yesterday on CNBC. There's a post-trial motion hearing on July 31st. I know a lot of you who paid for a Sunday NFL ticket will be looking for some sort of payout here. Again, the NFL would have to come to an agreement that that is indeed the case. It doesn't like it's going to happen anytime soon. Bill Belichick not going to coach in the NFL this season. He's joining Inside the NFL. It is on the CW. He's also going to be part of the Pat McAfee show with NFL draft coverage. And he's been on their show before, probably going to be on their show some more this season. Naturally, he's on the Manning cast, which he announced as well. So it looks like 3 different spots for Bill Belichick in the media this upcoming season. All right, more of the same in terms of college athletes getting paid. Another appeals court has ruled that college athletes are indeed employees and can be paid. When their efforts are primarily to benefit their schools, they qualify as employees deserving of pay under federal wage and hour laws. This is from a U.S. appeals court ruling Thursday. NCAA, of course, doesn't want this to happen. The court said that a test should be developed to differentiate between the students who play college sports for fun and for those who actually cross the legal line into work. Good luck figuring that out. In the WNBA, the New York Liberty, they and the Aces are expected to play for the finals this year. They're the favorites. They beat the Chicago Sky 91-76 yesterday. Angel Reese, the double-double streak, now at 15 games for her. Also in tonight's WNBA action, we have the Las Vegas Aces taking on the Atlanta Dream, the Phoenix Mercury, a small favorite, taking on the Indiana Fever, and tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, it is the Minnesota Lynx taking on the Seattle Storm. Also some sad news from both college and pro football. Monty Kiffin, the father, of course, of Lane Kiffin, and Monty Kiffin, really the inventor of the way that teams play defense, known as the Tampa 2, spent 50 years coaching in the NFL, passed away at the age of 84. Kiffin, known as one of the most inventive minds in the history of the NFL when it comes to defense. Also, Bronny James expected to make his debut. The Lakers taking on the Rockets in Summer League games. And we'll talk about all of that coming up next with Gilbert McGregor from Sporting News as we dive into the latest. And by the way, believe it or not, you can bet on these Summer League games. I mean, is it this? Is it spring training? Is there anything more silly to bet on than Summer League games in the NBA? I have no idea. Rockets are favored in this. Yeah, I hope Gilbert, I want Gilbert to give me his opinion on betting on Summer League games, not just the games themselves, but tell me whether or not you should really be doing this. Anyway, download the SportsGrid app, folks. As I mentioned, tomorrow we got some great programming for Wimbledon, also on Sunday as well. So if you want to learn more about how to bet on tennis, the odds, who could potentially win, what times the matches start, early in the morning, Saturday, breakfast at Wimbledon, of course, coming up this weekend, download the SportsGrid app. It's available for iOS and Android. Take out your phone there. You can also scan that code and you can watch our shows from your phone. If you're streaming us right now, let's say on one of those free TV sites like a Samsung or a Vizio, you know what I'm talking about. You're watching right now, you came across a channel, you hit play. You can also do it on your phone or on your iPad, Android, anything that you decide to watch us on. The SportsGrid app, folks, it's completely free. It doesn't cost you a thing. Download it now. It is available. As I mentioned, we'll break down the NBA coming up next. Gilbert McGregor with Sporting News. Bronny James on the court to score 10-plus points. You can bet on that too today. Would you do it? Gilbert will tell us next.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid, your 24/7 sports wagering network. The early line.
Magical and historic season in Lincoln, Nebraska continues.
He is the best player in the NBA, but also in the biggest moments where the national media is watching.
Newswire.
Something that we have never seen happen before with one of the iconic coaches in the game.
Pharrell Coast to Coast.
The team covers. It's automatic. It's every time. Not sometimes. It's every time.
Game time decisions.
Luka is actually far more dangerous from three on the road this year than at home.
This game here tonight, you may want to consider taking as many points as humanly possible.
In-game live, prime time.
We got not one, but two coaches fired systems in place.
Sports Rage
this
Late
sort of
Night.
has letdown written all over it. It's going to be hard to match the emotion that they played with the other night.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
Do you believe Diggs will come up big with Stroud or be the disappointment that he was with Allen in the last, year?
It's not all on Diggs as it was with the Bills. So he only needs to be a secondary piece. Remember now, he's in his 30s, Pharrell. He's in the back nine of his career. They don't need him to be super. They just need him to do a good job.
Pharrell Coast to Coast. Only on SportsGrid. The Bostonian versus the Book.
I mean, here's the question. I know hockey players are pretty superstitious. Do they start to ask themselves the question of being like, we signed Corey Perry? We did what?
No.
We signed Corey Perry? Good news, boys. We're going to the Cup Finals. Bad news, boys. We're losing.
At some point, you got to win one for Corey, right?
I guess
Get
so.
on the team and like, wow, this guy, we gotta win one here.
The Bostonian versus the Book.
Welcome back to Newswire here on SportsGrid. You ready for some Summer League NBA action and potentially seeing LeBron James go off in a Lakers uniform? Will that happen today? Let's bring in Gilbert McGregor from Sporting News. Gilbert, this is one of those deals where I guess I remember that the odds are there to bet on some of these Summer League games, but I mean, talk about trying to handicap something. Like, this feels like spring training, Like, I mean, the preseason football may be easier to handicap than this. Thanks for coming on. I don't know. I mean, we're going to analyze it, but I don't know how they made these lines or these totals. What are they basing this on?
It's interesting. You talk about the Lakers. They've played a few Summer League games, so I think people have gotten a little bit of an idea of what to expect from this summer Lakers team. But at the end of the day, it's really unpredictable. You have no idea what the coaches' incentives are going to be in this game, how long they plan on playing their main players. Do they plan on going deep in the bench? So it really feels like an inexact science that varies from matchup to matchup.
Yeah, no, it does. And today, for example, the Rockets are taking on the Lakers, and the Rockets are 6.5-point favorites in Vegas. The totals are a lot lower here. Okay, so that makes some sense here because I understand the talent isn't going to be the same as it is in the NBA. You can't have totals of 200. So feel free, Gilbert, to tell me why the Rockets are 6.5-point favorites and potentially if there's any side to take today.
I mentioned the Lakers showing. They played in the California Classic Summer League in San Francisco, and they went 0-3. They had some good moments, but also a lot of down moments as well. So I'm assuming that based on that and the Rockets having a pretty talented roster with number 3 overall pick Reed Shepherd and also Cam Whitmore actually going out there, who's had impactful moments on the actual NBA stage, that gives them a little bit of an edge. This is a primetime matchup, and as we know, Lakers games in Las Vegas are massive events. And this is Bronny James' debut. So there's going to be a lot of attention and a lot of eyes on that Lakers team. Maybe they'll shine under the bright light. Maybe they'll shy away from it. So I trust the Rockets a little more in this one just because they have a few more veterans who have done more in actual NBA games than the Lakers do.
All right, that's fair. Now, there are some other props that you can bet on today in this Summer League game, and to score 10-plus points, there's a couple of bets that you really can't make here, I guess. Dalton Connect, and that's not a bettable prop. Neither is Reed Shepherd, to be honest with you, with Houston. So the only thing, I guess, to hit on here, not that I want to spend 10 minutes with you on Bronny James, but I guess that's where we are. He's plus 225 to score 10-plus points. He did not average 10-plus points at USC. Can he get to 10 today?
That's a tough one, Craig. He's actually hasn't even combined for 10 points just yet in these summer league games. That's not even to give him a hard time. He was very aggressive in his summer league debut, looking for his own shot, but just really hasn't found his way. And I think he's looking to kind of find his spot in this offense. And it's kind of a strange balance between needing to create for himself and play off of others. It's hard to see a way that he gets to 10 points today, unless he gets hot from beyond the arc. And that would very much be a storybook way for his summer league debut to go in Las Vegas. So unless he can find a way to hit 3 or 4 3-pointers, I don't really see that happening.
Okay. Now, as far as 3 points made, that's our next opportunity here, as you see there. Shepard is minus 102. Connect is plus 174. So you novices out there, if Connect hits 3+ threes and you bet 100, you win 174. Some people don't understand odds, so there's that breakdown. And man, 5.5 to 1 for Bronny James. Can Bronny hit 3? We can all go home happy.
That would be definitely something that would make everyone happy. I do like Dalton Connect there. He looked really good in their most recent summer league game. I think he's kind of settling into his own as a reason that he was the SEC Player of the Year. And he is a guy who benefits from being a 5-year guy in college. So he's a little more developed, a little more mature than a lot of the guys he's going to be playing against tonight. So if he gets going, I could see him having a good night from beyond the arc.
All right. Now, maybe a more anticipated matchup, to be honest, would be the one between the Hawks and the Wizards, because at least you have the number 1 and number 2 pick facing off later today. And the Wizards are 3.5-point favorites over the Atlanta Hawks. The total is 177. And Risa Shea, of course, from Atlanta, he's going to probably play in this game. STIRR, I would imagine, would play as well. When you look at this matchup here, I don't think it's like player versus player, so to speak, but I think that a lot of eyeballs will be on this game.
Absolutely. I would say it's storyline versus storyline. There was a lot of reports that STIRR wanted no parts with the situation in Atlanta, and now he and his fellow Frenchmen get to go head-to-head and really see who deserved to be number 1, when in reality we won't learn that from this game. I do like the Wizards in this one. The Hawks are going to be without Kobe Buffkin, who was their first-round pick from last year, and he would have given them that edge as a guy who's actually had a year of NBA experience under his belt. I think Risa Shea is going to struggle a little bit, honestly. I think he's going to be the type of player that benefits from having more talent around him, and he just won't in this summer league game. So I like the Wizards. I like to see a nice performance from STIRR as well.
All right, let's go to the Rookie of the Year odds. I want to take a look at those with you, Gilbert, here, because I think that these are sort of fascinating, because you usually see like a Wemby, a 3-1 or something like that. You don't have anyone. This is sort of wide open going into the year. And Zach Edey is the more polished player, so he is the favorite. STIRR and Risa Shea are both about 7.5 to 1. I'm just not really sure, how much playing time they're going to get at the beginning of the season. Connect is there. Reed Shepard, I think he's going to play quite a bit. Do you take a player with a little bit more pedigree from college coming in, Gilbert? Is that fair, or do you simply think that one of these first 2 picks could win it?
In this year, I think you do take somebody like Zach Edey. I think Dalton Connect will actually get a little bit of a Lakers boost, but I'm unsure what type of role he's going to have with that team to start the season. I think Zach Edey, we saw from him, National Player of the Year this past season, led his team to the national championship game. He's going to really benefit from playing alongside the veterans in Memphis. But if any year it's worth taking a shot on somebody who's a little more of a long shot, like a Buzelis or a Stephon Castle, it'd be this year, because it really does feel like this race is wide open.
All right, real quick, Gilbert, before we go, there's a lot of discussion, and I'm going to hit on this next. Grant Hill talked about why Derek White made the Team USA over Jaylen Brown. I mean, simply put, is this just like matchup based? I know a lot of people are questioning why White is on the team.
It feels matchup based. I mean, Jaylen Brown wouldn't be a 1-for-1 replacement for Kawhi, but feels a little bit closer. But I think the idea with Derek White is that he can slide in to a role that he played similar with the Celtics and just play off of the superstar talent present on Team USA.
All right, great stuff, Gilbert. As always, have a good weekend. We'll catch up again next week. Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend.
All right, Gilbert McGregor, sportingnews.com. Coming up next, this is SportsGrid Sound Off. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid, your 24/7 sports wagering network. The early line.
Magical and historic season in Lincoln, Nebraska continues.
He is the best player in the NBA, but also in the biggest moments where the national media is watching.
Newswire.
Something that we have never seen happen before with one of the iconic coaches in the game.
Pharrell coast to coast.
The team covers. It's automatic. It's every time. Not sometimes. It's every time.
Game time decisions.
Luka is actually far more dangerous from three on the road this year than at home.
This game here tonight, you may want to consider taking as many points as humanly possible.
In-game live, prime time.
We got not one, but two coaches fired systems in place.
Sports Rage Late
This sort of
Night.
has letdown written all over it. It's going to be hard to match the emotion that they played with the other night.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
Do you believe Diggs will come up big with Stroud or be the disappointment that he was with Allen in the last, year?
It's not all on Diggs as it was with the Bills. So he only needs to be a secondary piece. Remember now, he's in his 30s, Pharrell. He's in the back nine of his career. They don't need him to be super. They just need him to do a good job.
Pharrell coast to coast. Only on SportsGrid. The Bostonian versus the Book.
I mean, here's the question. I know hockey players are pretty superstitious. Do they start to ask themselves the question of being like, we signed Corey Perry? We did what?
No.
We signed Corey Perry? Good news, boys. We're going to the Cup Finals. Bad news, boys. We're losing.
At some point, you got to win one for Corey, right?
I guess
Get
so.
on the team and like, wow, this guy, we got to win one here.
The Bostonian versus the Book.
Welcome back to Newswire here on SportsGrid. A month from now, we'll be knee-deep into the NFL's training camp. And, of course, we'll also be knee-deep into the NFL preseason. The first game of the NFL preseason, the Hall of Fame game, is on August 1st. It's the earliest start time ever. I know a lot of Jets fans are very excited because it's going to be another opportunity to see Aaron Rodgers potentially play in a Jets uniform. Of course, that did not last very long last season. And also, many people thought that when Aaron Rodgers left Green Bay, he would be paired up again with his former wide receiver, Davante Adams. And a very interesting comment that Rodgers made yesterday, essentially saying that he wouldn't mind being paired up again.
What's up? Do you think Luke Getsy's going to utilize Davante Adams good in the new Raiders offense?
I love Luke Getsy. He's a fantastic coach.
Awesome.
And I love Davante. I can't wait to play with him again.
Great. Love to hear it.
Yeah.
How's your game today? How you hitting him?
Good. Harrison's playing really well.
Is he?
He's a little shy, but just trying to get him out of the shell.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's going good.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
All right.
Read into that what you will. I mean, as far as I know, Davante Adams is still, a member of the Raiders. Did I miss something here? Is he on the New York Jets going into the season? Maybe there's something that we don't know, but that's definitely stirring the pot, to say the least. I guess stay tuned. Aaron Rodgers usually says things that are impactful, at least tries to say things that are impactful. Maybe we don't know something that's about to come down the pipeline. We'll find out this weekend and next week. All right, next topic of discussion, of course, the NBA's Summer League. Gilbert and I just broke down several games. Of course, we have the debut here of Bronny James. We also have the number 1 and number 2 picks going at it against each other. Our very own Kevin Walsh gives us a preview.
Summer is heating up, and I don't think anywhere is hotter right now than Las Vegas. We'll see if that continues to heat up with the NBA Summer League getting underway. On Friday, we see a couple of big-time matchups. Zach Edey, the new favorite to win Rookie of the Year with some of his performances that we saw over in the Utah Summer League. Getting him that position will be in action. But we will also see the top 2 picks go head-to-head in Risache for Atlanta and STIRR for Washington. If either guy has a big game, it absolutely could move that market. On Saturday, we have the UConn battle with Spurs Blazers with Stephon Castle and Donovan Clingan going head-to-head. And a little bonus item to keep eyes on is Brandon Miller, the sophomore now for the Charlotte Hornets, expected to play. If he gets a full allotment of minutes, 25 points should be no problem. Craig, back to you.
All right, thanks, Kevin. We'll catch Kevin, of course, all weekend long here on SportsGrid. Meanwhile, we will not catch Jaylen Brown at the NBA's Olympics. Some discussion as to whether or not Brown's discussion about Nike previously may have left him off Team USA. Grant Hill, who's in charge of the process, says that has nothing to do with it.
This is about putting together a team. And I'm glad you kind of brought that up, because I think just overall, you have incredible interest from, an abundance of talent that we have here in the United States. And I've talked a little bit about when we assembled this roster. You can't, you got 12 spots. You have to build a team. And one of the hardest things is leaving people off the roster that I'm a fan of, that I look forward to watching throughout the season, throughout the playoffs. Guys who've been finals MVPs, guys who've been a part of the program, guys who've won gold medals, guys who I respect, admire, and enjoy watching. But the responsibility that I have is to put together a team, and a team that complements each other, a team that fits, a team that will give us the best opportunity for success.
I think that's fair from Grant Hill. But the other question that you probably have to ask is, isn't Jaylen Brown more similar to Kawhi Leonard than Derek White is? I think it's probably a fair question to ask. But Team USA, they certainly have their reasons. To think that because of comments that he made about Nike previously have something to do with it, I think that's a little bit far-fetched. But needless to say, it's a done deal. Unless Kevin Durant drops off Team USA, that's it. You know the players who are going to be on their team this upcoming summer. All right, this upcoming segment, we've got Jim Gazzaley joining us with more on some horse racing from Legal Sports Report. So stay with us here on the grid, as we'll be back right after these messages. Don't go away.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid, your 24/7 sports wagering network. The early line.
Magical and historic season in Lincoln, Nebraska continues.
He is the best player in the NBA, but also in the biggest moments where the national media is watching.
Newswire.
Something that we have never seen happen before with one of the iconic coaches in the game.
Pharrell Coast to Coast.
The team covers. It's automatic. It's every time. Not sometimes. It's every time.
Game time decisions.
Luka is actually far more dangerous from three on the road this year than at home.
This game here tonight, you may want to consider taking as many points as humanly possible.
In-game live, prime time.
We got not one, but two coaches fired systems in place.
Sports Rage Late
This sort of
Night.
has letdown written all over it. It's going to be hard to match the emotion that they played with the other night.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
Do you believe Diggs will come up big with Stroud or be the disappointment that he was with Allen in the last, year?
It's not all on Diggs as it was with the Bills. So he only needs to be a secondary piece. Remember now, he's in his 30s, Pharrell. He's on the back nine of his career. They don't need him to be super. They just need him to do a good job.
Pharrell Coast to Coast. Only on SportsGrid. The Bostonian versus the book.
Here's the question. I know hockey players are pretty superstitious. Do they start to ask themselves the question of being like, we signed Corey Perry? We did what?
No.
We signed Corey Perry? Good news, boys. We're going to the Cup Finals. Bad news, boys. We're losing.
At some point, you got to win one for Corey. right?
I guess
Get on
so.
the team and like, wow, this guy, we gotta win one here.
The Bostonian versus the Book.
Welcome back to Newswire here on Sports Grid. Jim Gonzalez with us today, as he always is on Fridays from Legal Sports Report. We're going to talk a little New York sports betting handle, also dive into Maryland sports betting as well. But we are going to begin with some horse racing news. What's going on, Jim? Great to have you back here on Newswire.
Not much, Craig. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's begin. We have a dispute with horse racing and a contract being solved. Tell us more about the story. I don't want to ruin it for everybody.
Yeah, this was actually pretty interesting over the last week or so. Sort of, two industry titans, if you will, in the horse betting world, kind of going head to head and digging their heels in. So if we rewind a little bit to the 4th of July, actually, NYRA, the New York Racing Association, put out a statement saying that they were no longer going to be providing their racing content, their races, or the ability to watch or wager on them through any of the FanDuel properties. So that would mean the FanDuel Sportsbook, the FanDuel Racing app, and FanDuel's horse betting app, TVG. So they pulled that signal on Thursday morning last week, and it kind of was interesting to me that the two sides couldn't agree to a contract on over the cost of that. So what it boiled down to really was NYRA wanted a extra share of all handle from New York residents playing through FanDuel properties. And there already is a 5% source market fee that FanDuel has to pay on wagers placed in New York. NYRA wanted an additional percentage tacked on top of that because that original 5% tax goes straight to the state and doesn't always necessarily make its way back to NYRA, let alone the horse racing industry. So a little bit of a face-off between NYRA and FanDuel, both seemingly thinking they had a bit of leverage. NYRA, of course, is the most popular horse racing signal in the country. FanDuel, like we've talked about, Craig, just brought in close to 1 million new customers throughout the Triple Crown season. So during that first weekend of racing over the holiday, about a week and a half ago, NYRA did experience a significant decline in handle. They tried to explain it away as just a lack of horses running. There was less than 70 horses that ran on that Saturday card over the holiday this year compared to over 100 last year. So NYRA said that was in large part due to the decline was in large part due to the limited number of horses. FanDuel, they said that they didn't really experience all that big of a dip in overall handle. The handle that would be going on NYRA races just kind of got spread around to some other tracks that they were covering across the country. Now, of course, the most popular summer racing meet just kicked off yesterday up here in Saratoga, and wouldn't you know it, the two sides came to an agreement just hours before first post. It seemed like somebody blinked towards the lead up to first post yesterday, and they came to an agreement. FanDuel making a big donation to the NYRA Foundation, which helps support nonprofit businesses tied to the thoroughbred industry, as well as some backstretch initiatives for those workers on the backstretch. So the two sides coming to an agreement, essentially in the 11th hour before first post yesterday of the popular Saratoga meet. So a little bit of a crisis averted, if you will, but still, two industry titans, like I said, kind of going at it and negotiating a little bit of a content deal in the lead up to, the popular summer racing season.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, so we'll see what happens with that and stay on top of it for us, Jim. Let's move on now to this New York sports betting handle news. I know all over the United States, Jim, we're starting to get some earnings reports, And I guess it should be no surprise this time of the year. A lot of earnings reports are showing hold and money being down. Is that the case in New York with some of the sports books there?
No, quite the opposite, actually, Craig. New York has continued its run of year-over-year handle gains. In June, $1.47 billion was bet in June. Now it's up 26% from June of last year when we saw $1.17 billion bet. And the interesting thing that stuck out to me is that since the New York online sports betting market opened in January of 2022, there's only been 1 month where the market did not produce a monthly year-over-year gain in handle, and that was February 2023. Every other month, we've seen a rather sizable increase in betting from the same month during the year prior, which, obviously the largest sports betting market in the country continues to get bigger. A lot of sort of contributing factors, I think, to that. Certainly, the population is one. A lot of wealthy bettors living in New York State, probably another contributing factor to that as well. In June, we did see a little bit of a trading places at the top between FanDuel and DraftKings. In May, if you recall, DraftKings took in the most handle in New York. It was FanDuel's turn to reclaim that top spot in June. They had 39% of the market to DraftKings 35%. What does that mean in terms of dollars? $571.3 million in bets for FanDuel. They produced $67 million in revenue from that. DraftKings, $521.6 million in handle, about $41 million in revenue. The other interesting thing coming out of New York in June was Bet Rivers, one of the smaller players in that market, obviously because the market is dominated by the two sports books that I just mentioned, FanDuel and DraftKings. But a positive month for Bet Rivers in June, approaching $70 million in handle for the month, and they were able to tick up their share of market handle by a few points in June in New York, Greg.
All right. Now, the Maryland seems to be also in the positive here, but not quite as successful as New York. Is that fair?
Yeah, certainly fair, Craig. And I think Maryland is a rather steady market that we've seen over the last handful of months. They are starting to seemingly increase their hold, the win rate for the sports books each month. And two sports books there, FanDuel and local operator Crab Sports, they both held 14% of their handle in June, which is well above the national average. We typically see news organizations and whatnot, the industry leans on this 7% industry average hold. We have seen that trend start to tick up a little bit more towards 8-9% in some markets, and a lot of that has to do with those parlay betting, like we've talked about plenty here over the last couple of weeks, Craig. But FanDuel, Crab Sports, both holding 14% in June in Maryland. Overall, about $385 million in bets during the month in Maryland. That's up 50% from June of last year. So New York, Maryland, a handful of other states now, as we're starting to see some June reports come in, also showing positive signs from June last year to this year.
All right, Jim. Great stuff as always. Have a great rest of your weekend. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Craig. You too.
All right. Carlos Alcaraz has defeated Medvedev. He moves on to the finals. We'll see who he plays against. Also, Major League Baseball, I guess, made the announcement just a short time ago. Paul Skeens will start the All-Star game for the National League. Be right back.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid, your 24/7 sports wagering network. The early line.
Magical and historic season in Lincoln, Nebraska continues.
He is the best player in the NBA, but also in the biggest moments where the national media is watching.
Newswire.
Something that we have never seen happen before with one of the iconic coaches in the game.
Pharrell coast to coast.
The team covers. It's automatic. It's every time. Not sometimes. It's every time.
Game time decisions.
Luka is actually far more dangerous from three on the road this year than at home.
This game here tonight, you may want to consider taking as many points as humanly possible.
In-game live. Prime time.
We got not one, but two coaches fired systems in place.
Sports Rage
This
Late
sort of
Night.
has letdown written all over it. It's going to be hard to match the emotion that they played with the other night.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
We believe Diggs will come up big with Stroud or be the disappointment that he was with Allen in the last, year.
It's not all on Diggs as it was with the Bills. So he only needs to be a secondary piece. Remember now, he's in his 30s, Pharrell. He's in the back nine of his career. They don't need him to be super. They just need him to do a good job.
Pharrell coast to coast. Only on SportsGrid. The Bostonian versus the Book.
I mean, here's the question. I know hockey players are pretty superstitious. Do they start to ask themselves the question of being like, we signed Corey Perry? We did what?
No.
We signed Corey Perry? Good news, boys. We're going to the Cup Finals. Bad news, boys. We're losing.
At some point, you got to win one for Corey, right?
I guess
Get
so.
on the team and like, wow, this guy, we gotta win one here.
The Bostonian versus the Book.
Welcome back to Newswire. We're going to have coverage of the Wimbledon's women's finals and men's finals this weekend here for you on SportsGrid. So make sure you tune in Saturday morning and Sunday morning. We're almost there. We just found out that Carlos Alcaraz is moving on, and we'll see if Novak Djokovic does. To get an opinion on that, we bring in Kenny Ducey of Action Network to break it all down for us. Kenny, great to have you here on Newswire. So I'm sure you were watching. Alcaraz, I guess no surprise, moves on. Djokovic has had, a couple of days off, I guess, because the last guy he was going to face ended up not playing. So does that give him any sort of advantage going into this match and even in the weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. And great to be here. I think I was a little surprised that Alcaraz moved on in the fashion that he did. He had not played really his best tennis over the last month, which is crazy to say about someone who won the French Open. But I think that the great minds around the game, they all said the same thing. Which is that he didn't play a good match against Jannik Sinner in the semifinals of the French Open. He trailed 2-1 against Alexander Zverev. He dropped his second grass court match of the season, and he didn't really play well here at the championships, but I thought today was his best match he's played in some time. Anyway, as it pertains to Djokovic in this match, yes, the rest does help him, considering this bears repeating, and I cannot say it enough, this is a 37-year-old man who underwent a knee procedure 3 weeks before the tournament. He had a torn meniscus, and whether or not, obviously it wasn't a major injury, right? It was probably a partial tear of his meniscus, but the fact remains he had a surgery, and then he decided to play Wimbledon. So he hasn't really been tested a lot with his movement, and that walkover that Alex de Minaur afforded him. Alex de Minaur, top 10 Australian, has beaten Novak Djokovic before earlier this year in January in Australia to make the top 10. He beat Djokovic. He is the best mover on tour. So I thought that was going to be a really difficult match for Djokovic. It was really going to test his knee. He's faced a lot of big hitters who just don't really make a move around the court a lot. So to get an extra day of rest and then also not have to go to war with someone who was just going to be moving him around the court, I thought was absolutely excellent for his chances here. But I think this is another match against a guy that he's 5-1 against, Lorenzo Musetti. He's pushed him 3 times, Musetti, and beaten him once. But all 3 of those matches were on clay. On hard courts, it's been a much different story. These are even faster than hard courts, so I think it's going to be even more adverse conditions for Musetti, and I would think that Djokovic wins this one pretty quick and clean. The final would be interesting against Alcaraz with the way Alcaraz played today, But in terms of his prospects for winning, they're absolutely much better now that he's had the day of rest and that he still has really not been tested on the knee too much with just a lot of guys that haven't shown up to play over the last few rounds.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the odds are telling us basically it's not bettable as far as the money line on this. Maybe there's another way to bet this on FanDuel, but Djokovic, as we just saw, minus 950 on the money line, Musetti plus 610. And you mentioned historical perspective. I mean, that's kind of where Djokovic is at this point. And players from the past, I mean, I remember that incredible run Pete Sampras has. Everybody remembers Roger Federer over the last 20 years. Incredible 8 championships, Sampras 7. Djokovic is chasing his 8th Wimbledon title. I'm not all that familiar with William Renshaw or Lawrence Doherty, but I am familiar with the others. So I guess if he wins this one, he ties Federer, and I suppose there would be no stopping him, Kenny. Like, he could probably try and break it next year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with them either. That was way before my time. So no, that's definitely something that is in play here. I mean, I think winning this on a bum knee, right, almost on 1.5 legs would be very, very impressive. And I think especially with the way Carlos Alcaraz played today, I thought last year in the final, Djokovic should have won. It was a pretty poor performance from him. I'm a little worried about, the knee. I still am. I think that, like I said, he hasn't really been pushed enough on it, and he's going to get pushed in a big way against Alcaraz. So, I also am worried the fact that he's sort of tried to incite the crowd to get against him, because that is generally what we see from Djokovic when he knows he's a little concerned and he needs a little extra to get through these matches if you want to play a psychological game. But yeah, I mean, look, 8 Wimbledons would be stellar. I think you're looking at a guy right here who's only lost 4 times on grass since 2013, which is just absolutely spectacular. And in this match today, yeah, I think the best way to bet it is the under 34.5 games. If you look at the 2 meetings they've had on quicker courts, on hard courts, Musetti's won just 9 games in 4 sets they've played. And over his career, Musetti is a 500 player on hard courts. So this is a guy that's done very good work on clay. That's why he's risen to the top 20. But this is a guy that it does not have the game to play on grass. His top spins hit with way too much forehand. He doesn't have enough force behind the serve. It's very erratic. I thought he was very fortunate to run into Taylor Fritz in the quarterfinals, who just gave that match away. Not a good player under pressure, really crumbled in that match and gave Musetti a way to win that match in the 5th. So I do think that this is a much different situation here. And Musetti, for all the work that he's done against Djokovic, all of his storied matches against Djokovic have featured blown leads. He had a 2-1 lead at the French Open. He had a 2-0 lead at the French Open when they first played a couple of years ago. And then Musetti won 1 game in the next 2.5 sets before retiring at 4-love in the 5th set on what was this, a phantom injury. He was not hurt. He was just his brain was maybe hurt. His feelings were hurt. But yeah, this is I think this is going to be a pretty quick match when you just look at the way that Musetti plays on faster surfaces, especially against Djokovic. Despite the fact that Djokovic may not be 100%, I would think he's probably at 85% right now. He still should be able to do this because the last few rounds he's just had the same sort of opponents who have been trying to just play a big game, hit through him, just take the match into their own hands, and it has not worked out. Rarely does against Djokovic. So I would think that this match goes under the total. That's probably the best way to play it. I did get some questions earlier today about maybe playing the first set, but I would actually think Musetti keeps the first set relatively close and then falls away.
All right, fair enough. Now tomorrow, it's sort of a tale of 2 stories here. We're going to have a winner at Wimbledon that we didn't expect, as we don't have anyone from the top 5 playing in the final tomorrow. And by the way, odds are sort of telling us that this has potential to be close, as Barbara Krejcikova takes on Jasmine Paolini. Paolini ranks 7th. Krejcikova, if I'm not mistaken here, is this right? She's ranked 32nd going into the final here. So, I mean, look, minus 152 tell us there's a favorite, but Kenny, is there a lean here on this?
Yeah, I think the lean, I mean, it's a coward's way out. I hate doing it, but I think the lean would definitely be towards the over here. I just think both these players are very good. We see this happen in Grand Slam finals a lot, but Krejcikova was a number 2 player in the world just a few years ago. She won the French Open. Very good game for grass. And you look at Paolini on the other side having a career year. I think both these players are playing excellent tennis right now. I would definitely say the over would be the way to go.
All right, thanks for coming on, Kenny.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid, your 24/7 sports wagering network. The early line.
Magical and historic season in Lincoln, Nebraska continues.
He is the best player in the NBA, but also in the biggest moments where the national media is watching.
Newswire.
Something that we have never seen happen before with one of the iconic coaches in the game.
Pharrell coast to coast.
The team covers. It's automatic. It's every time. Not sometimes. It's every time.
Game time decisions.
Luka is actually far more dangerous from three on the road this year than at home.
This game here tonight, you may want to consider taking as many points as humanly possible.
In-game live. Prime time.
We got not one, but two coaches fired systems in place.
Sports Rage
This
Late
sort of
Night.
has letdown written all over it. It's going to be hard to match the emotion that they played with the other night.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
We believe Diggs will come up big with Stroud or be the disappointment that he was with Allen in the last, year.
It's not all on Diggs as it was with the Bills, so he only needs to be a secondary piece. Remember now, he's in his 30s, Pharrell. He's in the back nine of his career. They don't need him to be super. They just need him to do a good job.
Pharrell coast to coast. Only on SportsGrid. The Bostonian versus the Book.
I mean, here's the question. I know hockey players are pretty superstitious. Do they start to ask themselves the question of being like, we signed Corey Perry? We did what?
No.
We signed Corey Perry? Good news, boys. We're going to the Cup Finals. Bad news, boys. We're losing.
At some point, you got to win one for Corey, right?
I guess
Get on
so.
the team and be like, wow, this guy, we gotta win one here.
The Bostonian versus the Book.
All right, welcome back to Newswire. Pretty big news in baseball today, huh? With Paul Skeens being named to the All-Star team, least amount of starts ever as a rookie, starting on Tuesday night. So I guess baseball got it right. That's a pretty cool story. Let's talk about some other stories that we will try to get right. It's time now for some last licks. It was a little bizarre to see Josh Jacobs leave the Raiders to go to the Green Bay Packers, especially when they had a pretty good running back there in Aaron Jones. It's like running back roulette at this point, fair to say. But needless to say, Jacobs, the decision that he made to leave a good situation with the Raiders and now maybe even go to a better situation with the Packers was basically he just said that the Raiders didn't care as much about winning and losing. Wow, what a conversation Josh Jacobs had, telling a radio show essentially that in his first year with the Raiders, they lost a game. He came from Alabama. He was all upset. And Raiders teammates of his that were veterans were like, yeah, like we're going to lose some games. So get used to it. Jacobs did not like hearing that, came to the end of his contract with Las Vegas and now has decided to take his ball to Green Bay. It still remains to be seen what kind of workload he will have, but the Packers definitely showed last year they're an up-and-coming team. And Jacobs, by the way, that's the first time I've seen him in that little picture there. What is he wearing? Number 0 there, Frank? I can't even see. Anyway, Josh Jacobs, 8. Thank you. Okay, Josh Jacobs is going to be on the Packers this year. If you haven't paid attention, I know those of you like wanting fantasy football content. We're almost there, not quite there. How about this? Yesterday, an individual at a game in Major League Baseball placed a bet to have a home run hit, and it ended up happening, and then this fan ended up catching the home run as well. Now, generally speaking, I don't do a lot of, hey, this guy won a bet on the show, because you never know if this stuff is legit or not, and, even here, you could probably question it a little bit, but I would say that if there was something that would be cool to happen, let's just use it as that kind of story. If there was something that would be cool to happen at a game, it would be making a bet and then catching the home run to win your bet. Okay, so that's fair. Now, whether or not this actually happened, it's screenshots, and my producer Frank and I, we sort of like fight with, we don't fight, we just have this discussion as to whether or not we should be stamping people winning bets because you just, generally never know. And I think, the other thing with people taking screenshots of their winning bets, do you ever see screenshots of the losing bets? You never do. So I kind of have a hard time with that. All right, Copa America this weekend at Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida. I'll be on the road as I'm headed to Texas for the All-Star game, so I'm going to miss this. But I wouldn't go anyway. And the reason why is because of the tickets. Actually, I wouldn't go because the reason why is it's soccer, and I'm not a huge soccer guy. But if there was another reason, it would be because tickets are $2,000. $2,000 to go see the Copa America final in South Florida. It seems like we get a lot of these big events here, but $2,000 is like for like an upper level ticket here, even too. So I don't know necessarily that is the main reason why I wouldn't go, although I'm not here anyway. But it should be a fun match. And again, Messi drives the bus. Anything Messi does and Argentina does, there'll be a lot of Argentina fans there, a lot of Colombia fans there too. Hopefully no fights. That's not what I'm rooting for. So if you're interested this weekend, fly on in South Florida, spend your $2,000 to go see that. All right, that'll do it for our show today. Thanks again to Kenny Ducey for coming on the program. Also, Jim Ghazali from Legal Sports Report, and also Gilbert McGregor from Sporting News. Those were our guests here on the show today. As far as the rest of the day here is concerned, we've got the early line coming up next, less than 5 minutes, so stay tuned to that. Ben and Donnie. That's followed by Pharrell, who's back in the house today for Coast to Coast at 3 o'clock Eastern. He'll preview all the soccer this weekend. Also, we've got Game Time Decisions coming up at 6, and that is followed by In-Game Live Prime Time. And then tonight, it is Gabe on the late night show called Sports Rage. So make sure you stay tuned to that as well. As always, our producer of the show, Frankie B. Frankie will be producing next week as well, but not for me. Because, folks, I am actually not going to be hosting the show for a few days next week. I'm taking some time off to go to Texas for the All-Star game. So the next time you see me in this chair will be Thursday of next week. So I will be trying to catch a home run on Tuesday night. Hopefully I'll do it. If not, it's okay. But just a heads up, it'll be Joe Ranieri and Mike Blewett filling in next week. And for those of you who want to see the rest of the schedule here at SportsGrid, just download the SportsGrid app, take out your phone and scan this QR code. It's available right now in the App Store, iOS and Android. SportsGrid app completely free with all the news, notes, and information that you could ever need to learn more about our company here at SportsGrid. All right, hope you have a good weekend. Enjoy the soccer, the WNBA, and everything else that you're following, and also special programming this weekend for Wimbledon. I'll see you next week.
Nashville, help me welcome to the stage the captain of Crushers GC and the 2024 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau!
Gosh, I'm trying to hold it in right now. The support's been overwhelming.
Tickets for Nashville this week are nearly sold out. We are calling this the Bryson effect.
I mean, with how much support we have out here, and it's just the start, that's a testament to what Live Golf is and what the Crushers are doing, what our team's doing, and what we're trying to do for Nashville and places all across the globe. So super excited for the future of Live.
It was nice to at least walk down the last few holes, or at least the last hole, knowing that it was pretty much done. It's never safe, but very proud of everybody, and of course Tiro. I mean, what a week to get his first win in a few years and win by 6 in an absolutely dominant performance the way he did. It was absolutely incredible, so I couldn't be happier for him.
Certainly with not winning for 3.5 years, you kind of naturally question if you can do it again. So I'm just proud of myself to be able to get through that and play the way I did.
Hello and welcome to a Friday Live right here on the early line on SportsGrid and all across the SportsGrid network. That includes sportsgrid.com/watch, where you can find your favorite destination to consume everything all across the grid. He is Donnie Rightside. I am Ben Stevens. One final day on this week, but 3 hours together live to set the stage for your weekend. The final weekend of Major League Baseball before the All-Star break. A 12-game Thursday slate to break down for you with historic rookie performances out of Mr. Paul Skeens. On Skeens Day number 11, almost a no-hit bid for the entirety of the game, but the entirety of his outing. We'll go all around Major League Baseball. We'll talk a little football here on this Friday. Action in the WNBA ahead of this weekend as well, with the All-Star break and the Olympic break in the W on the horizon, and a weekend of championships at the All-England Club. Donnie's favorite sport, that is tennis. The championships, Wimbledon. We will have a women's final tomorrow, a men's final on Sunday. 2 soccer finals on Sunday. The European Championship between England and Spain. The Copa America title in Miami between Argentina and Colombia. So much to break down, DRS, in these 3 hours.
It's going to be fantastic. And yesterday, we always like to talk about when that radar is locking in Major League Baseball. Just about everything we touched yesterday came up aces, which included a late bottom of the 8th inning Schwarber solo blast into the second deck to cash my play of the day. A lot of things around Major League Baseball went the right direction. The Phillies had an unbelievable performance. The Braves struggling a little bit. What's going on with the Dodgers? Boy, the topics are going to hit hard this morning, Ben. No doubt about it.
DRS, I think every bet that you said you liked yesterday on the baseball diamond came through, including that Schwarber that kept Donnie Rightside up until 9:15 p.m. Eastern time or something of the sort, but he had to make sure he cashed that ticket, and he did. In his second game, or 2 games in a row, Kyle Schwarber goes deep. Trey Turner, a couple of long balls against his former team this week in the midweek set. And in a matchup that potentially could be the NLCS. By the time we get to the end of October, the upper hand goes to Philadelphia. The Phils victorious yesterday over the Dodgers by a final score of 5-1. The Phillies sweep the Dodgers this week in this marquee midweek set.
Did the Phillies win the NL pennant yesterday because they swept the Dodgers in 3 games? No, not necessarily, but it certainly helped them along a World Series trajectory, because what that did yesterday, Ben, was give the Phillies a 6.5-game lead over the Dodgers. Take advantage of teams that are injured. The Dodgers starting pitchers are injured. The Phillies starting pitching is not injured. They won those 3 games and look good doing it. And by the way, if you're just taking a look, that Dodgers lineup, again, Mookie Betts isn't there. He'll be back. Still very formidable. The Phillies gave up 5 runs over 3 games at Citizens Bank Ballpark with temperatures in the 90s and the wind blowing out every single game. That's crazy to give up that little runs against the Dodgers here. A great performance all the way through. Very impressive by the Philadelphia Phillies. And now the Oakland Athletics are on the schedule before the break. Could the Phillies be back to a 10-plus game lead in the NL East? That's wild.
As the Atlanta Braves and the Arizona Diamondbacks split their 4-game set in Phoenix, as Donnie mentioned, Philly extends its lead to 9.5 games in the National League East. And the difference, by the way, in terms of the Dodgers and the Phils for that top spot in the National League, about 6.5 games following the midweek sweep for Philadelphia over L.A. We'll have plenty more around Major League Baseball a little bit later on from that specific National League series as well, to see if the odds shifted at all. The odds shifted individually in a big way yesterday for one Paul Skeens. Skeens Day number 11 in the history of Major League Baseball. And speaking of history in Major League Baseball, that's what Skeens made yesterday. 7 innings of shutout and no-hit work for the Buccos on the road in Milwaukee against the Brewers. Skeens striking out 11. The overall record this year for Paul Skeens in his 11 starts: 6-0 with a 1.90 ERA. The Pirates win yesterday 1-0. They're 8-3 in the 11 starts that Paul Skeens has made in that history. The second road start of Paul Skeens' career, again, only in 11 outings that he has gone on the road. He has shut out an opponent. He has no-hit an opponent, and he has recorded 10 or more strikeouts. He did it in his second start of his career back on May 17th in Wrigley against the Chicago Cubs. Donnie, one pitcher one pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball has had 2 road starts in his career where he has shut out and no-hit an opponent in his outing and record 10 or more strikeouts, and his name is Paul Skeens. He has done that in 2 months in the bigs.
Living up to the hype, it's awesome to watch it play out. Now, we are going to have an entire section here that we're going to dedicate to Paul Skeens. So I don't want to go over some of those, off-topic numbers that we're going to bring up as it pertains to what he can do historically. But he was phenomenal yesterday. We expected it. Craig Mitch was on with us and just basically simply said, what's his strikeout prop? Oh, it's 7.5. You got to bet it to the over. And he was running that down early. First inning, second inning, third inning, easily racking up those strikeouts. An impressive performance, but I can't wait to get to some of those hot topics dealing with Paul Skeens in a bit.
Yeah, I know you'll have some takes like how much longer is Pittsburgh going to let him get out there? Will he start the National League or for the National League in the MLB All-Star game on Tuesday in Arlington? So a sweep in Philadelphia, a rather surprising sweep in Baltimore. The O's entered this week as one of the top teams in the American League against a struggling Chicago Cubs side. The Cubbies pull off the sweep inside Camden Yards with a big shutout victory yesterday over the O's, 8-0. 2 back-to-back blankings of Baltimore's in the last 2 days. And yesterday, Justin Steele absolutely dealt. The Cubs sweep the O's, the first time Baltimore has been swept at home since August of 2021.
Yeah, and by the way, coming into it yesterday, handicapping it, we knew the better pitcher on the mound was not on the Baltimore Orioles. And some people say, like, what do you mean, Donnie? Suarez had an unbelievable ERA and incredibly low numbers at Camden Yards. That doesn't matter here. Take a look at the xFIP numbers. He was due to get beat up a bit, and he did yesterday. 5 innings pitched, 4 earned runs, only 4 strikeouts yesterday. And look at his ERA, still at 2.82. And I told you, Steele was the much better pitcher on the mound yesterday. And how about that? A sweep for the Chicago Cubs. We talked just a few days prior. You know what? Should be an easy series for the Orioles. They are limping with another tough game coming up on deck today against the New York Yankees, I believe.
Now we go to the lone game yesterday in the WNBA. That's the New York Liberty and the Chicago Sky. Angel Reese got to what she needed to. 10 points, 10 rebounds. If you look at the play-by-play down the stretch, a couple of missed layups, a couple of offensive rebounds. We'll leave it at that, but the double-double streak does continue. It reaches now 15 straight games. The New York Liberty, though, a 15-point victory at home. The WNBA's best team covers as a 9.5-point home favorite inside the Barclays Center. New York now 19-4 this season.
We'll talk more on this later, but it is apparent that even more than winning, this double-double streak is very important to this franchise. And I told you yesterday, just continue to bet it, because when it's apparent that they're just headhunting a double-double every night at all costs, continue to bet it, people.
Angel Reese was minus 320 to record that double-double yesterday. She makes good on that number. Kyle Lowry, the veteran point guard, returning to his hometown, Philadelphia 76ers. We talk about the Villanova Knicks. How about Kyle Lowry staying in Philly?
I like it, man. Veteran presence in the backcourt. The Sixers had a fantastic offseason so far.
Jamal Adams, a 3-time Pro Bowler, but maybe has lost his fastball, signing a 1-year deal with the Tennessee Titans, leaving the Seattle Seahawks to add to that Tennessee secondary.
Yeah, exactly. He's running out of steam right now. Hopefully he can regain some of that Pro Bowl form we saw way back in the Jets and early in his Seattle career.
Yeah, back in 2020, he had 9.5 sacks. That was the most we've ever seen from a DB in NFL history. Has only played 10 games the last 2 seasons combined. The Wimbledon final is set on the women's side. Jasmine Paolini, for her second straight Grand Slam, is into that final. Barbora Krejcikova, I hope I said that right. She upset yesterday Elena Rybakina. I'm all over the place. We'll talk tennis a little bit later on. Major League Baseball recaps next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that
has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line, only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire, only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds? Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
How could you be feeling anything but great in Philadelphia after a 3-game sweep and a potential NLCS preview between the 2 top teams to win the National League pennant and the World Series entering this week and entering the Major League Baseball All-Star break? The Philadelphia Phillies take all 3 games in a midweek set on the marquee matchup against the LA Dodgers. Yesterday, a 5-1 victory in the finale. The Phils, with Aaron Nola on the bump, booked as a -158 home money line favorite. In fact, the Phillies DRS booked as a home favorite in all 3 games at the bank, and they beat the Dodgers each and every time. Brandon Marsh yesterday, a home run, an RBI triple. Trey Turner, his 2nd home run in this set against his former team. And Kyle Schwarber, his 2nd Schwarbomb in as many games, as the Phils win all 3 against LA, making a statement for all of the NL and MLB.
Yeah, and all you need to know is that first 3 batters in the lineup here for the Los Angeles Dodgers with so much talent and power, Ohtani, Freeman, and Smith, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, and 0 for 3. You're going to win a lot of those ball games against the Dodgers if you can do that. And Aaron Nola was sensational yesterday. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 9 Ks, and 2 walks here. That's what you want from one of your aces on the staff going up in a big series against the Dodgers. And we talked about it. Yes, the Phillies should have been favored all 3 games because it's always about, are you home and away, and who's the better pitcher on the mound. It's been the Phillies all 3 games here. As we said, 5 total runs scored against Phillies pitching here in 3 games in a hitter's ballpark in great weather for hitting. That is fantastic for the Phillies, and even at some clutch moments there where the bullpen did get out of some jams. The Phillies have a great 1 through 9, great starting pitching and a great bullpen right now, and it's really showing up. Now, we always preface by saying this, Ben. This isn't the Dodgers team that you're going to get. It's not going to be Banda versus Nola in Game 2 of the NLCS. Yeah. You're probably going to have one of those healthy players coming back on the IL or making a move. So from a Phillies perspective, as we talked about to open the show, it was a very important series for them. Extend away from the Dodgers. Now 6.5 games away from them, which means you are in line now for that number 1 seed and home field advantage, which is very, very important. But keep in mind, once the Dodgers get to the playoffs, this team is going to look completely different. Nice to beat the Dodgers. The takeaway is, yes, the Phillies right now are the best team in baseball, but we're going to wait until we see that final product for the Dodgers. But a great series for the Phillies taking the sweep here.
Listen, some could argue that LA's IL roster might be its everyday roster as of this moment, especially with that starting staff, Tyler Glasnow, Yoshi Yamamoto, and so many other pitchers like Clayton Kershaw and Dustin May not back out on the field just yet. Regardless, though, Philadelphia takes care of business in the way they were expected. The last 2 series sweeps for the Phils, they've won a lot of series in the last month. The last 2 sweeps Philadelphia has accomplished over the Brewers at the beginning of June. Milwaukee, 3rd best record in the National League, leading the NL Central. And the LA Dodgers this week. The Dodgers, the 2nd best record in the NL, still well in front in the National League West, of course. The Dodgers, an underdog in all 3 games in this set for 8 total times this year, now just 2-6 straight up. Again, we'll get to those numbers in just a moment. But to really break down this series, you want your biggest stars to perform on the biggest stages against your best opponents. Trey Turner, 2 home runs, 6 ribbies in this set against the Dodgers. Kyle Schwarber back in action, a home run in each of the past 2 games. Brandon Marsh, a couple of home runs and 3 RBIs in this set against LA. Trey Turner, DRS, 6 home runs in the last 9 games for the Phils. He is looking every bit the part of everything Philadelphia expected. You have to be optimistic if you are the Phillies entering this All-Star break, not only because you have the league's best record, but you are looking like the definition of a World Series contender.
100%. And also, let's remind ourselves last year, Ben, as you pointed out, like Trey Turner signed a 10-year, $300 million contract, which looked like a complete bust for the first 3 months of the season last year. Like, what did we sign up for? Not playing great defense, not getting to get the play, not hitting for power. Oh, my goodness. And then all of a sudden, that crazy standing ovation when he wasn't playing so well at home against the Kansas City Royals, which he lit into a home run. He's now one of the best players in baseball since that moment. And if you are taking a look at the top 4 batters in that lineup, which includes Trey Turner, like we always talk about Kyle Schwarber, hey, get what you get. He's going to hit 210, but he's going to walk a lot and hit home runs. He's up to 250 now. Look at Trey Turner last year, was struggling. He's hitting 348. Bryce Harper, who's one of those guys, again, I'm going to hit around 250, but I'm going to have clutch moments and hit home runs. He's hitting 298. Alec Boehm, 292 with 1 million RBI. This team, the players that you need to lean on are really providing, and that's why the Phillies have 61 wins at this moment now. It's no longer guys playing to their average. It's superstar players playing above their pay grade, if that's even possible. That's how you win all these games.
And DRS, what stands out? We mentioned the Dodgers were an underdog in all 3 games in Philadelphia. All right. The Phils have the best record in baseball, the most wins, the only team that has hit the 60-win benchmark, and they have 61. You would expect the Phils, with the 2nd best price to win a World Series, to be a favorite in pretty much every game. They're 52-25 as a favorite straight up this year, taking care of business when they are expected to. Let's go even deeper now, because the odds to be the National League #1 seed, the top seed in the postseason, playoff home field advantage for the entirety of a run in October. The Phils are now -270. They have opened up a 6.5 game advantage over the Dodgers, 7.5 in front of Milwaukee, and of course a 9.5 game lead now in front of the Atlanta Braves. The Dodgers only a game clear of Milwaukee for what would be that 2nd spot in the NL postseason bracket to earn that other opening round bye straight in to the division series. Speaking of the Braves, they won the first 2 games in Phoenix. It was a 4-game win streak. Now a 2-game skid as the Diamondbacks split the 4-game series against Atlanta with a 1-0 victory yesterday. Only run, Eugenio Suarez, solo shot in the 5th for the Diamondbacks. Brendan Pfaadt outdealing Max Fried, 6 innings of shutout work, only allowing 3 hits. Arizona wins 1-0.
This is when it gets fun, when you're handicapping knowing that you have a pretty good series and these teams down at this point. Yesterday, we told you, or excuse me, the day before, we told you that this game was going to be an over, and they had 12 total runs. Yesterday, I was like, you know what? This is going to be a coin flip game. It ends 1-0. But also, we told you the better play in this game was the under. Doesn't get any better than a 1-0 final. That's a nice win for the Diamondbacks on a series win. And also, the Braves, no shame. This is how they do it. They're supposed to play under games, but win them. They didn't yesterday.
Highest under percentage in all of baseball. More in MLB next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento
with the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, DeMontis Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line, only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss-hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire, only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Like cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5 plus odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this cricket stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
As we welcome you back to this Friday, live right here on the Early Line on SportsGrid, we look back on a pretty full Thursday, 12 games in MLB to set the stage for the final weekend of the first half of this year, at least before the All-Star break. Yesterday, the rubber match at the Trop between the struggling New York Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays. The Yanks, who won the second game on Wednesday evening, they had dropped 16 of their last 21 entering. We're looking to win a series finally in Tampa. Unable to do that, 8 consecutive winless sets for the Pinstripes as the Rays hold on for a 5-4 win in a series victory. The Yanks were a slight road favorite. They did not win. Shane Baz making his second start of the year for Tampa. Pretty solid. The Yankees had a shot, DRS, in the top of the 9th. Ben Rice, the rookie, filling in for Anthony Rizzo, an RBI single. Runners on the corners for Gleyber Torres up at the dish. He flies out to end the game. So the Rays win 5-4. They take this midweek set against the Yankees.
No surprise yesterday the way this game turned out, and also getting that 5-4, which is interesting. You probably thought this game would have stayed more towards an under than an over because it's in the Trop. But Nestor Cortez coming into this game, if you're looking just at ERA, okay, he was having a decent season, but some of those numbers got a little bit fallible there. Talking about those xFIP and xFIP minus numbers were a little bit high. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 5 earned runs giving up, including a home run here. You do have to score more runs, I get it. But if you're going to get 4 in the Trop, typically that's good enough to win baseball games. It wasn't yesterday. Now, the Yankees themselves getting a little bit lucky. Why? Because the Baltimore Orioles in a series, they should have handled their business, did not do that. So the Yankees are fine, setting up a huge series this weekend against their division rival in the Baltimore Orioles. But just getting back to yesterday, having a couple RBI looks, I went with the Rosarena and Paredes. I came away with a Rosarena 2 RBI night, which was fine with me. Thought Tampa Bay would win. They did that also. Nice win for them. 46-47, just hanging around, I guess you could say, that wild card race for Tampa Bay. We'll see what they have in the second half. But for the Yankees, this next series means a ton. Would have been nice for them to beat Tampa Bay in that final game of the series. Weren't able to do so, but they're going to go toe-to-toe with the O's next.
The Rays were swept over this past weekend by the reigning World Series champs, the Rangers, but they entered the weekend winning 10 of their previous 14. They win this set 2 of 3, now just a game below 500 as Tampa is trying to make the American League East the only division in baseball with at least 4 teams at a 500 record or better. The American League Central not all that far away from that at this moment either. You mentioned the Yankees not really losing ground despite losing this midweek series because the O's uncharacteristically swept at home in Baltimore by the Chicago Cubs in a huge and defining series win for the Cubbies. 8-0 yesterday, blanking Baltimore for a second consecutive game to pull off the sweep. Justin Steele, sensational. The Cubbies an underdog in all 3 of these games. They cashed that plus money ticket all 3 times. Chicago's won 6 of its last 7 in a sweep in Baltimore. The first time the O's have been swept in Camden Yards since August 2021.
Yeah, and it's crazy because we were talking about the Yankees saying, oh, my goodness, they could be 5+ games back at the All-Star break. Now, granted, technically they still might be if they get swept this weekend. We're not anticipating that, obviously. But the Baltimore Orioles missing a huge opportunity against a team they really should have handled. But also, Ben, this wasn't a case of, hey, look at the scores, man, 5-4, 3-2, 2-1, barely losses. They got hammered. Their offense was insignificant, great hitting weather in a great hitter's ballpark. Something is wrong with the Baltimore Orioles, but also brings me back to my first point that I've been making on the Yankees for the past 2 weeks. Not giving up on them, right? This is baseball. On a day-to-day basis, you're going to get surprises like the Cubs sweeping the Baltimore Orioles in their own building. I still think the Yankees are the best team in this division, and when it's all said and done, they will win the AL East. They're getting the breaks right now with the Orioles not taking advantage of their own games. We'll see what comes up this weekend, but this is why you just don't give up on a team like, oh my goodness, the sky is falling in. It's really not anymore. Yanks pick up a couple dubs, and also they have the pitching advantage today. They can get within a game of those Baltimore Orioles.
The New York Yankees, a road favorite inside Camden. And the young rookie out of Nebraska for Baltimore, Cade Povich, has to go up against Garrett Cole. It's why the Bombers are a favorite in Baltimore. And only a 2-game advantage for the O's, as Donnie said, could have extended this series advantage to a much larger number. The Yankees haven't won a series in 8 consecutive of them, and Baltimore still only a 2-game lead. I wonder how the O's will look back at this week, depending on what happens inside Camden Yards this weekend. Still an odds-on favorite is Baltimore to win the AL East at -130. Paul Skeens makes history again next. DeMar DeRozan now joins that team in Sacramento with the Kings. Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, who they drafted early, Keegan Murray as well. A Kings team, DRS, that has been a playoff contender.
Is it going to equate to a championship? Probably not. That's not the goal. Make your team better every offseason. The Kings definitely got better with that move here, Ben.
The Early Line, only on SportsGrid.
I think the one comparison that I'd like to make that reminds me of Tiger is Scotty's ability to make shots on a Sunday look like shots on a Thursday. And Tiger was so good at doing that too. In the high pressure leverage moments, he didn't lose a step. You know, he was still able to hit it pin high. He's still knocking down flag sticks. He doesn't miss hit it.
Only on SportsGrid.
It is Canada. You know, Canada is one of those teams that's the darling of the tournament right now. They're still 9-1.
To win a tournament, or even to advance far into a tournament like this, you need a bit of good fortune. And it doesn't matter if you're getting the good fortune that Canada has, where they played 2 matches where they were up a man, or you had the good fortune of Argentina, who's one of the best teams in the world, who just got on the good side of the draw.
Newswire, only on SportsGrid.
Watch out for USA and Canada in 4 years. Cricket's going to be a sport that's growing.
I made my first cricket bet last week or over the weekend. I was getting a team that was leading like 150 to 5+ odds. I'm like, I'm up 150 points and I'm getting plus odds. Where do I sign? I love this freaking stuff. What are you kidding me?
In-game live, prime time, only on SportsGrid.
A historic Skeens Day yesterday. Paul Skeens Day, number 11 in the history of Major League Baseball, and he lived up to every bit of the billing for the Pirates on the road in Milwaukee against the Brewers. The Buccos win 1-0. They take a series victory over Milwaukee, really back and forth. The Pirates won 12-2 on Tuesday. Milwaukee blanked Pittsburgh the following day, 9-0. Pittsburgh returns the favor with a simple 1-0 win. But the focus, of course, DRS, is Paul Skeens. 7 innings of no-hit work against the Brew Crew, striking out 11. It is the second time for Skeens in just 11 career starts in his first 2 months of his Major League Baseball career that he has gone on the road, as he did in his second start as well against the Chicago Cubs in Wrigley, and has worked 6 or more innings of no-hit baseball, striking out 10 plus. There is one pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball in a single career that has had 2 road starts of no-hit baseball, striking out 10 or more batters, and his name is Paul Skeens. He's done it in 2 months in his MLB career. You almost lose words to describe this sensational start, but I'll throw it in there. Of course, it is historic.
He's been amazing. There's no doubt about it. And also take a look at the Pittsburgh Pirates now as a team after that 1-0 victory, 45-48 on the season. They're not out of the playoff race for the final wild card spots here. So maybe if they can make some moves as a franchise and see if they can acquire some talent. But that's not the question here. The question is, yesterday we told you the favorite were the Pittsburgh Pirates against a team that's much better than them in the Milwaukee Brewers. Why were the Pirates the favorite? The only reason is Paul Skeens. He's been that good this season. Now, also, talking about historical nature of things, some people out there I know have tickets. They've shown me with unbelievable value on Paul Skeens to win the Cy Young. Also, take a look at Paul Skeens heading down the stretch. Can you make the playoffs? If he's going to win every 5th day, my goodness, that's really going to help you out. But here's where the issue pops up, and this is about Major League Baseball and its fans and what's right and it's what's wrong. There is no formula per se for, hey, if I throw 100 pitches and if I go to 102, my career is going to be shortened by 5 years. We don't know that's the case. Now, granted, there are metrics that say if your fastball typically tops out at 99 and in the 7th inning you're throwing 97, maybe we should get you out of here. I understand it. I also understand about the prudence of franchises trying to protect their investments, which is rightfully so. But sometimes when it's done with historics, where I would have loved to see yesterday, Ben, if you had Paul Skeens in the 7th inning with a perfect game and you left him out of that. Because these are things that when your career is all said and done, same thing with golfers as well. How many championships have you won? How many tournaments have you won? Also, how many hole-in-ones have you had, right? Some of those things that really stick out with the public. Well, how do we grade pitchers? It's typically in the past, and again, things change, wins, losses, strikeouts, no-hitters, and perfect games. Why do we always bring up Nolan Ryan? Like, you don't even talk about Nolan Ryan, the great pitcher with all those wins. It's, man, he had so many no-hitters, man. That goes on your mantle, on your plaque in Cooperstown here. And the fact that Paul Skeens had multiple chances in his rookie year to try to get no-hitters and was pulled out of the baseball game, that's tough to swallow. Because also, as I said again, you're looking at, let's just say he's going to win the Cy Young, and you say, okay, well, Zach Wheeler's going to win it. And I don't know what's going to happen with Zach Wheeler, but let's just say Zach Wheeler throws 2 no-hitters down the stretch with 119, 120 pitches in those performances. Like, oh, you know what? He might win it because he got the no-hitters. I'm just looking from a historical perspective where when it's all said and done, maybe Paul Skeens could have had 10 no-hitters in his career, but wound up with none because we don't let him pitch.
You know, Donnie, it's a really good point, right? I guess it's the current landscape of Major League Baseball. You would never expect a rookie in his first 11 starts to go the full duration. It's just kind of what we're used to in the last 5-10 years or so. And I guess part of the reason he is so historic in that career distinction that I brought up, the first player in the history of MLB to go on the road multiple times in a career and have a no-hit bid and strike out 10 plus, is because oftentimes a no-hit bid is a full and complete game. 6 innings in that second career start in Chicago, 7 innings of work yesterday in Milwaukee. It's why Paul Skeens is separated from the rest. But I think it's just the nature of where things stand. Your point is very sound. I just don't think the expectation would ever be such a long leash that Paul Skeens would go the entirety of the game, even when he had a no-hitter going. 6-0 now, the record for Paul Skeens. 1.90, the ERA drops below 2. We told you yesterday, 7.5, the strikeout prop. The over had the juice. It's going to move up to 8.5. It's just where it's going to be. 11 Ks for Skeens, 8+ Ks in 6 of his last 11 starts. And the Buccos no longer the distinction of a losing record as a favorite, just one of 4 teams around MLB to have that mark yesterday. Now back to an even 500, 19-19 straight up as a favored side this year. Pittsburgh has won 8 of the 11 starts that Skeens has made. And Donnie, still my favorite narrative around Pittsburgh outside of Paul Skeens. Since the start of June, the Buccos have never been worse than 5 games below 500. They've never been better than 2 games below 500. Currently 45 and 48, 3 games below that winning record, or even 500 record, I should say.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, the sky could be the limit here. They got a bunch of good young pitchers right now on their roster, and if they do make a couple changes at the trade deadline, why not give the Pittsburgh faithful here something to cheer about late in the season? And also, if you are a Skeens backer, we're not talking about just being a fan of Skeens. If you have a Cy Young Award-winning prop, if you have a strikeout prop here, if you have a wins prop here, if they are in the race in the final 3 weeks of the season, there will be no talk of shutting them down. And as I say that, we've seen teams in the race shut players down before. If you remember, I believe it was Steven Strasburg for the Washington Nationals and Scott Boras stepping in late in the season where they could have used them. So we don't rule those type of things out, but it'd be very hard to swallow for Pittsburgh that's not used to making deep runs, going like, you're our best pitcher who might win the Cy Young 2 weeks late in the season. We're a game up in the wild card. We're shutting him down the rest of the way. That would be a tough pill to swallow for Pittsburgh.
Skeens now minus 550 to win National League Rookie of the Year. That's more than likely going to happen. 11-1, plus 1,100 to win the National League Cy Young Award. We have co-favorites with Zach Wheeler and Chris Sale at plus 140, so a very large gap. But I know some on this network, Kevin Walsh, the Sportsbook Consig, Dave Sherapan, talked about it yesterday where his number opened up at 120 to 1 to win the National League Cy Young Award. A lot of movement on that number. Speaking of movement, how about the Detroit Tigers? They take 3 of 4 against the American League's best team. Not a good week for any of the teams atop the AL, the Guardians, the Orioles, or the Yankees, as the Tigers win big yesterday, 10-1, as a home favorite in the Motor City over Cleveland. They take 3 of the 4 games in this set. Your guy, DRS Riley Green, delivers at the dish. 3 ribbies yesterday. Detroit swept Cincinnati over the weekend. They take 3 of 4 against Cleveland. The Tigers have won 8 of their last 11 as they get ready for their final weekend before the All-Star break.
Some people just reading lines. Oh, my goodness. You're going to tell me Cleveland's getting plus money against a terrible team like Detroit? We told you yesterday. By far, I don't care if Hal Flaherty was nicked up a little bit and maybe at the trade deadline he's going to be moved and that's weighing on his mind. 6 innings pitched, 1 earned run. I expected a type of performance like that. And also, Spencer Howard, a terrible major league pitcher who was a starting pitcher, the only one maybe in history that's only designed to go 2 to 3 innings and always get hammered, it feels like. He did again yesterday. 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, and 4 earned runs. We all